After the affair, I found a rich and powerful man. Suran witnessed her boyfriend dating her sister and decided to break up with him. Heartbroken, Suran went to their bar to get drunk and found a white paper to warm her bed. She thought they would never see each other again, but she got entangled with him. Chapter 1, Betrayal. Miss Sue, this is the information you asked us to investigate. A thick stack of photos was pushed in front of her. Suran stared at the familiar faces on the photos, a deep mix of absurdity and the fury of betrayal overwhelming her. It made her hands tremble. Miss Sue. The balance payment. Hearing the private detective's prompt, Suran forced herself to calm down. She raised her head and motioned for her assistant to handle the payment. The office fell into sudden silence. Suran picked up the photos on the desk, her hands still faintly shaking. Looking at the man who had once helped her rise from the lowest point in her life, now intimately involved with her half-sister, a sneer escaped her lips. Despite the mocking expression, her eyes had already turned red with tears. Fu Junyi. Sumuching. You're doing quite well, aren't you? Suran sneered as she stared at the photos. Elsewhere, in a high-end rooftop garden restaurant. Under the elegant sounds of a violin, a gentle-looking woman flipped through selfies from the past few days. As she saw the warm and tender smile of the man, her eyes flashed with impatience and disgust. Fu Junyi. She raised her head to look at the man across from her, about to speak, but was suddenly startled by the sight of a diamond ring in his hand. Ching ching. The man walked up to her, kneeling down in front of her. His eyes were full of affection. We've known each other for so long, and I'm so glad that you're willing to spend this romantic month with me. After this time together, I'm even more certain that you're the one I want to spend my life with. Ching ching, will you marry me? Idiot. Sumuching looked at the man kneeling before her, cursing him inwardly. The scene in front of her was completely unexpected. Her smile faded, and she spoke up. Fu Junyi, get up. The man's smile stiffened, and he subconsciously scanned the faces of the surrounding waiters. For the first time, he was grateful for how strict the restaurant's privacy policy was. He forced a smile and grasped Sumuching's hand, slowly speaking. Ching-ching, I know you're concerned about my career. After all, I'm still rising in the entertainment industry, and you're worried that our relationship being exposed might affect me. But I truly love you. I don't care about these things. If you're willing, I'd even quit the entertainment industry for you. Hearing this, Sumuching frowned, the disgust in her heart growing. Before she could respond, the sound of clapping echoed, piercing the silence. Well. What a lovely couple, so full of passion for love, a match made in heaven. Both of them were startled, turning to look at the stairs. There, Suran strolled forward with a smile, though her smile didn't reach her eyes. Sister. Suran. What are you doing here? Looking at the extremely romantic setting and the ring in the man's hand, Suran immediately understood what was going on. Her mocking gaze swept over the faces of both of them, and she stepped closer to the man. Seeing the guilty and flustered expression on his face, Suran questioned her judgment for the first time. With so many handsome men chasing after her, why did she choose such a man? Suran cursed herself inwardly. Suran Fu Junyi instinctively put away the ring, wanting to argue but not knowing where to start. Suran laughed lightly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. How shameless. Kneeling just to speak to me? Fu Junyi froze, then realized he was still in a proposal pose. He hurriedly stood up, but before he could speak, Suran interrupted him again. I've been wondering why you haven't gone to the set, why you cancelled all your schedules to take a month off. Turns out you've got a woman to keep you company and are planning to quit the industry for love, huh? Suran walked over and casually sat in a chair, her eyes sweeping over Sumuching's face with a cold snort. She laughed even more mockingly. You were such a beautiful girl, how did you end up with such bad taste? You actually settled for this garbage. Sumuching opened her mouth, but in the end, she lowered her gaze and softly called, Sister. Her eyes flickered with a hint of manipulation as she turned to look at Fu Junyi, feigning a wronged expression. Suran snorted in contempt and covered her mouth dramatically. Oh, I almost forgot. After all, your mother could fall for a piece of trash like my dad, acting as the third party in the name of love. You must have inherited her taste in men, so it's no surprise you'd fall for another piece of trash. Upon receiving the signal, Fu Junyi's anger flared. He rushed forward and shouted, Suran, don't go too far. Seeing the encouraging look from Su Muqing, and thinking about the power and wealth of the Su family behind her, a surge of courage filled him. This is my fault, I'm sorry to you, but it has nothing to do with Qingqing. Don't take it out on her. Whatever happens, it's all on me. Seeing the man, who was always the peacemaker in the past, now lose his temper for the woman, Su Ran sneered in disdain. Take it out on you? You're just the trash that needs to be dealt with. You think you can run away? Su Ran crossed her legs, her beautiful eyes coldly sweeping over the two of them. Su Ran, you're too much. Fu Junyi's face was a mix of blue and white, and he nervously glanced at the surrounding waiters who were watching the scene. He lowered his voice, his face darkening as he said, "Let us talk about this when we get back to the company. I'm sorry, I'll compensate you. Don't you feel embarrassed with so many people watching?" Embarrassed? Su Ran froze for a second, then burst out laughing, as if hearing a joke. She laughed so hard that tears formed in her eyes. Now you care about being embarrassed? You look like a soft-shell crab, clinging to me for a career boost. You finally used the resources I provided to become famous, and now you've betrayed my sister. You're doing the most embarrassing thing, and you're thinking of quitting the industry, and yet you're worried about embarrassment. You. The man raised his hand in anger, but the next moment, he screamed in pain, louder than a pig being slaughtered. Su Ran swiftly grabbed his arm, breaking it, and then slapped his face hard. Her smile was cold. Fu Junyi, you've been dumped. Behind her, Su Muqing stood in the corner, hidden from view, a relieved smile curling her lips. But as Su Ran suddenly turned around and walked toward her, Su Muqing froze, like a quail caught in place. Seeing the frightened expression on the woman's face, Su Ran felt utterly bored. She picked up her coffee and slowly poured it over Su Muqing's head, her eyes filled with self-mockery and disappointment. I never noticed before, but you and your mother have such similar taste. Both of you are willing to go after trash. Su Ran leaned close to Su Muqing, her lips curling into a disgusted smile. You love being the mistress, don't you? As the liquid poured over her head, Su Muqing clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Su Ran. Fu Junyi, seeing her bully his new support, rushed up, but was met with another cup of hot coffee being thrown at him, much more intense than the one poured over Su Muqing's head. Su Ran turned and smiled gently, "Why the hurry? You've got a share too." She dropped the empty coffee cups, clapped her hands, and hummed a little tune as she left. By the time she stepped out of the restaurant, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She clutched a stone pillar outside, gasping for air. Her heart felt as if it were being pierced by needles, so painful that it was suffocating. One was the man she had loved for many years, the one she had supported all the way up. The other was the sister who had once treated her with sincerity in her childhood. Ever since she left the Su family at 18, she had trusted no one. This betrayal, however, was a wound that would never heal. Just as she felt herself about to faint, a pair of slender white hands appeared before her, followed by a clear, jade-like voice. "Miss, are you all right?" Chapter 2, The Dashing Mr. Mu Proposes a Pillow Offer. She had left, escorted by her driver. Mu Chen walked through the dazzling neon lights of the nightlife district, his mind still stuck on the pale face of Su Ran he had held earlier that day. The deafening music and chaotic dance floor made him instinctively furrow his brow. This small unconscious gesture caught the attention of the nearby executives. One of them leaned in, concerned, "Mr. Mu, if you really don't like this place, we can change the location." No one expected the usually upright and aloof Mr. Mu, famous for his strict personal boundaries and disinterest in women, to agree to a business meeting at such a place. They half wondered if he was setting them up for a trap. Unaware of the immense pressure his unusual decision was causing, Mu Chen simply shook his head. "No need, let us stay here." That said, his eyes quickly scanned the room, searching for someone. She had said she would be here tonight with her driver, but where was she? "Mr. Mu." His assistant's soft voice snapped him back to reality, and he calmed his expression before following them into the private room. As the alcohol flowed and the air grew thick with the smell of smoke and liquor, Mu Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable, wishing he could leave at any moment. Just then, the door swung open, and a man entered, looking very pleased with himself. "You won't believe it. I went out for some air, and the room next door is full of gorgeous men and women. I almost thought it was a celebrity party. And the woman they were surrounding, she was so beautiful, I almost mistook her for a star." Mu Chen wasn't interested in gossip. He glanced at his phone, deciding he'd leave in 10 minutes. The man continued with enthusiasm, I heard that gorgeous woman is a talent agent. Apparently, she has made stars out of several big names. All those handsome guys and beautiful women were fighting for her to sign them. Just then, he looked around the room and asked, Hey? Where's Mr. Moo? He was here just a second ago. In the private room, there was a buzz of activity, with men and women eagerly surrounding a strikingly beautiful woman, doting on her. If someone didn't know better, they might think it was a scene from a palace selection. Ms. Su, what do you think of me? A voice asked. Suran lazily swirled her drink, lifting the chin of the woman in front of her. She exhaled a puff of alcohol toward her and smiled teasingly, Not bad, you have potential. At her words, the room grew even more lively. A handsome mixed-race man sitting across the room reached over and took the drink from her hand. Ms. Su, I think you've had enough. Let me take you back to your hotel. How about we exchange contact information? Suran raised an eyebrow, her expression hazy and flirtatious. In the dim light, she smiled like a mischievous fairy. So, you're volunteering to be my pillow companion? The man who had been gossiping earlier wasn't wrong. Suran's beauty and figure rivaled any star in the entertainment industry. With her extraordinary face, curvaceous body, and beguiling almond eyes, anyone caught in her gaze would lose track of everything around them. Every gesture, every smile, every glance, was enchanting, full of allure. The mixed-race man, captivated, didn't he even realize when he inhaled sharply. By the time he came to his senses, Suran had already tilted his chin upward. Suran teasingly stroked his chin, a sly smile creeping across her face. Ever been in love? He blankly shook his head, and Suran lazily leaned back on the couch, her eyes half closed in satisfaction. How nice. A blank slate. You know, people can't be too attached to anyone. A blank slate is the best. The man swallowed hard, unable to resist leaning in. Ms. Su. But just then, a powerful force came from behind, and before he could react, the person he had been dreaming of was already being embraced by another man. Who are you? He demanded, his voice filled with anger. The other men and women in the room immediately glared at the stranger, disapproving of his sudden intrusion. Suran, not at all flustered, tilted her head and responded with a teasing smile, Who are you? Seeing her eyes heavy with intoxication, as though she didn't even recognize him, Mu Chen tightened his grip and murmured, I'm taking you home. However, as soon as he pulled her into his arms, the mixed-race man blocked his way, glaring at him. Who are you? Let go of Ms. Su. The man's anger was palpable, his brows furrowed deeply. Suran, unbothered, lazily shifted in Mu Chen's arms to a more comfortable position. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she added, Yeah, let me go. I'm finally single again. Time to find a nice clean slate to warm my bed. Mu Chen's grip on her tightened. A clean slate. He didn't know what role he was playing here, and she didn't even recognize him, but when he saw the man so entranced by her, he couldn't control his impulse to take her away. Suran enjoyed watching his reaction. She extended her long, slender fingers and lightly traced his Adam's apple, feeling him stiffen under her touch, a grin spreading across her face like a fox caught in the act. Are you also volunteering to be my pillow companion? Mu Chen, now as stiff as a bowstring, was flushed with embarrassment. His body felt like it was made of iron, but his mind was clouded with alcohol, his response slow and unclear. Seeing his lack of interest, Suran pouted and pointed at the mixed-race man, making an effort to escape from Mu Chen's hold. You, take me back to their hotel, she purred at the mixed-race man. Mu Chen's heart raced. His arm tightened around her, his eyes dangerous, yet laced with a deliberate, possessive energy. Yes, I volunteer to be your pillow companion. But, Mister, would you give me that chance? Hearing this, Suran's lips curled into a playful smile. She looked into the handsome man's eyes, and with both hands around his neck, she leaned in close to his ear, exhaling softly, All right, I'll give you a chance. You'd better perform well. With one swift kick, Mu Chen pushed the hotel room door open and carefully laid her on the bed. Holding her unruly hands, he restrained himself and looked down at her. Lie down for a moment, I'll make you some hangover soup. Suran could barely hear him, her attention fixed on the handsome man in front of her. Everything about him was to her liking, especially his soft, pink lips, which were incredibly alluring. The only problem was that he was a bit too noisy. The next moment, Mu Chen's eyes widened, his breath escaping him. Suran lazily turned her head and tugged at his tie, raising her hand toward him. Her seductive eyes locked onto him as she asked, "So, what is so special about you? What advantages do you have over the others who volunteered to be my pillow companion?" Mu Chen, snapping back to reality, absent-mindedly touched his lips, but the culprit Suran didn't even try to hide her intent. He felt his gaze grow darker, more intense. He swallowed, his voice deepening and huskier, tinged with an almost magnetic allure. "I have everything you like, Ms. Su." For the first time, Suran saw such a bold and cocky man. She grinned and ran her fingers over his burning ears, intrigued. "Oh? Do tell." Mu Chen, feeling like he was being roasted alive, struggled to keep his composure. He was a man who had never felt this vulnerable before. Now, as the president of Mu Group, he was reduced to a nervous, eager candidate in front of her, desperately trying to impress her. "Ms. Su likes a clean slate. I've never been in a relationship, never had any intimate experiences. Ms. Su likes obedience. I'll always listen to you. Ms. Su likes a good physique. I enjoy working out. Every muscle on my body, you can examine it yourself. Ms. Su likes." Chapter 3, The Shamelessness of the Scumbag. "It seems like you know a lot about me." Suran looked at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with seduction. She reached out and lightly ran her fingers across Mu Chen's chest. The fragrance of her perfume mixed with the scent of alcohol, wrapping around him. "So innocent? How old are you?" Suran looked at the man in front of her, his face flushed and flustered. A smile curved on her lips as she asked. 22, Mu Chen answered honestly. "Only 22? You're still in the age for studying, right? I skipped grades in university, graduated early, and started my business. Little boy, that's not called entrepreneurship. This kind of job won't last. It's all about youth. You'd better find another way out." Suran looked at the handsome young man in front of her, a hint of regret in her tone. What a great age. How could he choose to work in a bar? Mu Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. "Call me, sister, let me hear it." Mu Chen froze when he heard this. His mind went blank, but he obediently called out, "Sister." "Good. Call it again." "Sister, I'll serve you well. I'll make sure you're satisfied." The next morning, Mu Chen opened his eyes, a content smile still on his face. However, the light weight on his arm made him stiffen. He turned his head, and sure enough, the room was empty. He was abandoned. A sudden ringtone pierced the silence of the room. As he reached for his phone, something on the nightstand caught his attention. "I don't know the market rates for your kind of work, but there's 200,000 in the card. That should be enough. Take the money and think about another way out. This kind of job doesn't last long, better get on a better path." Mu Chen's stable and smooth life of over 20 years had just come to an end. Compared to being abandoned by someone he had secretly admired for years, something even more absurd had happened. He had been treated like one of those self-recommending men from the VIP lounge. Mu Chen trembled as he held the messy note, not knowing whether to laugh or to be angry. The phone rang again, the shrill voice of a woman coming through. "Mu Chen. Where are you? What did you do last night?" Mu Chen moved the phone away from his ear, rubbed his throbbing temples, and helplessly said, "Sis, it's 6 in the morning. What could have happened that made you, a busy woman, think of me?" The voice on the other end became even louder, like a ticking time bomb. "Stop talking nonsense. I left my artist and rushed back from the set. Where are you? Get back here, now." Mu Chen's smile faded, his expression becoming serious as he frowned. He knew that his sister was a top-tier agent, and the artist she represented was her top priority. If she was in such a hurry to come back, something big must have happened. An hour later, when he drove back home, the door was wide open. His sister, Luo Xiaoxiao, was standing at the doorway, exuding an intimidating aura, holding a tablet that continuously played entertainment news. According to reports, a famous top agent has been exposed for her chaotic private life, hugging men in bars, getting drunk late at night, and living it up. It's well known that Suran is the agent of famous actor Fu Junyi. I wonder if her actions will negatively affect Fu Junyi. The news from the gossip reporters drifted into Mu Chen's ears, causing his face to darken. His heart tightened at the thought of her situation. Yo! Isn't he this our famous Mu Chen? Finally decided to leave the bar. Luo Xiao teased as she shot him a glance. The two siblings sat down, one after the other. Sis, didn't you go with your artist to the set? Why are you back so urgently? Mu Chen asked absent-mindedly, wanting to wrap up the conversation quickly and have his subordinates deal with the news online. However, Luo Xiao shoved the tablet in his face, zooming in on the photo of the article. Care to explain? The paparazzi snapped a picture of Su Ran picking up men at a bar. Why are you in the picture? Mu Chen was stunned for a moment, instinctively glancing at the tablet. In the photo, Su Ran was lounging on a sofa like a queen, with two eager young men beside her. He was seen pushing away the mixed-race guy, kneeling before her obediently. Although it's just your back and not your face, who's your sister? I'd recognize you even if you turned to ash. Luo Xiao kept tapping the chair, speaking sternly, come on, tell me, what's going on? Mu Chen stared at the photo, silent. The paparazzi had done a decent job. If you ignored the bar's indulgent atmosphere, it almost looked like a high-end photoshoot of a couple of handsome men and beautiful women. The queen of the world, with her most loyal knight. Thinking about this, Mu Chen suddenly chuckled. For a moment, it was as if the wind was sweeping across a snow mountain, melting glacier, and blooming flowers at the corner of his eyes. Nice shot. Send it to me. Hearing her younger brother's words, Luo Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Chen. What's gotten into you? Mu Chen raised his head, his expression serious. Sis, you know, I've had a girl in my heart since high school. Luo Xiao was stunned. She blinked a few times before finally finding her voice. Don't tell me, the girl you like is Su Ran. Yes. Mu Chen nodded honestly, a faint smile on his lips. Mu Chen. I think you've really gone crazy. Luo Xiao exploded in anger. This is Su Ran. She's the same age as me. She's my arch-nemesis. You like her? Sis. Mu Chen seemed a little helpless. You both are agents, and it's normal for there to be competition when the artists' paths overlap. The term, arch-nemesis, is too much. Mu Chen. Luo Xiao suddenly stood up from the chair. Whatever the case, I don't approve. Su Ran is older than you. She's in the entertainment industry, a world of fame and fortune. She left the Su family long ago, and to get to her current position, who knows what she had to do. Let us not talk about others. Just look at our artist Fu Junyi. To promote her young lover, how many resources did she have to get from the investors? Do you know? You can like whoever you want. But Su Ran, I don't approve. The conversation ended on a sour note, and on the other side, Su Ran was caught up in a whirlwind of public opinion. Blue Sky Entertainment Company. Ranjie. Assistant Ju Susu pushed open the office door, her face serious as she spoke to Su Ran. Just now, Fu Junyi went on Weibo without the studio's approval, and posted a termination letter saying that his contract with you would not be renewed. Fu Junyi's fans are already slamming you on trending topics. Su Ran rubbed her aching temples from the hangover, her bright eyes showing signs of fatigue. What are they saying? They are saying. Ju Susu hesitated for a moment before stammering. They are saying you didn't plan Fu Junyi's career well, that you didn't care for his reputation by giving him bad scripts, forcing him onto variety shows for money, wasting his prime years. Well, not caring for his reputation, not planning his career properly. Su Ran laughed in anger, realizing how foolish she had been, working so hard to get him the right scripts and business deals, only for him to reject them, choosing low-quality films and shows for the paycheck. And now, she was the one getting blamed. Ju Susu looked at her with a mix of sympathy and concern, saying softly, Ranjie, we all see how much you've done for Fu Junyi. Do you want to respond? Su Ran opened her mouth to speak but was interrupted by a mocking, provocative voice. Ran, after all, yesterday was our 6-year anniversary. Do you like the gift I gave you? Chapter 4, Shouting and Getting Slapped in the Face. Su Ran frowned as she looked at the man who walked into her home. Before she could react, Ju Susu rushed over. Fu Junyi. How do you come here? Do you have any shame? Fu Junyi stared at the indifferent woman standing by the window, feeling more and more unhappy. He was the one who proposed the breakup, so what right did she have to dump him? She went to that kind of place to pick up girls right after the breakup. It turned out that she had been in the entertainment industry for too long and was extremely dirty. Maybe she got all his resources in exchange for that. The assistant who came to ask for an explanation ran into his gun. Fu Junyi became furious and threw the man to the ground. Recognize your identity. You are just an agent's assistant. How dare you lay a hand on me? Fu Junyi said harshly to Ju Susu, as if he was venting all his resentment on her. Seeing this scene, Suran, who had been calm all along, finally reacted. He glanced at the assistant lying on the ground and his eyes became dangerous. Very well. Suran stood up, walked over step by step, and slowly reached out to help the assistant up, then turned his gaze to Fu Junyi. A weakling who lives off his wife has the capital to act like a big shot with Chiao. It seems that my method of flattering people is not bad. Looking at the man's pale and blue face, Suran actually felt a little happy in his heart. You hired paparazzi to take secret photos, leak information, hire internet trolls, terminated the contract when public opinion was at its loudest, and led fans to criticize your agent. You have done so many things one by one. It seems that you are already a qualified veteran. It's just how dare you. Suran shook her head in contempt, as if she wasn't worried about the public opinion at all. You are just a newly emerged second-tier artist. You have accumulated some fans and hooked up with Sumuching. How dare you do that to me? Upon hearing this, Fu Junyi, a gigolo, felt that his entire self-esteem had been trampled underfoot, and he looked at her with resentment in his eyes. Suran, what are you so proud of? I have 30 million fans, and one of them can drown you with a spit from them. Suran shook his head indifferently, spread his hands, and slowly said, Go ahead and curse me, I'm not like you, selling your face and single persona to make a living. I'm just a behind-the-scenes agent, what impact does it have on me? On the contrary, Suran's smile faded, and he turned his wrist. I have worked hard in the entertainment industry for so many years, from being unknown to a gold medal agent, I have accumulated countless connections and resources. As long as I want, I can bring out a new star to replace you in a blink of an eye. If I can make you famous, I can naturally destroy you. Looking at Fu Junyi's changed expression, Suran smiled contemptuously, but slapped him in the face. Instead of showing off in front of me, you might as well hold onto your new thigh. After all, Sumuching is the daughter of the Su group and has countless suitors. You are just a little star. Don't wait until she gets tired of you. She can replace you at any time. Fu Junyi's anger at being slapped again disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by the fear of being dumped by Sumuching. He glanced at Suran angrily, and was about to leave after saying something harsh, but he noticed the red marks on her neck with his sharp eyes. His face suddenly changed, and he grabbed her hand. What's wrong with your neck? You were really with those ducks last night. Suran frowned, shook off his claws with an irritated look, and said coldly, Remember your identity, the ex-boyfriend who cheated and was caught cheating. What happens to me has nothing to do with you. Suran. Fu Junyi screamed in disbelief. Before, you slept with those bosses for my resources. Now you can even sleep with any male servant. You coaxed me into not touching you for so many years. You are the one who cheated on me. Suran looked at his hideous and mercenary face and suddenly felt dazed. Was she drugged in the past? How could she be interested in such a thing? This will be the last time I say these words. The resources I took for you were clean and above board. During the 6 years I was in love with you, I was also above board and had a clear conscience. Suran looked at him with eyes full of self-mockery and disappointment. The next second, she raised her eyebrows, and her relaxed brows made her instantly bright and charming. As for last night, TSK, any guy I picked up at the bar was more handsome than you and better at acting. It made me feel like I wasted the past 6 years with you. If I had known this, I would have kicked you out long ago. After she finished speaking, her smile turned cold, and she instantly turned back into the decisive female agent in Vanity Fair. Since you have decided to terminate the contract, don't come to the studio to disgust me if you have nothing to do. Xiao Ju, show the guest out. When Assistant Xiao Ju returned to the office, Suran was already calmly browsing Weibo. Junyi is the sweetheart, it's good to terminate the contract. I've known for a long time that this woman is not a good person. She dresses up and goes out to drink with people every day. She is not worthy of being our Junyi's manager. Junjun the cutie, for so many years, this woman has only had Junyi as an artist under her. She has not treated your cash cow, the god of wealth, with all her heart. If you had given him good resources, Junyi would have left everyone behind long ago. I.e., Junyi has been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and this woman has been trying to get his attention by paying for his popularity. She even deliberately bought the same items as Junyi to hype up their relationship. It's so disgusting. I wish our Junyi could escape from this sea of suffering. The disgusting woman's entire family died suddenly. Ju Susu nervously put the coffee in front of Su Ran and tried to comfort her. Sister Ran, don't be angry. These fans only see what they want to see. At worst, we can publish the evidence that you and Fu Junyi have been together for so many years. Let's see what they say. Su Ran put away her phone, her face normal. She sighed and said, doesn't that mean my name will be linked to Fu Junyi in the future? I find it disgusting. What should I do? I can't just let you get scolded by these brainless fans. Su Ran lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then she curled her lips and hooked her finger at Ju Susu. Seeing the sudden burst of beauty, Ju Susu swallowed her saliva and called him a monster. Su Ran was not aware of the lethality of his face. He whispered in her ear, you are like this. On the other side, the Su family villa. A woman dressed exquisitely and fashionably walked in with an anxious look on her face, carrying the latest global limited edition bag from C brand on her arm, and with a hint of ill intention in her eyes. Lao Su, I have something to tell you, don't be anxious. The middle-aged man who was reading a newspaper on the sofa looked over when he heard the sound and sat up straight with curiosity. The woman placed the tablet in front of him with a worried look on her face and sighed, you don't usually watch TV or read entertainment news, so I shouldn't have told you about this. Alas. It's okay for Xiao Ran to be disobedient normally, but it will be a big deal if he goes astray. Upon hearing this, Su Zhenwu frowned and scanned the words on the tablet carefully. The already deserted villa suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and it became depressing and terrifying. Beast. Rebellious girl. No matter what happens this time, we must call her back. How come she has become so undisciplined after so many years of neglect? She shows up in public. She is unfaithful to her husband. The fashionable woman rolled her eyes and pretended to be helpless, but that child never listens to advice and has that attitude towards me. How dare she? Su Zhenwu panted, his face grim, and shouted, isn't her grandfather's 70th birthday in 2 days? I don't believe she won't go back to the old house. Chapter 5, Gathering at the Old House. Mu's Group. After finishing the documents in his hand, Mu Chen looked at his watch and made a phone call while standing in front of the French window. Sister, are you back from Hengjin? Let's have dinner together tonight. Thanks to you, your sister has been busy since I came back, so how can I have time to deal with you? Luo Xiaoxiao was still angry and choked up. Thanks to me. Luo Xiaoxiao sneered and said, if the matter between you and Su Ran hadn't been exposed online, and Su Ran hadn't been bitten back by that ungrateful person under her, the company would have selected a group of new people to appease her. Why would I need to go over and see if there were any good candidates as soon as I came back? Mu Chen was startled, his face turned cold, and he said, I arranged for someone to withdraw the press release that day. Yeah, you want to spend money to save Su Ran's reputation, but Fu Junyi's fans don't want to let her go. This matter is not over by withdrawing the press release. There was a lot of noise coming from Luo Xiaoxiao's side, as if someone was giving some instructions. If you are really bored, just listen to me and go see those relatives. I am not idle here to begin with. I don't know why Su Ran asked for leave, which made me busy as hell today. Mu Chen really couldn't bear to hear his sister's implicit dissatisfaction with Su Ran, so he responded with a few words and hung up. After dialing the intercom to call the special assistant, Mu Chen leaned back in his chair and slowly said, Yi Yuan, didn't you cooperate with Chen Yu a few days ago? Go there with the cooperation plan and ask about the recent situation of Su Ransu's agent. Yi Yuan was stunned, unable to believe what came out of the mouth of his ruthless boss. Mu Chen coughed lightly to avoid his sight, and knocked on the table angrily, just focus on finding out about Agent Su's position in the company, her recent work arrangements, and the period and purpose of her leave. Special Assistant Yi restrained his shocked look and said, yes. The old house of the Su family. Su Ran stood outside the quaint and solemn villa, and for a moment she didn't know what attitude she should take when she walked in. Although she broke up with her scumbag father and left the Su family at the age of 18, her grandfather's attitude towards her has never changed. Every year on Grandpa's birthday, she would avoid the Su family and come back, but for his 70th birthday, almost everyone in the Su family was there, including his scumbag father and his mistress. She was afraid that the recent public opinion on the internet would be heard by Grandpa. Just as she stood there thinking deeply, a surprised call rang out. "Miss Suran, why are you standing here? Why don't you come in now that you're back?" "Butler Liu." Suran was startled when she saw the person coming, and greeted him with a smile. "I just got off the car. You are not inside with Grandpa. Why did you come out?" "It's because the old man missed you. Their whole family is here, except you, and he kept urging me to come out to greet you." With a kind and friendly smile on his face, Butler Liu warmly invited her to walk in, saying as he walked, "You don't know how much the old man misses you. Usually you are busy, and the old man doesn't dare to call you for fear of delaying your work. He finally waited until today, and asked me to clean up your room early in the morning, saying that if he doesn't keep you for a few days this time, he won't be surnamed Su." Suran's eyes became red with envy when she heard this, and her usually cold and indifferent heart now felt extremely bitter. The Su family's old house is grand and spacious. It takes a full 10 minutes to walk from the gate to the front door of the villa. Along the way, Suran followed obediently behind the butler, listening to him chattering about what had happened during this period. Just when everything was warm and happy, a familiar quarrel was heard between two people under the banyan tree in the garden nearby. "Mom, didn't I tell you not to tell Dad about this? He doesn't usually watch TV. How would he know if you didn't tell him? It is because this matter concerns Suran that I must tell your father. Even though Suran has not been home for the past 2 years and the Su Corporation is now in your hands, your father is getting older and may want to repair their father-daughter relationship one day." Suran sneered and stopped the housekeeper who was about to step forward. She shook her head and said calmly, "Let them talk." Sumuching felt that her mother's materialistic behavior was giving her a headache. "So you want to tell Dad about this and let them have a big fight?" And Maihur snorted, quite proudly, "Suran is very stubborn, and your father won't admit defeat either. When they quarrel over this matter, they won't be able to ease up for at least 3 to 5 years. If they keep wasting time, the Su family will be yours." If the woman in front of her wasn't her biological mother, Sumuching would have wanted to call her a fool. She suppressed her anger and scolded, "But today is Grandpa's birthday. Do you have to ruin Grandpa's birthday?" And Maihur was startled by the impatience on her face, and after a moment of shock, she stiffened her neck and yelled back. "How can you talk to me like that? If it weren't for your mother, you wouldn't have the glorious life you have today. Besides, how great do you think you are? Didn't you deliberately postpone your work for a month just to steal the girl Suran's girlfriend?" Sumuching was troubled by her unreasonable behavior and suppressed her anger and shouted, "That's because Fu Junyi is Suran's boyfriend. If he wasn't Suran's boyfriend, I wouldn't even look at him." After she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly froze and she stared fixedly behind in Maihur. But Maihur didn't know what was going on. After hearing Sumuching's words, her face immediately broke into smiles. "Although I don't like that guy either, but you should do this. Everything that belongs to Suran is yours. You should take it all. If you don't like it, you can just throw it away." As soon as he finished speaking, a teasing female voice came from behind. "Oh, Auntie has such great ambitions." And Meihua's body froze, and she turned around slowly in disbelief, and what she saw was Suran's nonchalant smile, as if he didn't take what the mother and daughter said seriously at all, as if he was looking at a clown. Xiao Ran." And Maihur glared at Sumuching quietly, then changed her expression and went to greet her. "Why didn't you say hello before you came back? I could have picked you up at the door." Suran chuckled when he heard this, and looked at Maihur from head to toe with contempt, and said sarcastically, "If I remember correctly, this should be the old house, not the Su residence. This is Grandpa's territory. It's not good for Anton to act like the master of the house, not to mention." Suran deliberately smiled docilely and harmlessly, but her bright features betrayed her contempt. "Even if it's at the Su residence, I remember that the names of Su Jinwu and my mother are written on the property deed of the villa. Anton. TSK. It's not appropriate." Hearing this, Meihua's smile froze, and she secretly hated the damn girl for not seeing her for so long and making her even more irritating. Sumuching on the side came back to her senses, bit her lip and walked forward, wanting to say something but stopping herself. "Sister, my mother didn't mean that. I'm sorry." "Stop." Suran stretched out her hand and took a step back. "Don't act like that. If your sweetheart sees this, she might think I'm bullying you. It's Grandpa's birthday, a great day. How unlucky it is. And Mei Hua's smile froze. She glanced at the old butler who was looking at her hungrily before she put on a smile again. Just as she was about to respond with forced words, she heard a deep and powerful voice coming from not far away. "You little bastard! Why don't you come in now that you're here?" Suran and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slightly older man walking towards them with the help of a servant. "Grandpa." Suran saw this and immediately showed a sweet and well-behaved smile. She walked to Su Mingchen's side and said, "Why did you come out?" "It's cold outside. I'll go in with you." Suran said this and was about to help her in. She didn't want to fall out with Mai Hua and the others in front of her grandfather. However, even if Suran didn't want to, and Mai Hua would not let her go. She walked up to Su Mingchen in one step and slowly said, "Dad, our Ranran has become successful now. She can even go to places like nightclubs so naturally." When Suran heard this, she paused and her eyes turned gloomy in an instant. "Anton, are you free? There are still so many relatives in the Su family who haven't come yet. As a daughter-in-law, shouldn't you go to greet them? This mistress is so disgusting." Suran didn't want to bother with Enmatio for a moment, so she helped her grandfather into their house. When they arrived at the hall, Su Jinwu was talking to the guests. When he saw Suran, his face, which had been smiling brightly, immediately turned gloomy. He quickly walked to Suran and yelled, "Suran, you still remember to come back? You have brought shame to our Su family." Damn it, it turned out that he had colluded with that bitch Enmatio, just wanting to humiliate me in front of so many people so that she would completely lose her voice in the Su family. "Boss Su, Jinwu. Shut up." Before Suran could speak, Su Mingchen started to lecture her. "Ranran is my granddaughter. She came back today to celebrate my birthday. This is the old house, not your Su's house. Who dares to teach my granddaughter a lesson in my place?" Su Mingchen angrily picked up the crutch in his hand and poked Su Jinwu's shoulder. Yes, Dad. I know I was wrong. You're not in good health, so don't be angry." Su Jinwu covered his painful shoulder, lowered his head, and quickly apologized. "Ranran, let's go to the inner hall and ignore them." Su Mingchen glared at Su Jinwu, who didn't dare to say a word, snorted, and pulled Suran to the inner hall. "You little bastard, you only come to see me on my birthday every year. Do you forget about an old man like me at other times?" "No, Grandpa, I'm too busy at work and I really don't have time to see you." Suran heard this and quickly explained, "I took a special leave this time and planned to spend a few more days with you." "That's more like it." Inside the Mu group, Mu Chen sat on a very luxurious leather swivel chair, staring intently at the document in his hand, his face gloomy and his aura so low that people dared not approach him. Seeing the CEO like this, Yi Yuan couldn't help but stepped forward and asked, "Boss Mu, are you worried about something? What about the meeting later?" "Proceed as usual." Mu Chen interrupted Yi Yuan and said lightly, his eyes continuing to stare at the documents in his hand. "Suran asked for half a month's leave? Where would she go? Who would she be with?" Looking at the results of Yi Yuan's investigation, Muchen's heart was very complicated and full of doubts. Now that everything was filled with Suran's scandals, Muchen didn't know if Suran would do something stupid. Thinking of this, Mu Chen's handsome brows frowned. He quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 6: The Evil Capitalists. Inside Blue Sky Entertainment. Xu Qingyuan was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, his brows slightly furrowed, and he was racking his brains to think of a way to conduct public relations, striving to minimize the loss of interests in the matter of Suran and Fu Junyi. The phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he pinched his nose and leaned back in his chair. "Hey, President Mu, what made you call me? I heard that your company's agent Su has taken a half-month leave." On the other end of the phone, Mu Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and asked casually, "Oh, you are actually concerned about our company's agent? I saw a figure from the back in the news who looked a lot like you. Let me tell you, brother, that can't be you." A playful smile appeared on Xu Qingyuan's jade-like face. Facing this good friend he had grown up with, his tone became relaxed. "Humph, she is still a good artist supported by your company." Mu Chen snorted, "Don't let her take a vacation at home, or she will have wild thoughts. Ask her to come back to work. Even if I care about her, there's no need to force her to come back to work. This will make me look like an evil capitalist." Xu Qingyuan muttered softly when he heard this. "You are." Mu Chen sneered. Others may not know, how could he not know? Xu Qingyuan looked gentle and polite, but he was actually a fox in sheep's clothing. The fact that Blue Sky Entertainment could stand out among so many entertainment companies in S-City and become the leader in the industry showed Xu Qingyuan's means. Okay, let me play the bad guy, but you have to give me 0.5 points of profit. Xu Qingyuan took the opportunity to make a request. Okay, you evil capitalists. The old house of the Su family. Su Ran was fishing with her grandfather when she received a call from Xu Qingyuan. Selecting artists. Su Ran repeated with a frown. It doesn't matter when you choose the artist, so why ask her to go back and choose now? Seeing his grandfather standing aside with a glaring look, Su Ran quickly gave him a soothing look. I'm on vacation now. Let's talk about it after my vacation is over. Shinshu has left our company, and we are short of people now. We have to train new people as soon as possible. There is no time to lose. On the other end of the phone, the evil capitalist Xu Qingyuan spoke very clearly. But Su Ran still wanted to refuse. But he was interrupted by the other end. No buts. Agent Su, this is your job, please come back immediately, otherwise I will have to deduct your bonus for this month. Mr. Xu, you. Su Ran took a deep breath and finally responded, oh, I know. After hearing Su Ran's agreement, the tone on the other end of the phone softened a little. There are few good seedlings this time. If we train them well, they will definitely surpass Fu Junyi. After hanging up the phone, Su Ran looked at her grandfather beside her, with a flattering smile on her bright face. Grandpa. HMPH, I knew that my granddaughter is a workaholic. She will definitely go to work after receiving the call. Go ahead, get busy. Remember to come back and see Grandpa when you have time. Su Mingchen waved his hand, with reluctance and heartache in his eyes. Grandpa, I'll come to see you when I'm free. Su Ran hugged Su Mingchen and turned to rush to the company. Blue Sky Entertainment. In the practice room, several newcomers were drawing lots. Luo Xiaoxiao, wearing a windbreaker and with big wavy hair, sat on the left side of Xu Qingyuan, looking like a queen. When he saw Su Ran, he said, if you hadn't come, I would have thought you had resigned. Proper relaxation is the key to better work. Su Ran's cold expression did not change at all as she sat down on the other side of Xu Qingyuan. A punch hit the cotton, and Luo Xiaoxiao bit her back teeth. Let's start. Xu Qingyuan couldn't bear to listen to the two people making noise, so he gave the order when he saw that everyone had arrived. The first boy took a few steps forward, and Su Ran's eyes lit up. Hello, agents, hello, boss, my name is Jiang Wen, I'm 23 years old, I don't have any skills, but I can act. The boy looked a little reserved, but his superior appearance made him eye-catching enough. His height is estimated to be at least 185 centimeters tall. He is a natural clothes hanger and even an ordinary trendy sweatshirt cannot hide his slender figure. Try this scene. Luo Xiaoxiao took out a script and marked a paragraph. Jiang Wen took the script, raised his eyes cautiously, glanced at Luo Xiaoxiao casually, then quickly retracted his gaze and began to read it carefully. Well, you and you play opposite him. Luo Xiaoxiao raised her chin slightly and pointed at the man and woman standing on the left. The girl was the cute and lovely type. When she heard that she could act with such a handsome guy, she showed her two little canine teeth and said, okay, Manager Luo. Compared to Jiang Wen, the other boy was much inferior in appearance alone. Standing next to Jiang Wen, he was like an ordinary handsome boy on campus who was eclipsed by the school hunk. This is a very cliched story. The school bully and the academic bully are sworn enemies, but they both fall in love with a well-behaved and cute girl. The clip that Luo Xiaoxiao casually captured was the most cliché scene among them. The school bully who was always late for class came to school early to bring breakfast to the girl. But the girl said that she had already eaten, and then when she saw the nerd coming over, she wanted to ask him questions that he didn't know, so she chased after the school hunk. The school bully looked at their backs and felt sad. The appearance of the three of them fits the role very well. Jiang Wen, who was taciturn just now, seemed to become a different person when he was acting. He completely integrated into the role and brought out the school bully's cool and handsome temperament to the fullest. As a lonely look froze on their faces, Su Ran and Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but applaud. You three acted very well. Especially Jiang Wen. I felt so sad watching you just now. Luo Xiaoxiao joked. Really? Thank you, Manager Luo, but I think I didn't grasp some details well just now. I will work harder in the future. Suran didn't expect that after Jiang Wen finished his performance, it was as if a mechanism was suddenly opened. He looked like an icy handsome guy just now, but now he suddenly acted like a little puppy, looking at Luo Xiaoxiao with starry eyes. She actually saw some obsession in it. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Suran couldn't help but shiver, with goosebumps all over his body. Luo Xiaoxiao was very satisfied. It's more than enough to act in this kind of idle drama. Thousands of plans have flashed through her mind, and she is confident that she can make this boy a top idol. Well, Jiang Wen's performance was pretty good. Suran gave a fair evaluation, and then asked the other two, "Can you two introduce yourselves?" "Hello boss, hello agents, my name is Yarni, I'm 20 years old, and I have studied Latin dance for 13 years. The girl showed her fangs and had a lovely smile. "Hello boss, hello agents, my name is Hyujo, I'm 24 years old, and I've been a trainee for 2 years. The boy said calmly. Suran silently applauded Hyujo's spirit. Just now, she and Luo Xiaoxiao were praising Jiang Wen, but the boy's expression did not change at all. Moreover, despite the absolute outward appearance crushing him just now, Hyujo was not overshadowed by Jiang Wen's brilliance, and his performance was also very impressive. "You two performed quite well, but Jiang Wen, I want him." Luo Xiaoxiao raised her red lips domineeringly, and then raised her eyebrows at Suran, as if to protest against her. Suran frowned slightly and looked at Xu Qingyuan beside her with a half smile. "Boss Xu, are you really asking me to choose the artist?" Chapter 7 Hyujo. Of course. Which artist has manager Su taken a fancy to? I also think Jiang Wen is pretty good. Suran curled the corners of her lips and said bluntly, playing with the black pen in her hand and looking at Xu Qingyuan beside her lazily. Then Xiaoxiao. Xu Qingyuan looked at Luo Xiaoxiao in embarrassment, hesitant to speak. These two people are the company's biggest agents and the main source of the company's revenue, so they naturally cannot be offended. Luo Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and hurriedly called out, "Boss Xu, you can't be too partial. I was the first one to set my eyes on Jiang Wen. I have to act first to gain the upper hand. Manager Su was a step slower, so this guy naturally belongs to me, Luo Xiaoxiao." Luo Xiaoxiao had no scruples and openly tried to snatch him away. Facing Suran's half-smiled red lips and Luo Xiaoxiao's unwilling eyes, Xu Qingyuan had no choice but to point the finger at the newcomer so that he would not be held responsible. "Jiang Wen, these two are our Blue Sky Entertainment's top agents. It's your luck that they both chose you. Why don't we give you a chance to choose this time? Which agent do you want to choose?" Hearing this, Jiang Wen pursed his lips and looked up at Luo Xiaoxiao. His tone was hesitant, but his eyes were firm. "Both agents are famous, but I still want to choose Sister Xiaoxiao." When Luo Xiaoxiao heard that the newcomer had chosen her, she was delighted and raised her chin proudly towards Suran. Xu Qingyuan, who was standing aside, looked at the two of them and held his forehead helplessly. These two people are the company's treasures. Since Jiang Wen had no intention of following her, Suran couldn't force him. She looked at Hyujo, who had been looking down at Jiang Wen. "It's okay. Jiang Wen and Hyujo both have great potential. I originally wanted to train both artists at the same time. Since Jiang Wen wants to work with Agent Luo, then let Jiang Wen be managed by Agent Luo. I will take care of Hyujo." Suran tapped the table lightly with the pen in her hand and gave Hyujo a sweet smile. "What do you mean by giving in?" "It's because the other person doesn't want to follow you. There's nothing I can do about it," Luo Xiaoxiao said dissatisfiedly. "Congratulations to both of you. I look forward to your wonderful performance." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Xu Qingyuan quickly spoke up and simply ended today's new employee interview. After accepting a new artist, Suran quickly developed a series of training plans for him. Performance classes and talent classes were fully arranged in her daily training schedule. Over the years, she had devoted all her attention to that scumbag, which resulted in her not having any artists to show off. So, Suran naturally had to be extra attentive to Hyujo. She hopes to make Hyujo famous quickly so that she can maintain her position in the circle. "Do you think it's too tiring to work from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.? Suran quickly called Hyujo and asked. I thought children of this age couldn't endure hardship, but I didn't expect Hyujo to be unusually calm and sensible. "Sure, I'm not afraid of hard work." Hyujo's voice was low, with a hint of firmness in his tone. Hyujo said he was not afraid of hard work, and Suran didn't care at first, because she just thought that Hyujo, as a newcomer, wanted to become famous overnight. After all, she had such artists before. But they eventually became restless and many of them couldn't persist, feeling that there was no result. That day, Suran worked overtime in the company until 9 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the night scenery outside the windows, Suran thought that everyone should have gone off work. But when she finished packing and passed by the practice room, she found that the lights were still on. The practice room near the corridor was all made of transparent glass. Through the glass, Suran saw Hyujo alone inside, repeating his dance moves over and over again in front of the mirror. "It's so late, why haven't you rested yet?" Suran pushed open the door and asked softly. Hyujo, who was concentrating on practicing, was startled. Seeing Suran at the door, he quickly turned off the music and ran to her. "Sister Suran." Suran looked at the sweaty Hyujo, took out a bottle of water from her bag with some concern, handed it to him, and said with concern, "It's getting late, go back and rest early. We'll practice tomorrow." Hyujo took the water handed to him by Suran and took a few sips. After hearing Suran's words, she quickly shook her head and said, "The dance teacher said that I didn't do many of my moves well and lacked continuity. I don't have a solid foundation, so I just wanted to practice more. Practice makes perfect." Suran originally thought that he was not afraid of hard work just because he did not dare to disobey her as his agent, but she did not expect that he was actually so hardworking. "Okay then, don't push yourself too hard." After hearing what Hyujo said, Suran didn't say anything else, but just gave him a reminder. Hyujo pursed his lips and smiled, nodded, wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead with his hand, and said, "I know what I'm doing. Sister Suran, you should go back and rest earlier. I'll practice some more." After leaving the company, Suran couldn't help but call Hyujo's training instructor. Hearing Suran asking about Hyujo's situation, the teacher couldn't help but praise, "Hyujo, you are a good seedling. You don't have the impetuousness of a teenager. You can concentrate on your studies and are hardworking and perseverant." After hanging up the phone, Suran sent a message to Ju Susu. "Suran, check Hyujo's background." Early the next morning, Ju Susu took the documents and pushed open Suran's office door. "Sister Ran, all the information you asked me to look up is here." Hyujo's parents divorced when he was young. His father was a gambler who ignored the family. His mother worked hard to raise 2 children alone. When he was just a sophomore, his sister was hospitalized due to frequent heart attacks. The daily hospitalization fee alone was as high as thousands of yuan. The doctor also suggested that they replace their heart as soon as possible. The huge cost of surgery was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for a family that was not rich to begin with. Ju Susu looked at the information in her hand and reported to Suran, "Hyujo worked very hard, but it was just a drop in the bucket. On a whim, he chose to enter the entertainment industry. Although he has a delicate appearance, he is not noticeable in this entertainment industry full of handsome men. After 2 years of training, he has no chance to stand out except for playing some small roles occasionally." When Suran heard this, she let out a long sigh and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Hyujo. Suran unconsciously turned the swivel chair, thought for a moment, picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Director Wu, is there a vacant second male role in Shanghai? I have a new actor who wants to get an audition opportunity." After hanging up the phone, Suran's frown finally relaxed and she called Hyujo to her agent's office. "I have some friendship with Director Wu of Shanghai, and I have secured an audition opportunity for you to play the second male lead in Shanghai. But it's just an audition opportunity. Whether you can be selected depends on your own performance." Hyujo couldn't believe it, male number 2. After playing supporting roles for so many years, he never thought that he would one day audition for the second male lead. Suran raised the corners of her lips slightly, gave Hyujo an encouraging smile, and said, "Yes, although you are the second male lead, your character is very likable. If you act well, you can gain a lot of fans." "Thank you, Sister Suran." Hyujo stood up excitedly and bowed deeply. "I know everything about your family. Don't worry about resources. I will try my best to get you more good resources." Suran paused, then raised her eyebrows again and warned, "But as a manager, I still have to say something ugly. I don't work with artists with bad personal ethics. I don't want you to take any wrong path. Do you understand what I mean? This Fu Junyi is simply a huge stain on her career. Once bitten, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. I will never allow an artist with character problems to work under me again. Hyujo was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and said solemnly, I understand, Sister Suran, don't worry. Hearing this, Suran waved her hand and signaled Hyujo to go back to practice. Here, Muchin was sitting in the huge office. His elegant mahogany desk was filled with documents waiting for him to review and sign. Since that night, Mu-chen hasn't seen Suran again. He doesn't know whether it's because he's afraid or because he's busy with company affairs. He picked up the bank card that Suran had left for him and looked at it carefully. The charming scene of that night appeared in his mind. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly, and his face began to heat up. Suran that night was a beauty on earth, charming and moving. Mu, President Mu. Just when Mu-chen was lost in thought, Yi Yuan's voice accompanied by a knock on the door brought him back to his senses. Mu-chen quickly put away his smile, turned his usual serious face, and said, What's the matter? Yi Yuan, who was standing at the door, had seen Mu-chen's performance just now. He suppressed his desire to laugh and reported, You have an appointment with the CEO of Chen Securities today. He is waiting in the conference room now. Got it, I'll be there right away. Mu-chen said, and his attention returned to the bank card in his hand. He rubbed the numbers on it with his thumb, sighed, put it back into his wallet, stood up and followed Yi Yuan to the meeting room. On the day of the audition, Suran, as the agent, naturally had to accompany Hyujo to the audition site. But unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in the waiting room, he saw the person he least wanted to see in his life. Fu Junyi. Several female stars surrounded him with infatuated looks on their faces, chatting with him with admiring eyes, while Fu Junyi smiled brilliantly like a peacock spreading its feathers. Suran sneered and took Hyujo to find a seat. Suran. Fu Junyi was quite sharp-eyed. He could still see her even when surrounded by so many people. Suran raised his head impatiently, his eyebrows and eyes were cold, and he said, What's wrong with you? You brought a new person so soon. He doesn't look that good either. Fu Junyi looked at Hyujo critically, with a smug look on his face. Suran, has your vision become worse, or have you lost hope after leaving me? You can only find this kind of trash to bring along. Chapter 8, The Scumbag Loses. I still remember what you said at the beginning. Aren't you going to bring up a new star to replace me? Just relying on him. Fu Junyi sneered. What can he do? Fu Junyi, don't overestimate yourself. Suran raised his eyebrows and leaned lazily on the chair. Receiving the warning in her eyes, Fu Junyi shrank for no reason, then realized something was wrong, and pulled himself together again, looking up and saying, Today is the audition for the second male and female roles, right? An unknown newcomer wants to compete for the second male role. He straightened his back and felt confident. He is also here today to compete for the second male lead. Mountains and Seas is a big production and it is directed by director Wu. The first male lead has already been decided to win the Best Actor award. If he can compete for the second male lead, it will be considered a significant achievement in his resume. There are so many candidates competing for the second male lead, but none of them is as good as him. He has 30 million fans, and his popularity is unstoppable among the new male artists. He also has Su Muqing as his backer. He is determined to get this role. After thinking for a while, when he looked at Suran again, it seemed that he had already secured the role. Suran, since you were my agent, I am willing to help you. After I join the crew, I can see if there are any minor supporting roles missing in the play. Then I can say a few good words to Director Wu and arrange for this newcomer to join. As long as you. Suran curled her red lips slightly, as if smiling, and interrupted him directly, You are quite confident. Don't forget that all your previous resources were given by me. If you leave me, you will be nothing. Fu Junyi was annoyed by Suran's obviously mocking look and snorted, We'll see. Due to time constraints, only Fu Junyi and Hyujo had not yet auditioned. The two were called in at the same time, one after the other. Hyujo was in the front, and his expressiveness was extremely strong. Even without anyone acting with him or performing with any physical objects, he still seemed as if he was the character himself. After watching Hyujo's performance, Fu Junyi's face turned pale and blue. He never expected that this newcomer was so strong. After Hyujo finished his performance, Suran gave him a thumbs up, then sat aside with her legs crossed, watching Fu Junyi's expression changing like in Sichuan opera, which was very exciting. Fu Junyi didn't know what audition clip he had drawn, and his expression seemed to become even uglier. It was not until Fu Junyi started performing that we realized that he had drawn one of the most difficult segments, the one where the second male lead has a drastic change in personality. After all, he was an artist she had personally trained. Although Fu Junyi's emotions were not particularly well rendered, he was able to perform the entire segment smoothly without any mistakes. Okay, we will inform both parties' agents of the audition results. Director Wu said politely. After Su Ran politely exchanged a few words with Director Wu, she left with He Yuzhou without looking back, not even glancing at Fu Junyi. After everyone left, Director Wu thought about it and made a phone call. Mr. Mu, today we are casting for the second male lead in Mountains and Seas. There are two artists who I think are good and I would like to ask for your opinion. Director Wu spoke politely and respectfully, only because the person on the other end of the phone was the biggest investor behind the show, the president of Mu Group, Mu Chen. What a coincidence. These two are both artists managed by Su Ran's agent, but one of them is Fu Junyi, who has already terminated his contract with Blue Sky Entertainment. There is another one, a newcomer that manager Su just brought in. This newcomer is quite talented, but he is not very famous. Director Wu paused. Fu Junyi is famous and has many fans, and his acting skills are also pretty good. As a director, he still thinks He Yuzhou's acting is more spiritual. But he is not the only one who has the final say on this drama. Capitalists always pay more attention to the rate of return, and Fu Junyi is very popular. What's the newcomer's name? Mu Chen asked in a deep voice without changing his expression. Hearing this irrelevant question, Director Wu was stunned. He Yuzhou. Just choose him. Director Wu was slightly startled when he heard this, but soon he put on a smile and said, okay. President Mu really has a good eye. He Yuzhou's acting skills are really amazing. I can say that he is the most outstanding newcomer I have ever seen. What? He actually picked a new person. Here, when Fu Junyi received the news that he was not selected, his face instantly became gloomy and his eyes were filled with resentment. It must be Su Ran. She must be the one who wants to take revenge on me. I don't know what tricks this woman used to get Director Wu to listen to her and choose a newcomer to humiliate me. Humph, I really underestimated this woman. Fu Junyi said with a gloomy face and gritted his teeth. She still claims to be innocent, bar. What should we do now? The assistant at the side said anxiously. The play Mountains and Rivers can be said to be a big play in S+ this year. If we miss it, we will definitely. It's okay. I have my own way. Fu Junyi's eyes were gloomy. Upon hearing the news that He Yuzhou was selected, Su Ran's delicate eyes and eyebrows were filled with a smile, and she admired He Yuzhou even more. This seedling is a good choice. Before I was happy enough, my cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Su Ran didn't think much about it and answered, hello. Su Ran, let's talk. Fu Junyi's greasy voice on the other end of the phone made her frown involuntarily. We have nothing to talk about. Su Ran said coldly. Don't be like this. Fu Junyi coaxed, I'll wait for you at the Hilton Weston restaurant at 6 o'clock tonight. No. After saying that, Su Ran was ready to hang up the phone. If you don't come, I will go to your office or your house. I don't think you want me to disturb your life, right? Fu Junyi had already expected that Su Ran would definitely not accept the invitation, so he threatened. How shameless he is. The coldness between Su Ran's eyebrows became even more intense. You dare. Don't worry, I just want to chat with you. I won't bother you. I'll wait for you in the evening. Fu Junyi softened his tone. As if he was certain that she would agree, Fu Junyi hung up the phone after saying that. Beep, beep. Hearing the hang-up tone, Su Ran angrily threw the phone on the table. Based on her understanding of Fu Junyi, he would really do such a bastard thing. It seems that she really has to go to this appointment. In the evening, Hilton Weston restaurant. Su Ran wore a light blue dress with her long curly hair draped over her shoulders, looking very classy and elegant. In order to help Fu Junyi attract investment, I was exhausted like a dog every day and had no time to dress myself up. Although this dinner was not her original intention, but since she decided to go, she must not lose face. As soon as Su Ran arrived, Fu Junyi pulled out a chair in a gentlemanly manner and said, I ordered your favorite filet mignon for you. Suran skipped the chair he pulled and sat on the one next to it. No need to ask for food, just tell me what you want from me. I know you must still be angry with me, so you found a newcomer to snatch Director Wu's resources away. Fu Junyi spoke very logically, his eyes occasionally glancing at the beautiful Suran in front of him. Suran was almost laughing at his words, and said mercilessly, "You are just a soft-footed shrimp who eats gigolo meals, is it worth my anger? You have no ability and can't fight for resources, so don't use the word rob, you don't deserve it." You. Fu Junyi's forehead was bulging with veins. Seeing Suran's clown-like expression, he held back his anger. "I know you are just saying this in anger, but you don't have to pick an inexperienced newcomer to get angry with me. Aren't you destroying your own reputation? Once the news is officially announced, how will people in the entertainment industry laugh at you? I also know that if I leave, you will have a hard time in Blue Sky Entertainment, and my fans are scolding you. Ran, I still have you in my heart." Fu Junyi looked at Suran affectionately and reached out to hold Suran's hand. "Why don't you tell Director Wu that I will play the second male lead in Shanghai? I will also make it clear to my fans that you helped me to fight for this resource, and ask them to stop scolding you." Chapter 9, First Love Girlfriend. Suran was almost laughing at Fu Junyi's shameless words. It was obviously Fu Junyi who bit back first, and then led fans to attack his agent, but now he actually wants him to help speak good words, as if he was selling his face to Potian. Still pretending to be affectionate, it's really disgusting. Fu Junyi, stop disgusting me here. Whether the newcomers I bring will be laughed at by the entertainment industry is not up to you. Suran opened her red lips, shook off Fu Junyi's hand, and said coldly with disgust in her tone, "Aren't you hooking up with Sumuching? If she wants to help you get a resource, isn't it easy for her to get it? How come you're tired of her so soon?" Seeing Fu Junyi's face turning pale, Suran smiled with interest, then turned and left. Fu Junyi, who stayed where he was, had a livid face and gritted his teeth. "If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." When Suran came, she had no plan to have this so-called meal with Fu Junyi. She asked her assistant to buy lunchboxes early, and returned to the company to eat the lunchboxes while working overtime. Halfway through the shift, Ju Susu ran in a panic. "Sister Suran, did you meet Fu Junyi at noon?" "What?" Suran frowned, having a bad feeling. There are many marketing accounts on Weibo, which revealed that you and Fu Junyi were in and out of the Hilton Westin restaurant at noon, and also said that you were pestering Fu Junyi. Ju Susu was hesitant to speak. Suran opened her Weibo and saw a barrage of insults under her post. "Fu Junyi's little darling, you. How disgusting. You can't make ends meet without our cash cow, Junyi, and you still come to pester and harass our brother. Junjun's beloved, Newma's agent, please get out of here and don't get involved. The contract has already been terminated, but he still wants to hype up our Junyi. Junyi, stop talking. This woman even invited Junyi to a Westin restaurant for dinner. I don't know what her purpose is. She always wanted to throw herself at Junyi. Damai, you don't deserve it." Even Fu Junyi's big fan personally stepped in and posted a Weibo. "I only love Mr. Fu in this life. I just hope that some people can take care of themselves, so that my brother can concentrate on his career. It's too ugly to pester him." Although Suran was used to Fu Junyi's brainless fans making stupid remarks, her hands were still shaking with anger. "Sister Suran." Ju Susu beside her called out in a worried voice. "It's okay." Suran took a deep breath, a cold light flashed in his cold eyes, he threw the phone on the table, rubbed his nose, and sighed. "What is going on? Why did you go to see Fu Junyi?" Ju Susu frowned. She didn't believe a single word in the news. This should be the press release bought by Fu Junyi. Suran said coldly. Not only did she find a marketing account, she also bought a lot of internet trolls to uniformly guide public opinion and deliberately fabricate the incident to make it appear that she was pestering Fu Junyi. The photo of her walking out of the Westin restaurant with a cold face was actually interpreted as her being angry because she was rejected by Fu Junyi. When big fans personally take part, it is usually instructed by the star's studio behind the scenes to bring out all the fans' anger. He invited me to dinner and forced me to give up the second male lead role in Shanghai. I disagreed. He then turned black into white and bought articles to discredit me. Har. Suran sneered and explained to Ju Susu in a few words. They actually used such a despicable method. Ju Susu was filled with righteous indignation. They even used fans to attack you. This is really too much. What should we do now? Ju Susu asked anxiously again. He is a star, and I am just an agent. No one will believe any statement I make. Only solid evidence can make people buy it. Suran analyzed calmly. The next second, Suran sneered, her eyes were unbridled, her expression was cold and arrogant, and she looked like an omnipotent strong woman again. I just don't want to teach a dog a lesson. Since he wants to bite people, I don't mind slapping him in the mouth. Having said that, Suran immediately perked up, turned on the computer, and prepared to do some public relations. But she didn't expect that before she could take any action, a shocking piece of news would appear on the internet. A person who claimed to be Fu Junyi's first love girlfriend revealed on Weibo that Fu Junyi had abused her many times and would PUA women. After each abuse, he would beg for her forgiveness, PUA her spirit, causing her to forgive him again and again. It was also revealed that Fu Junyi was dating multiple women at the same time and seamlessly transitioned to a new girlfriend. Not only did she write a long article detailing her experience, she also posted many pictures, including a photo with Fu Junyi, a full-face photo of Fu Junyi wearing a bath towel and with his upper body naked, multiple scars from domestic violence, and chat records with Fu Junyi. 1 hour after the Weibo post was published, it became a hot search headline with a red word, explosion, following it. The tearful words, coupled with all kinds of solid evidence, almost nailed Fu Junyi to the rack of shame. The onlookers all despised this behavior. Angela couldn't come out. I thought he was being harassed by his agent and felt sorry for him, but I didn't expect it to be such a disgusting scumbag. This world is cool, PUA women are the most shameful. All female compatriots should wake up and get rid of him. You are also excellent. I am a brick, I will be moved wherever I am needed. There are only 0 times and countless times of domestic violence. Only useless trash will beat women to feel superior. I hate domestic violence men the most in my life. Internet surfer, I have never heard of Fu Junyi before. It is disgusting to know him in this way. Get out of the entertainment industry. There are always villains who want to harm me. It's so easy to make money in the entertainment industry. The male stars look decent, but they do dirty things behind the scenes. Fu Junyi's crazy fans can't believe that their brother is such a person, and they are still frantically posting comments in an attempt to sway public opinion. Junjun's beloved, don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. I don't believe Junyi is that kind of person. Junyi, Suran must have bribed someone to forge this. Don't think that you can just throw dirty water on Junyi just because you find someone who looks like our brother. I only love Fu Jun in this life. At Fu Junyi, brother, someone is slandering you, come and dispel the rumors. As long as you say it, we will believe it. Of course, there are also many rational fans who are heartbroken by the collapse of the fan base and have unfollowed and stopped being fans. In an instant, the entire internet was waiting for an official reply. Marketing accounts were jealous of the popularity and also posted articles with topics related to domestic violence, PUA, cheating, etc., guiding users' discussions and pushing the popularity to a new climax. Now, no one cared about Suran and Fu Junyi meeting at the Hilton Weston restaurant anymore. Fu Junyi's crazy fans no longer had time to scold Suran. They were all anxiously waiting for their brother to clarify. Sure enough, if you walk on the road at night too much, you will always run into ghosts. Fu Junyi has fallen into a ditch this time. Ju Susu said with glee after seeing the news. However, Suran lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Fu Junyi has been with her for so many years, but this first love girlfriend has never come out to expose the secrets. Suran didn't believe that it was just a coincidence that he suddenly appeared at this critical juncture and revealed such a shocking piece of news. Who is helping her behind the scenes? Susu, find out who asked this girl to post the Weibo and see if you can find the person behind it. Suran ordered in a deep voice. Okay. Chapter 10, Meeting with Meng Wanjuan. Sister Ran, this time we are able to take on this big production of Mountains and Rivers. Do you think we should treat Director Wu to a meal to express our gratitude? Ju Susu reminded after taking a look at the schedule. Suran just remembered what he said, nodded quickly, took out her phone, and quickly dialed a number. Director Wu, to thank you for giving my artist this opportunity, I would like to treat you to a meal. When do you think it is convenient? Don't be so polite, it's just a small matter. I think the kid has good acting skills. If he works hard, he will become a great talent in the future. Thank you for your good words, but I still want to treat you to a meal. Do you think you can do me the honor? There was silence for a few seconds, and the person who answered quickly agreed, tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Embar, is that okay? Okay, I will visit you on time. Suran grinned, trying to make her voice sound sweeter. She can be said to be starting over now. Who made her so blind to sign an artist like Fu Junyi? The sky outside the French window had already turned dark blue, and the stars dotted around it, creating a somewhat desolate feeling. Suran simply tidied up her desk, turned off the lights, and left. Passing by the practice room, through the dim light, I can vaguely see a familiar figure inside. Suran pushed the door open, stretched out her hand and knocked gently on the wooden door, interrupting, "It's so late, why aren't you leaving yet?" Hyujo was a little flustered and accidentally knocked over the candle he had lit. The fire went out, but the hot wax accidentally burned his hand, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Suran turned on the light, walked towards him with a serious expression, pulled him up, and walked into a small suite at the side. This suite is a simple bathroom in the lounge, equipped only with a sink and a makeup mirror. Suran turned on the faucet, and involuntarily put Hyujo's hand under the faucet, frowned, and blamed, "Why don't you turn on the light?" This is the second question Suran asked. The intense burning sensation on his hand subsided a lot. Hyujo lowered his eyes, looking a little flustered. He opened his mouth, but didn't know which question to answer. Seeing that he was silent, Suran did not press him. After confirming that there were no scars on his hands, she sighed and asked, "Are you practicing your acting skills?" When she approached this side just now, she vaguely heard a few lines of dialogue. She couldn't hear them clearly, but the emotions were very strong. Hyujo nodded. "Why don't you turn on the lights? Light a candle." At this point, Hyujo lowered his head in shame. Manager Luo said that if I don't get off work on time, I shouldn't waste company resources. When Suran heard this, she immediately laughed out of anger. Oh, what resources is she talking about? Electricity bills. It's really ridiculous. Hyujo lowered his eyes and did not respond. When did she say that? Suran curled her lips, and a hint of anger flashed in her bright starry eyes. This Luo Xiaoxiao has even bullied her artists. Hyujo lowered his eyes slightly, bowed his head, pursed his lips, and said hesitantly, "An hour ago." 1 hour ago. This means that the child practiced his acting skills in front of the mirror for more than an hour. Does this mean you don't need eyes? Can you see clearly? Suran couldn't tell who was being childish for a moment. She had no choice but to do so. Ever since she lost the artist Fu Junyi, her status in the circle was obviously not as good as Luo Xiaoxiao's. Although Xu Qingyuan still allocated equal amounts of resources to herself and Luo Xiaoxiao, the outside world's perspective was obviously different. Although she doesn't care about the outside world's opinion, she still wants to prove with her actions that Suran has never relied on Fu Junyi to gain a foothold in the industry. She sighed and gently patted Hyujo's shoulder as a comfort. "You are my artist, you don't have to listen to her, now and in the future, understand?" Hyujo seemed unusually calm and responded, "I understand." The cruelty of life made Hyujo learn to accept it at an early age, to avoid trouble as much as possible. Suran didn't expect that Hyujo would take Luo Xiaoxiao's joke to heart. After all, he was still a newcomer and didn't have the arrogance of Fu Junyi. Suran let out a long sigh and sent Hyujo back to the artist apartment. He seemed very sensible from beginning to end and did not say a single unnecessary word. Before leaving, Hyujo slowly opened his mouth to thank her. Sister Suran, thank you." Suran was somewhat helpless, but still reminded, "If your hand still hurts tomorrow, remember to tell me, your health is your capital, everything else is just a passing cloud." Hyujo hummed lightly, his back looking a little lonely. Early the next morning, Ju Susu sent Suran the chat records between herself and the woman who revealed that she was abused by Fu Junyi. The woman's name was Meng Wanyan, and her profile showed that she was an accountant for a small company. "Sister Ran, that woman said that unless it's you, she won't meet you." Ju Susu looked at the information and said with some embarrassment. After all, this woman's origins were unknown, and she didn't know whether Suran would be in danger if she went there. Appointment. Suran made the final decision and asked Ju Susu to arrange a meeting. She always does things neatly and efficiently, so naturally she doesn't waste too much time. When Ju Susu heard this, she quickly made an appointment with Meng Wanjuan, and the other party quickly sent the address. At 3 p.m., Suran arrived at the Ching Cheng cafe as scheduled. While waiting, she turned on the recording to be prepared. After a while, a woman with elegant temperament in a white dress sat down opposite Suran with a smile on her face. Suran raised her eyebrows and took out her cell phone to compare. TSK, when did Fu Junyi become so unpicky? The eyebrows and eyes are similar, but nothing else is similar. The face is a little stiff due to excessive plastic surgery. Based on her years of experience as a manager, Suran guessed that 3 parts of the body were touched up: the eyes and nose, and probably hyaluronic acid injections. Tell me, what do you want? Suran curled her red lips slightly, as if smiling, leaning lazily on the chair, her beautiful eyes looking at her. How could she not know what this woman is planning after being active in the entertainment industry for so many years? Her experience is a bit shallow. The calculation in his eyes was almost exposed. Meng Wanjuan smiled softly, took a sip of coffee, and said, "What do you want to know?" What a beautiful Lin Daiyu. Her every frown and smile exudes an endearing aura. Suran sighed inwardly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and opened his thin lips slightly. Who is behind you? Ms. Su, what are you talking about? I thought you wanted to dig up information about Fu Junyi. After all, you are his ex-girlfriend. Do you know me? Suran raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman in front of him with some confusion. Meng Wanjuan smiled lightly, her stiff face wrinkled slightly because of this large movement. You are famous, who doesn't know it? Don't give me that. Do you want to tell me or not? If not, I'm leaving. Suran got her bag and stood up decisively, not wanting to get entangled with Meng Wanjuan any longer. You're losing your temper so soon. I haven't revealed the explosive news yet. Suran became interested after hearing this. She went back to her seat, took a sip of the coffee in front of her, and asked with a smirk, "What's the big news?" Ms. Su, this price. Meng Wanjuan made a gesture to ask for money. This is the rule in the circle. Suran saw the calculating look in her eyes and knew that this woman was definitely someone who would turn against her for money. She shook her head helplessly, put her hands on her chest, and said, "How much do you want?" At least this amount. Meng Wanjuan stretched out 3 slender fingers and made an offer without any hesitation. 300,000. Seeing her nod, Suran sneered, took out a check from his bag, signed his name on it, and handed it to Meng Wanjuan. Now you can tell me. Meng Wanjuan checked the check Suran handed over, and after confirming that there was no problem, she put it in her bag. Thank you, Miss Su, I knew you were a sensible person. Suran looked at the woman in front of him and finally understood why the old fox Fu Junyi fell. After all, Meng Wanjuan was very cunning. I'm pregnant with Fu Junyi's child. What did you say? Suran looked at her in disbelief, and then said solemnly, Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Now we only need one step to bring him down. What are you up to? I'll find a chance to meet him, and then I'll trick him into going downstairs, causing me to have a miscarriage, and then I'll drag him into this. The viciousness in Meng Wanjuan's eyes made Suran frown. What made her so vicious and cruel? If her pregnancy was real, it would be a bit too much to gamble with her own child. However, she didn't bother to care about the grudge between her and Fu Junyi. She just wanted to know who was helping her behind the scenes. She didn't believe that Meng Wanjuan was the manipulator of the whole thing. There must be someone behind the scenes fanning the flames. That's not the answer I want. But the money you gave is only worth this material. Meng Wanjuan smiled sinisterly. Miss Su, we are all women who have been hurt by Fu Junyi. You just need to watch the joke and don't have to do anything. Isn't this a good feeling? Suran's eyes were instantly filled with coldness. He frowned, said nothing, and just stared at the woman in front of him. Ms. Su, thank you for your kindness. Goodbye. Meng Wanjuan smiled faintly, picked up her bag and left the cafe. Boss, your arrangements have been completed. When can I expect the balance to arrive? In an empty corner, Meng Wanjuan took out her cell phone and made a call. I've called. The man on the other end of the phone said in a low and magnetic voice without any emotion. Boss, aren't you afraid that she will tell Fu Junyi about what you asked me to tell her? She won't. Then boss, the 300,000 that Miss Su gave me. You keep it. After you take the money, be honest with your mouth. Got it. When Meng Wanjuan heard this, she smiled flatteringly and said, Of course, boss, don't worry. I'm the most tight-lipped person. I will never tell anyone. The person on the other end of the phone didn't respond and just hung up. Chapter 11, Social Death Scene. When Suran returned to the company, a girl with a high ponytail came up to her and said anxiously, "Sister Ran, something bad has happened. Something happened to Hee-Yoo-Jo." Hearing this, Suran immediately became nervous and quickly asked the girl to lead the way. When she pushed open the door of the practice room, Luo Xiaoxiao was standing next to Jiang Wen with a serious face, while Hee-Yoo-Jo was lying on the ground with a painful look on his face. Seeing this scene, Suran's anger reached its peak, and he stepped forward to pull Luo Xiaoxiao. "Manager Luo, what are you doing?" After that, he helped Hee-Yoo-Jo, who was lying on the ground, up and asked softly, "Are you okay?" "Fine." "He is fine, but our Jiang Wen is in trouble. Look at his face, it's all swollen. We have a commercial tomorrow, how are you going to let Jiang Wen shoot it?" Luo Xiaoxiao glared at Hee-Yoo-Jo fiercely. If it weren't for Suran, she would have wanted to slap Hee-Yoo-Jo in the face. Suran glanced coldly at Jiang Wen, who was standing beside him. There were indeed some bruises at the corners of his eyes, but there was no sign of swelling on his fair little face. The girl with the ponytail briefly explained the situation while leading the way. Basically, Hee-Yoo-Jo and Jiang Wen had a dispute, and finally Luo Xiaoxiao came to seek justice. "Tell me what's going on." Suran stared at Jiang Yen coldly, her red lips slightly parted. Suran's eyes made Jiang Wen shudder. Luo Xiaoxiao glanced at him, and he instantly gained confidence and said, "I just came here to use the lounge, and he didn't give it to me and beat me up." Suran sneered when she heard this. She knew Hee-Yoo-Jo's temper, how could he take action over such a small matter? "Yoo-Jo, you say?" Suran glanced at Hee-Yoo-Jo and spoke in a softer tone. Hee-Yoo-Jo lowered his eyebrows and pursed his lips and said, "I'm sorry, Manager Su, I shouldn't have caused trouble." How much injustice must one have suffered to be able to say such words? Suran's heart was filled with ripples. She felt sorry for this sensible big boy. How old was he? "Yoo-Jo, I told you that you are my artist. If you have any questions, just tell me and I will make the decision for you." She just wanted to protect her shortcomings. No matter what happened, the artists of her Suran family could not be wronged. Moreover, she didn't believe that Hee-Yoo-Jo would hit someone. Hee-Yoo-Jo hesitated to speak, and finally said slowly, "Sister Suran, it's the same as what he said, but I didn't hit him, I didn't leave the practice room, and I accidentally pushed him down during the scuffle." As expected, Jiang Wen must have exaggerated the matter. She also knew Luo Xiaoxiao's personality. She had always been somewhat hostile towards her, and she could not bear it any longer when she heard that her own artist was being bullied. Suran rolled his eyes at Luo Xiaoxiao and said with a gloomy face, "Luo Xiaoxiao, did you hear that? It was just an unintentional push. Who on earth made it sound so serious?" Luo Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, glanced at Suran, and said, "You just listened to his one-sided words and said it was a simple shove. Our Jiang Wen was actually injured, look at his swollen face. Isn't it edema?" Suran sneered, a hint of sinisterness flashing in his eyes. "You mean I'm deliberately picking on you? Isn't it?" Suran retorted. She and Luo Xiaoxiao had never gotten along well. Whether at work or in life, the two of them were always competing with each other. Even using more of the company's electricity can be said to be a waste of resources. "Is there anything you can't do?" Suran sneered and said yin-yangly. "You?" Luo Xiaoxiao was so angry that she couldn't speak for a moment. She could only stare at her big eyes to express her anger. "What do you mean by I? If you have any questions, go check the surveillance." Suran's brows became even colder. "Luo Xiaoxiao, keep a close eye on your artist. If he is bullying my artist, I will have no choice but to intervene and discipline him." After Suran finished speaking, she hastily arranged for Hee-Yoo-Jo and left the company. If she hadn't had an appointment in the evening, Suran would have really reported this to Xu Qingyuan. In the evening, the stars were shining brightly, and the nightlife of S City had just begun. Suran changed into a black dress and went to the appointment. A Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance of M Bar, attracting the attention of passers-by. Suran glanced at it inadvertently, wondering which stubborn kid came here to have fun again. As soon as she reached the door, Suran saw a familiar figure. Isn't that the male waiter she met before? She remembered that she gave him some money to keep him away from this industry. Why is he still here? "Sister." After seeing Suran, Mu Chen immediately showed a bright smile, with a clear light flashing in his eyes, and waved at Suran. When Suran heard this, the memory of that night flooded into her mind in an instant, and she couldn't help but tremble. Now she could only practice the art of invisibility. "Sister, why are you here again? Are you a regular here?" Mu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Suran, and asked slowly. "Hush!" Suran looked around and pulled Mu Chen to a corner. After confirming that there was no one around, she slowly said, "Didn't I give you money to keep you away from this industry? Why are you still here?" Mu Chen did not answer. His slender eyebrows were a little too feminine, but his eyes were extremely clear. Seeing this, Suran thought of those people in the bar who offered themselves to her in the hope of getting a role through her connections. She thought that maybe he wanted to act and wanted her to act as a go-between. Suran narrowed her eyes slightly, and saw that he was dressed in a formal suit, and looked quite decent. Could it be that he had made a plan? Well, considering that she had slept with him once, she should help him. After all, he was only 22 years old, and she should not let him fall into the abyss. "Oh, forget it. I'll help you again. I'm going to meet a big director today, let him arrange a role for you," Suran said, then took his hand and walked into M-Bar. Mu Chen lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought, but did not push her hand away. The corner of his mouth curled up into a barely perceptible smile. Suran pulled Mu Chen into the box. Director Wu was sitting next to several beautiful ladies. When he saw Suran, he said cheerfully, "Suran, you." When he saw Mu Chen standing beside him and their hands clasped together, he was petrified on the spot. For a moment, Muchen's previous actions had a reasonable explanation. Director Wu immediately smiled like an auntie, nodded at Suran, and said, "Sit down." Suran suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, she just wanted to thank Director Wu for choosing Hyujo today. Now she asked for the role as soon as she opened her mouth. She felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Helplessly, Suran still pulled Mu Chen to sit down and slowly said, "Director Wu, I want to trouble you again." Director Wu wanted to say hello to Muchen, but Muchen just shook his head slightly. What's the matter?" Director Wu smiled kindly. "Do you think it's possible to arrange another role for you in your play?" Suran offered to give up the seat and asked tentatively. Director Wu pointed at Mu Chen in surprise and asked, "Him?" "Yes, look at how handsome he is, much more handsome than many first-line stars. And he has a good figure, not to mention." Suran spoke faster than her brain. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have exposed something just now, and quickly changed the subject and said, "Director Wu, you can take a look at his acting skills. Do me a favor, we have known each other for so many years, just do me a favor." "No way." Director Wu took a sip of wine and sighed helplessly. Suran was a little distressed and continued, "Any role will do. Look at his delicate features. It would be fine if he could show his face." Director Wu was stunned, and glanced at Muchen from time to time. "No, this is really not possible, I can't make the decision." Mu Chen leaned comfortably on the sofa, finding it very interesting. He smiled lightly but did not say anything to stop it. Suran became even more anxious. After all, she was a gold medal agent. How could she not be able to get even a small role in front of outsiders? "I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt." Suran continued to ask, "Why can't you make the decision? You are a big director, does Director Wu think that our relationship is not good enough?" Director Wu frowned, swallowed and said, "I don't dare. What's there to be afraid of with a small role?" "Director Wu, you are not kidding me." A complex emotion flashed in Suran's beautiful eyes. Director Wu couldn't hold back his excitement after hearing this. He looked at Mu Chen behind Suran and said helplessly, "Boss Mu, what drama are you talking about?" "Mr. Mu." Suran was in disbelief when he heard this. "You don't know yet, Xiaosu, this is the investor of Shanghai, the president of Mu Group, Mu Chen." Suran's eyes were bigger than copper bells. She was so shocked that she couldn't even say a word. No way. Mu Chen. Anyone living in S City knows the Mu Group, which controls the economic lifeline of the entire city. The Mu Group is involved in catering, entertainment, culture, transportation, etc. The name Muchen would make people tremble when they heard it. Director Wu's words were undoubtedly like a bolt of lightning, striking her directly on the forehead, leaving her burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into right now. Suran felt a little embarrassed for a moment, and forced a smile and said, "Do we have anything else to do? Or should I leave first?" Fortunately, Mu Chen didn't care much and raised his hand to signal the ladies to go out. Director Wu would also read the signal and quickly ask the waiter to open the wine. "Don't worry about it, Xiaosu. President Mu doesn't mind. Since you're here, come and have a drink with me." Mu Chen didn't say anything, but just raised his eyes slightly to look at Director Wu, who was about to hand the wine glass to Suran. "Mr. Mu, I'm under the control of my wife. I'm leaving first." Facing Mu Chen's cold eyes, Director Wu paused in handing over the wine. He swallowed, finally poured the glass of wine into his stomach, and quickly found an excuse to leave. Seeing this, Suran cried in her heart, "Director Wu, don't go. Don't leave me alone. Wu, Director Wu. You're leaving now. How about we have a drink? I haven't thanked you for giving our Hyujo a chance." Director Wu. Suran wanted to make a final struggle, but the result was not satisfactory. Director Wu was just trying to save his life, so he ran away in a flash. Chapter 12, Mr. Mu's Labor Income. All of a sudden, their whole box became quiet, and Suran wanted to go back immediately. Password. Mu Chen's low voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Huh? What password? Bank card password. Miss Su forgot it. You gave me a bank card, but you only gave me the card without the password. How can I use it? Muchen looked at Suran with a wicked smile on his face. He took out the bank card given by Suran and moved closer to Suran. His dark eyes showed a hint of charm under the warm light. President Mu is so rich, how can a mere 200,000 yuan catch his eye? Suran smiled awkwardly when she heard this, and reached out to take the bank card from Mu Chen's hand. Seeing this, Mu Chen retracted his hand, held the bank card in his palm, curled his lips and smiled playfully, and said, "This is the income from my hard work, why shouldn't I want it? I am still waiting for Miss Su's money to find a good way out and become a good person." When Suran heard the words, "income from labor," she suddenly felt the temperature on her face rising. She now really regretted the beastly thing she did when she was drunk. She raised her eyes to glance at Mu Chen and found that he was looking at her with a gloating expression, which made her even more angry. Damn it! This Mu Chen. He's clearly just trying to make fun of me. Suran felt embarrassed and confused by what Muchen said. After all, she had been working in this society for so many years, so how could she be attracted by a kid who was almost 5 years younger than her? Suran quickly picked up the wine in front of him and drank it all in one gulp, as if to give himself courage. Suran adjusted her mood and immediately showed her charming smile. She said with sparkling eyes, "The password is my birthday. How come Mr. Mu knows my preferences so well? He wouldn't be unaware of my birthday." Although Suran was drunk that day, she could still vaguely remember some fragments, including Muchen's slightly shy self-introduction. Mu Chen's dull look at that time was in stark contrast to his seductive look now. When Mu Chen heard this, he curled his lips and smiled softly, leaned down, leaned close to Suran's ear, and slowly said, "I see, then, thank you for the reward, sister." Muchen's actions made Suran's limbs stiff all of a sudden. He was at a loss and stood there in a daze. "Suran, can you be more promising?" Suran cursed herself inwardly, forced a smile, and squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "No need to thank me, it's what Mr. Mu earned from his hard work." Mu Chen looked at Suran, who was blushing but pretending to be calm, and thought she was very cute. He reached out and touched Suran's head, and said, "Sister, please go back early. I'll leave first. Don't get drunk again." After saying this, Mu Chen smiled at Suran, then pushed the door and left, leaving Suran alone in the huge box, regretting secretly. Suran, what bad luck do you have? You finally indulged yourself this time, but the target is Mu Chen. Mu Chen is your biggest boss now, and you still have to support him. Drinking will cause trouble, drinking will cause trouble. Suran let out a long sigh, picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. The purpose of this party was to thank Director Wu. After Director Wu left, Suran felt bored drinking alone, so she packed her bag and went home. The next morning, Suran slowly got up from the bed, turned on her cell phone and saw that Ju Susu had called her dozens of times. What happened to Susu? Suran thought something big had happened and quickly pressed the callback button. Ju Susu was very happy to see Suran's call, and quickly said, Sister Suran, I have some good news for you. After Fu Junyi terminated his contract with you, he joined our rival Brilliant Entertainment. But as soon as the news came out yesterday, Brilliant Entertainment quickly terminated the contract with Fu Junyi, and Fu Junyi owed a lot of liquidated damages. You deserve it. Suran laughed sarcastically and said, I guess the headline news today is Fu Junyi. As she spoke, Suran went on Weibo. The headline was indeed Fu Junyi. Meng Wanjuan wrote another long article introducing that she was more than 4 months pregnant and wanted to discuss with Fu Junyi how to deal with the situation. Unexpectedly, Fu Junyi pushed her down the stairs cruelly, causing her miscarriage. Pictures reveal the truth. The most explosive news is the recording she sent, which contains Fu Junyi's chilling voice. First he said he would give her money to send her abroad, but then they had a big fight. A better explanation is that he accidentally pushed Meng Wanjuan down the stairs during the argument and ran away afterwards. For a while, the internet was flooded with curses directed at Fu Junyi, as if wishing to break his spine. Yishan Wei Li, I never thought that Fu Junyi would be such a person. If the staff hadn't called 120 in time, there would have been 2 deaths. Meng Ji, it's really a weirdo opening the door for a weirdo. This Fu Junyi is really weird. I didn't believe it before, but now it's getting dark. Piapiayu, how can there be such scum? As a star, shouldn't they set an example? What kind of cow mom style is this? Boycott, must boycott. Rain or shine, how could he have the heart to do this? The world is so fickle. Seeing the comments from netizens, Suran couldn't help but think of what Meng Wanjuan said to her yesterday. The efficiency is quite high. Suran said to himself. I Junyi, you believe the groundless rumors. Brother Yi would never do that. Someone must be maliciously framing him. Junyi is my husband, that's right, even if Junyi brother really did such a thing, we are still his strongest supporters. Seeing this, Suran couldn't help but sneer. Being handsome really means you don't have to worry about anything. This is the legendary view that your values are determined by your appearance. Most of Fu Junyi's fans are minors. This kind of view orientation has a terrible influence. Suran shook his head helplessly, just watching the fun. The overwhelming wave of online opinions intensified, and more people knew about it. Fu Junyi's career was hit hard, and he hid in his apartment, feeling extremely depressed. He had just been terminated by the company and owed a lot of liquidated damages, and then his cell phone number was leaked. The phone kept ringing like a life-threatening message, with people calling to curse him. He was so angry that he turned off his phone and logged into Weibo using a spare phone. The number of people who spoke up for him could be counted on one's fingers, and all his former friends had directly posted on Weibo to announce that they had severed ties with him. The more miserable a person is, the more people will take advantage of him. When he thought that all this was caused by that woman Suran, Fu Junyi clenched his fists, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Fu Junyi gritted his teeth and called Su Muqing. Muqing, it's me. Fu Junyi. Fu Junyi suppressed his bad mood and spoke in the gentlest voice. There was silence for a while, and then a faint response, oh, what's wrong? Fu Junyi said somewhat embarrassedly, my current situation is a bit difficult. There was a faint sound from the other end, and nothing else happened. Fu Junyi took a deep breath and begged, Qingqing, you believe me, right? Only you can help me with this matter. How do you want me to help you? Use the Su family's fame to help me with crisis public relations. You have a good plan. Didn't Brilliant Entertainment help you? Su Muqing said perfunctorily, as if she was not listening to him at all. Fu Junyi was stunned and said helplessly, they terminated the contract with me. My career has been hit hard. They did a risk assessment. All in all, given his current condition, it is impossible for Brilliant Entertainment to spend a huge amount of money to protect him. Are you willing to help me? Qingqing, you are my girlfriend. I broke off my relationship with Suran for you. Fu Junyi said excitedly. He was now isolated and helpless. He hooked up with Su Muqing for the present. Think about it. Su Muqing's voice was still indifferent, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. Please, help me. Believe me, as long as this storm is over. A busy tone came, and Fu Junyi realized that Su Muqing had hung up the phone. Fu Junyi was distraught as he watched those fans on Weibo who had claimed to love him turn into messengers of justice and curse him continuously. Some people even spend a lot of money to find out their own addresses. Seeing this scene, Fu Junyi's resentment towards Suran deepened. Fu Junyi wrapped himself tightly and went to the bar he frequented most often. This is a place where you can enter as long as you pay. Fu Junyi laughed at himself and said to the bar staff calmly, "Brandy." Then he found a very secluded corner, took off his hat, sat down and waited for the waiter to serve him wine. It was drizzling outside the window, and the raindrops wet the window, leaving streaks. It was raining in his heart too. If I hadn't left Suran at that time, would everything have been different? After all, that silly woman Suran would never leave me no matter what happened and would do her best to help me. Unlike Sumuching, who always keeps me hanging even for help. Drinking alone. Suddenly, a very charming woman sat opposite him, her fiery red lips slightly curled, and her laughter seemed a little ironic. Fu Junyi looked up with empty eyes and glanced at her. He had seen this woman before. She is Suran's rival, Luo Xiaoxiao. At that time, he was still Suran's key artist. As her competitor, Luo Xiaoxiao naturally also had an artist who was similar to her. There is nothing in life that is difficult to overcome. It just depends on whether you want to overcome it or not. Luo Xiaoxiao's eyebrows were filled with a hint of warmth, but the contempt in her eyes seemed to overflow. She gently took a sip of the Long Island iced tea in her hand. Fu Junyi frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" He was not a fool and could not hear the hidden meaning in her words. Literally. "You want to help me?" "Of course, otherwise why would I be here talking to you for so long?" Luo Xiaoxiao was determined to win, and said with a smile, "Don't forget, you were a famous cash cow in Suran's hands at that time." Chapter 13 Betting Agreement. It's not like I can't make a comeback. If you and I join forces, I can pull you out of the abyss. You only have one chance. Seeing that Fu Junyi was still hesitant, Luo Xiaoxiao spoke slowly, with a hint of threat in her tone. Luo Xiaoxiao's words were indeed very tempting. She simply wanted to join forces to bring down Suran. Fu Junyi's dilated pupils gradually regained their brightness, and he smiled bitterly. "I'm red and black now, and I'm in a ditch, how can you help me?" It is undeniable that Luo Xiaoxiao is his only lifeline. Luo Xiaoxiao disagreed. "Don't forget, Suran and I are both the top agents of Blue Sky Entertainment. I have the same resources as she does. What's more, her reputation in the circle has always been not very good. You have no use value to brilliant entertainment, so you will naturally be abandoned. You just have to trust me now." Fu Junyi was silent for a moment, and finally responded, "Then please." Luo Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and extended a hand. "Happy cooperation." The second day. Several well-known marketing accounts have appeared online, claiming that Meng Wanyan is a habitual fraudster who has repeatedly taken advantage of men and used her knowledge to defraud high amounts of hush money. The article is well-reasoned and includes pictures, revealing that Meng Wanjuan had been the mistress of many wealthy men, most of whom were married. "I made a lot of money and lived a very comfortable life. When the lover is tired of playing and wants to break up, she will use threats and inducements to get a large breakup fee." Married men were afraid that the news would be known by their wives, and since they were all well-known figures, it would be bad if the news got out. In addition, Meng Wanjuan would act coquettishly and say something nice in the end, and they were not the kind of people who lacked money, so they naturally gave it to her. After this marketing account was exposed, Fu Junyi's fans finally have something to say. "Fu Junyi's little darling, knowing that you are the third person, Lao Jie, you are still speaking for this kind of woman. I don't know what means this woman used to seduce my brother. Our brother has never been in a relationship, so he was deceived by this kind of woman. Isheng Isha, a miscarriage. Whose child is this? Have you done a paternity test? I'm afraid it's because the child is not Junyi's, so she deliberately miscarried to smear him." The onlookers were also angry this time. "I thought I was upholding justice, but who would have thought that these two people were not good people and were used as a gun by this woman? What a waste of feelings. The entertainment industry is so complicated that it is hard to tell the real from the fake. I have a bold guess. Those people had paid enough money before, so everything was fine. So the question is, could it be that Fu Junyi didn't pay enough money, and since she was a celebrity, Meng Wanjuan threatened to expose the secrets, and as a result, the two of them lost their balance and didn't reach an agreement, so Meng exposed the secrets. The above person guessed the truth. If these marketing accounts hadn't leaked the information, men would have won sympathy and made a fortune. TSK, U1S1, although these two people are not good people, I always feel that they have been tricked. Think about it carefully. When Fu Junyi's fans saw this hot comment, they immediately identified themselves with the person who commented on it. Yishin Yi, I just terminated my contract with a manager named Su who was paying me back, and now there is a rumor going around. Some people are really despicable. Yong'er Jun Yi, if there were no marketing accounts, my brother would have been killed by the agent named S. Some people want to be destroyed if they can't get what they want. It's really disgusting. Netizens are all Sherlock Holmes. Not long after the topic became a hot topic, many negative facts about Meng Wanjuan were uncovered. It is somewhat consistent with what the marketing account said. Now, Fu Junyi's reputation is finally not one-sided. Fu Junyi is wrong, and Meng Wanjuan is not a good person either. The internet is so developed nowadays that anything can be turned upside down online, and public opinion can be used to put pressure on the parties involved. How many people have been driven crazy by public opinion? Keyboard warriors, please stop biting like mad dogs, okay? In today's society, men must also know how to protect themselves. If you don't cheat, you won't be threatened. Men, wake up. You think you're just looking for a gentle place to have fun, but maybe someone is eyeing you as a piece of fat meat to take advantage of. In Blue Sky Entertainment, Luo Xiaoxiao's fiery red lips curled slightly, her eyebrows and eyes were confident and flamboyant. She put the tablet on the desk and spoke. How's it going? Did I handle it well? Fu Junyi has been living like a street rat for so many days, and today he finally feels refreshed. Very good, thank you Agent Luo. This is the contract prepared for you. Take a look at it. If there is no problem, sign it. Luo Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, took out a black pen from the drawer and handed it to Fu Junyi. In front of the two was an artist signing contract. Fu Junyi picked it up and looked at it carefully for a few minutes. He couldn't believe it but was secretly happy in his heart. The share ratio increased by 10%. That's right. Luo Xiaoxiao said proudly, Luo Xiaoxiao, am not like some people who never mistreat artists. I will definitely strive for the greatest benefit for you if I can. What's more, I think this is an investment. From now on, it depends on you, this potential stock. Fu Junyi signed his name readily, with undisguised desire and ambition in his eyes. Don't worry. It's a pleasure working with you. The two shook hands. The cooperation between the two was seen by Ju Susu who happened to pass by. She ran into Suran's office in a rage and said, Sister Suran, Luo Xiaoxiao is simply going too far. What's wrong? Suran was puzzled and looked at her with a puzzled look. Luo Xiaoxiao signed Fu Junyi. Ju Susu pouted, her face flushed with anger. She is just going against you. She signed him in on purpose to annoy us. I heard that she was the one who solved all the scandals about Fu Junyi. Suran's bright and beautiful face instantly turned cold, and she went to Luo Xiaoxiao's office without saying a word. Luo Xiaoxiao, what do you mean? Suran asked coldly. Luo Xiaoxiao crossed her legs, her pair of red high heels glaringly conspicuous. Oh, it's rare for Manager Su to come to my place. Why do you look like you're here to accuse me? Luo Xiaoxiao asked knowingly, and then pretended to understand. Oh, I see, Manager Su wants to ask about Fu Junyi, right? Suran sneered, with undisguised disdain in her cold eyes, and raised her thin lips slightly. Luo Xiaoxiao, stop pretending. It's hard for you to go to such great lengths to whitewash an artist who is surrounded by scandals in order to annoy me. Luo Xiaoxiao's delicate and flamboyant face also showed some annoyance. She raised her chin and said sarcastically, Suran, you think too highly of yourself. I just like Fu Junyi's potential. He has been with you for so long, and he must have made a lot of money for you. It's a pity that you are not capable enough to retain people or create stars. When Fu Junyi comes to me, I will definitely help him reach a higher level. Really? Suran curled his lips sarcastically. How about we make a bet? What are you betting on? Luo Xiaoxiao was unwilling to be outdone. Let's bet on this year's Best Actor award. Suran said casually without thinking, since you think your ability to create stars is better than mine, then let's see which of us can lead the artist to win the award. How about that? It seems that the only newcomer under you is Yu Zhou. But don't say that I won unfairly when the time comes. Luo Xiaoxiao said sarcastically. It's okay. I'll bet with you using Hyujo. If Hyujo doesn't win the Best Actor award, I will leave Blue Sky Entertainment and completely quit the entertainment industry. Su-ran's cold eyes were confident and assertive. Luo Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned, but she didn't expect the bet to be so big. She smiled and said with determination, "Okay, then we'll see." Passing by the practice room, Su-ran saw Hyujo practicing the look of a scene over and over again. The gloom disappeared and she smiled with relief. Although Hyujo's appearance is average, he has a tough guy look and his acting range is not easily limited. Su-ran had already made some plans for Hyujo's development. However, now that she has made a bet with Luo Xiaoxiao, if she wants a newcomer to emerge as soon as possible, she has to plan more carefully. To this end, Su-ran made inquiries from various sources, searching for good scripts and crews, and contacting Hyujo for more resources. In the past few days, Su-ran has also found out a lot of good scripts for the next year. She read through them carefully one by one. The configurations, roles and status of these crews were all different. From the leading actor to the third male lead, from famous directors to new directors, the types of character settings also have their own merits. Su-ran has only one criterion when searching for a script, that is, the character must be outstanding. Although Su-ran thought all these scripts were good, there was one that she particularly liked. This is a professional type script with low investment but novel setting, directed by cutting-edge director Qin Yang. Su-ran had met director Qin at a dinner party before, and they chatted and exchanged business cards. Now that he was free, Su-ran quickly took out his business card and made a call. "Hello, Director Qin. Hello, I'm Su-ran from Blue Sky Entertainment. Do you remember me?" Su-ran said with a smile. "Oh, Agent Su, remember me, remember me. An agent as beautiful as you is even more beautiful than many female stars in the circle. How could I forget you?" Director Qin smiled brightly on the other end of the phone. "Thank you for the compliment." Su-ran said politely, "I remember hearing that Director Qin was preparing a new play. The script is really good. I have a new actor here. I wonder if he can get a chance to audition." Director Qin asked, "Which role do you want to audition for?" "The leading male character." Su-ran opened her red lips. As for the leading male role, there are quite a lot of competitors. Director Qin hesitated to speak. Su-ran understood immediately, "I understand, it's just an audition opportunity, it doesn't matter if I'm not selected." "That's of course no problem. I'll let you know once the audition time is confirmed," Director Qin said with a smile. However, Su-ran waited for nearly a week but received no news or notification. She asked her assistant to inquire, but heard that the audition for Director Qin's play had already ended. Su-ran made another phone call to inquire about this matter. Unexpectedly, Director Qin's reaction seemed even more surprised than hers. "The male lead is Jiang Wen, and is from Blue Sky Entertainment. Before the audition started, an agent named Luo Xiaoxiao came to me alone with an artist and showed me a new actor. I thought he acted pretty well and was a good match for my character. I auditioned a lot of people later, but none of them were as good as him, so I signed a contract with him. At that time, manager Luo said she was from Blue Sky Entertainment. I thought you asked her to come." Then he realized that something was wrong and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Manager Su, I didn't expect." The unfinished words made Su-ran look embarrassed. "In our own company, the corruption among agents is so ugly. Next time, I will definitely cooperate with you next time," Director Qin added embarrassedly. After the call was hung up, a sinister look flashed across Su-ran's cold eyes. There is no doubt that her resources were leaked. As expected, the one who knows oneself best is one's enemy. Luo Xiaoxiao has actually gone so far as to find out about her resources in advance, bring artists over first, and engage in such unfair competition. Chapter 14 is on the hot search again. New York Style Bar. Muchen searched the booths one by one, and finally saw a familiar figure in the middle of the dance floor. Luo Xiaoxiao was wearing a black suspender top, a hip-hugging leather skirt, and was dancing happily with her long wavy hair swinging. Many men were approaching her, looking her up and down with lustful eyes, and the bolder ones had already started interacting with her. A man with a silver earring in one ear and punk-style clothes twisted his waist and interacted with Luo Xiaoxiao face to face. He winked at her and tried to put his arm around Luo Xiaoxiao's waist. Unfortunately, although he was dressed very fashionably, he was already in his 30s and probably frequented bars a lot. His eye sockets were sunken, he had a lot of fine lines, and his eyes were greasy. One wink made Luo Xiaoxiao almost vomit out her dinner. Luo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes imperceptibly. How greasy! Just as he was about to pull away, his wrist was grabbed. Mu Chen pulled her and looked at the man with disgust. The cold air around him made people stay away from him. After leaving the dance floor, Mu Chen's expression became better. He said coldly, "You are my cousin, so I have no right to say anything to you. But shouldn't you be more careful about yourself? What good will it do you to come to a place like this? I'm in a good mood recently, so I indulge myself occasionally." Luo Xiaoxiao curled her flaming red lips, her eyes lazy and wanton. "I know my limits." Walking to the booth, Luo Xiaoxiao sat down casually, raised her eyes and asked nonchalantly, "Do you have something to talk to me about? You took away Su Ran's resources." Mu Chen said straight to the point, with a hint of anger in his tone. "You're well informed. You must have been paying close attention to Su Ran's movements, right?" Luo Xiaoxiao said with a smile, without commenting. Mu Chen was silent for a moment. He had indeed been asking people to report news related to Su Ran. So when he found out that Luo Xiaoxiao had snatched Su Ran's resources, he couldn't help but come to find her. "Don't interfere in what happens between us." Luo Xiaoxiao sneered. "I know you have always disliked her, but competition should be healthy." Mu Chen said in a deep voice, "You secretly snatched her resources, which was not fair." "What? You dare to come and lecture your sister?" Luo Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, curled her lips and snorted coldly. "It's just a matter of fact." Mu Chen's expression did not change, and then his face relaxed. "Sister, please return the resources that belonged to Su Ran to her." Luo Xiaoxiao was not annoyed, but she refused to admit the word return. Instead, she said, "If you want me to give her the resources, it's not impossible. As long as you promise to go on a blind date with me and stop getting entangled with this woman Su Ran, I will agree to give her this resource. What do you think of this exchange?" Luo Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and stated her purpose very naturally. She and Su Ran are not only competitors, she is also Mu Chen's sister. Su Ran has a lot of negative information in the industry, and she really doesn't want her brother to be entangled with such a person. Mu Chen's face turned cold. "There's no way I'm going on a blind date. It's even more impossible to give up Su Ran." In this noisy bar, Mu Chen's expression was firm and his words were powerful. "Then do you think I could let her go?" Luo Xiaoxiao asked back provocatively. Seeing Mu Chen's gloomy face, Luo Xiaoxiao advised like an elder, "Mu Chen, it's not that I don't agree with you being together and I'm targeting her on purpose, but because this woman is not a good person. You should know about her previous relationship with Fu Junyi, right?" Luo Xiaoxiao paused, and then said, "The resources she is fighting for this time are also for a newly signed artist under her, named He Yuzhou. Since you pay attention to Su Ran every day, you must know everything clearly. But you only know the surface, not the inside. I, your sister, work in the same company with her every day, and I see it clearly. Su Ran and this He Yuzhou seem to have a very special relationship." Luo Xiaoxiao smiled meaningfully, and added in a serious tone, "The agent is entangled with the artist every day. Mu Chen, think carefully about what your sister said. You don't need to worry about what's going on between her and me." Mu Chen frowned and said coldly, "I won't go on a blind date either." "You've really been bewitched by her." Luo Xiaoxiao didn't expect Mu Chen to be so stubborn. She was so angry that her usually delicate and flawless face was distorted. After Luo Xiaoxiao finished scolding, she took a deep breath and turned cold. "In this case, I will not give the resources to Su Ran. It's a fair competition between her and me. If she doesn't have the ability to get the resources, it's not my fault. Mu Chen, I advise you to just stand by and watch this matter. Since you are determined to do so, I'll leave first." Mu Chen frowned and turned to leave. Luo Xiaoxiao stood up subconsciously with an ugly look on her face, and couldn't help shouting, "Hey!" Seeing that Mu Chen didn't even turn his head, Luo Xiaoxiao stomped her feet in frustration, and her 10 centimeters high heels made a crisp and harsh sound on the ground. Unexpectedly, my brother's heart is so inclined towards Su Ran. Even though she had already exposed Su Ran's fickle nature, Mu Chen still believed in Su Ran. Luo Xiaoxiao frowned, her eyes filled with jealousy and ferocity. Since this is the case, she can only let everyone know Su Ran's true appearance under the mask. She wants to ruin Su Ran's reputation. Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to make a phone call. Her tone was cold. Hey, I have a task for you, the fee is negotiable. Back at the apartment, Muchen stood firmly by the floor-to-ceiling window, a glass of red wine in his hand, overlooking the night view of the entire city through the glass window. With thousands of lights on and the place bustling, his heart slowly calmed down. Mu Chen took a sip of the red wine in his glass, opened his phone's address book, and dialed the most recent caller. Yi Yuan, how is the relationship between Su Ran and her newly signed artist He Yuzhou? Mu Chen found it difficult to speak, so he asked cryptically, and after asking, he coughed twice unconsciously. I despise myself for this behavior from the bottom of my heart. He has no name or status, so even if Su Ran wants to be with someone, there is nothing wrong with that. But he felt that since Su Ran had just been hurt by that bastard Fu Junyi, she shouldn't be with someone else so soon, especially when that person was an artist under her. Assistant Yi Yuan naturally knew what his CEO was thinking, and quickly said, Miss Su has been conscientious and responsible, and has been negotiating good resources for Yuzhou. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Mu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and confirmed again. Is there anything else, Mr. Mu? Yi Yuan paused and confirmed carefully, his tone rising a few points unconsciously. Mu Chen felt relieved. Since Yi Yuan said so, he knew nothing about it. If Su Ran really had something going on with He Yuzhou, with Yi Yuan's ability to handle affairs, it is impossible that he would be completely unaware of it. Mu Chen's expression changed, and he returned to his usual calm and composed demeanor. He said simply, it's okay. Go check He Yuzhou and send me a copy of his information. Although Su Ran did not have this intention, others might not be unintentional. He Yuzhou is a newcomer, so it is possible that he wants to take shortcuts and do some unconventional things. It's never a bad thing to be a little more careful. Su Ran has taken He Yuzhou to many places in the past few days. Not only auditions for new plays, but also other resource activities. Because He Yuzhou is a newcomer, even if he has acting skills, he must first increase his popularity among the audience. Otherwise, when the new drama comes out, people will only watch the drama and not recognize him. It is still necessary to show his face appropriately. What capital cares about most is profit. If an actor has his own traffic, he will be more likely to be chosen by capital and gain more high-quality resources. Therefore, Su Ran tried her best to arrange various resources for He Yuzhou. It was essential for him to take part in a variety show. After the variety show made He Yuzhou a little popular, he could talk about a few advertisements. By the time the new drama came out, she believed he would have a small amount of traffic. Today, Su Ran took He Yuzhou to a small cocktail party, where there were many variety show directors. When they arrived at the banquet hall, Su Ran started to socialize like a qualified socialite, smiling sweetly all the way and bringing He Yuzhou to show off in front of various directors. After everyone had greeted them, Su Ran was able to catch his breath. He pinched his brows and looked tired. I'm going to take a rest. I'm so tired. He Yuzhou nodded quickly, his eyes full of gratitude. Sister Su Ran, you've worked hard. There's a sofa over there, why don't you go sit over there for a while? I'll get you some snacks. Hearing this, Su Ran nodded and sat down on the sofa beside her. He Yuzhou also picked up a few snacks and handed them to Su Ran before sitting down. Su Ran leaned on the sofa to rest for a while, but her body was still tense and her demeanor was unchanged, without slumping down. Before she finished eating a piece of tiramisu, He Yuzhou, who was browsing his phone, suddenly turned pale and said, Sister Su Ran. Seeing his helpless expression, Su Ran frowned, and had a bad feeling in her heart, and asked, what's wrong? We've been exposed, just check it out on the internet. He Yuzhou is usually sensible and calm, but this time he looked like he was about to cry. Su Ran picked up her phone and opened Weibo. On the hot search, the first one was Fu Junyi's former agent met the new actor again and behaved intimately. Clicking on the hot search, it turned out to be a revelation from a well-known paparazzi in the circle. At Hot News. Fu Junyi's former manager Su Ran and his newly signed artist He Yuzhou have been secretly dating many times. They have been in close contact and behaved intimately, which seems to be a new relationship. When Su Ran saw the picture below, she felt ridiculous and angry. These pictures are all photos of her taking He Yuzhou to look for resources in the past few days. There are photos of her accepting things handed by He Yuzhou, her handing He Yuzhou water, and her taking He Yuzhou in and out of restaurants, etc. Su Ran couldn't help but pull the corner of his lips. These days the paparazzi are really good at making up stories out of nothing. As an agent, she takes care of the artists and takes them to look for resources. Even if they have been out late at night and have a meal together, their behavior can become intimate and they seem to be in love. The comment section below is mostly negative and less rational. Suran is such a badass. First she started a scandal with Fu Junyi, then she went looking for a prostitute, and now she's hooking up with a newly signed artist. Can a beautiful woman really do whatever she wants? Now I feel a little sorry for Fu Junyi. Suran is really a fickle woman. How can she be involved with so many men? This woman looks very sexy. Disgusting. Shameless Sue must be relying on her status as a manager to bully newcomers. Our brother just got rid of her, and she's here to bully others again. Little brother, run away, don't be under this woman's control. But it seems that Suran and Hyujo didn't do anything intimate. Aren't these all normal behaviors? This is Hua Ge's revelation. If there is no truth in it, how can Hua Ge release it? The relationship between the two of them is not pure, don't try to wash it away. Suran looked at the news and felt even more headache. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, there were very few stars who could be on the hot search every other day like her, not to mention that she was an agent. Suran turned off his phone, threw it aside, and let out a long sigh. She still has a gambling agreement with Luo Xiaoxiao, so she doesn't have time to take care of these things. However, regarding this hot search storm, she has a candidate in her mind for the culprit. Chapter 15, Sujo CP. Seeing Suran's pretty face turn pale, Hyujo felt even more guilty and said, "Sister Suran, these netizens are really making things up. It's all my fault that I got you into trouble." Seeing Hyujo's incoherent appearance, Suran comforted him in a deep voice, "This matter is directed at me. You have done nothing wrong. They are just trying every possible way to discredit me. Instead, I have implicated you. But if you look at it from another perspective, this is not a bad thing. Black and red are both red. As long as you prove your strength, we will be innocent and the rumors will be broken on their own." Her face was calm, as if she would not be defeated by anything, which made Hyujo calm down and nodded heavily. At this time, the Su family. And Maihor was sitting on the sofa with a smile on her face, constantly checking her cell phone. She was in a good mood and laughed from time to time. Seeing her in such a good mood, Su Muqing asked curiously, "Mom, what are you doing? Why are you smiling so happily?" "Muqing, you're here just in time." And Meihua's eyes lit up, and she patted the seat next to her, motioning her to sit next to her. After Su Muqing cooperated and sat down, and Maihua quickly handed over the phone, "Look." Su Muqing's face changed when she saw the hot searches on Weibo on her phone. As her fingers continued to slide down, Su Muqing's heart sank as she saw those shocking comments. And Maihua, who was standing by, didn't notice her daughter's expression. Seeing that her daughter was still reading Weibo, she said impatiently and proudly, "Suran, that little bitch, is having a lot of fun. She has exposed such a big scandal and has brought shame to the Su family. Fortunately, she never admits that she is the daughter of the Su family. That's fine too. I don't think she has the qualifications to compete with us. If you ask me, this new guy she found isn't as good looking as that Fu Junyi. Hey Muqing, find a way to get in touch with Hyujo and lure him over as well." "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Suran is not that kind of person." Su Muqing couldn't control her emotions and scolded loudly. And Maihor was talking excitedly when she was startled by Su Muqing's scolding. She was stunned for a moment, and a hint of anger appeared on her well-maintained face. She stiffened her neck and said, "Why are you mad at me? You saw it with your own eyes. The paparazzi took the picture. How can it be fake? How did Suran treat us mother and daughter? Are you still speaking for her? How much of the news in the entertainment industry is true?" Su Muqing had a cold and ugly face that frightened Maihua. Su Muqing returned the phone to Maihua and stood up hurriedly, "Mom, I'm going to go out for a while. Don't tell Dad about these things anymore." And Maihua was a little slow to react. "Hey, what are you going to do?" After she came to her senses and thought about Su Muqing's warning, she realized something and shouted angrily, "Su Muqing, come back here. Don't even think about helping Suran." Su Muqing ignored the roar behind her and walked away without looking back. After walking out the door, Su Muqing thought for a while, then quickly took out her cell phone and made a call. "Senior, are you free to come out for a cup of coffee? I'll treat you. Inside SJ Coffee Shop." When Su Muqing arrived, Xu Qingyuan had already arrived. As soon as he saw her, Xu Qingyuan's eyes unconsciously softened. He pulled out a chair for Su Muqing very gentlemanly, and after Su Muqing sat down, Xu Qingyuan walked around and sat down opposite her. I ordered you a latte, is that okay? Su Muqing was adjusting her clothes and looked up in surprise. Latte was her favorite, and no one had known her preference for a long time. Senior is so thoughtful, thank you. After chatting about their recent situation, Su Muqing finally couldn't help but express her intention. Senior, I have something to ask of you. You said it, and I will definitely help if I can. Xu Qingyuan raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then smiled gentlemanly. My sister, Su Ran. There have been a lot of rumors about her in the past 2 days. Many netizens have been scolding her. She is not a star in the entertainment industry. What these netizens said is really too harsh. Su Muqing frowned, with worry in her eyes. Xu Qingyuan nodded in understanding. I understand, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Thank you, and I'm sorry to bother you as soon as I arrive after not seeing you for so long. Su Muqing said gratefully. This is part of my job. One of them is my company's agent, and the other is an artist. I must protect their reputation. I should also let those who talk nonsense know that our company's public relations are no pushovers. A sinister look flashed beneath Xu Qingyuan's gentle gold-rimmed glasses. Then I'll trouble you, senior. Su Muqing relaxed her brows and smiled gently. Then she immediately thought of something and bit her lip, embarrassed to say it, but, can you please not tell Su Ran about this matter I'm asking you to help me with? I won't say much. There was hidden heartache in Xu Qingyuan's eyes. Thank you. Su Muqing's expression completely relaxed. Xu Qingyuan's work soon appeared on Weibo. Many of the internet trolls were well educated and controlled the comments, posting many positive remarks. For a time, the situation of comments was reversed. If I had Su Ran's looks, I would find 30 men and kick out any who don't behave. Su Ran is single. She hasn't cheated on him, why are you ranting here? Since when have I been criticized by others for finding a boyfriend? I was blind and didn't choose the right person before. Isn't it reasonable to dump him and find another one? Are there any sisters who think they are a good match? The CP combination of a little milk dog and a caring queen, I am a fan. +1 to the above, I can't do it anymore, I have to make the editing of Suzhou CP, I will recommend it to you guys when I finish it. Me too, I pick out the sweetness in the details. Sisters, look for yourselves, in this picture, Su Ran is still holding the big bag, and in this picture, Hyujo took it on his own initiative. He must be heartbroken, and he doesn't want his sister to carry so many things. And this one, the look in Hyujo's eyes when he looks at Su Ran, this is clearly a doting look. If this is not love. Many CP fans are crazy about finding sweet details, and many ordinary actions can become meaningful under their interpretation. When many clips of Suzhou CP came out, accompanied by romantic BGM, the overflowing pink bubbles made many netizens exclaim that it was so sweet. All of a sudden, many people started shipping this pair of newcomers Xiao Naigo and his royal sister agent, and there were even a lot of fanfiction about the pair on Weibo. Mu's group. Luo Xiaoxiao was wearing a red dress and a top hat of the same color, swaying gracefully. The assistant at the door said with a bitter face, Miss Luo, if you don't have an appointment, you have to wait for me to inform you. Get out of the way. Do I need to make an appointment to see my brother? Luo Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, looking impatient. Then, regardless of the assistant's attempts to stop him, he pushed the door open and walked in. Mu Chen waved his hand, indicating that the assistant was fine, raised his eyes and said calmly, Sister, why are you here? Take a look for yourself. Luo Xiaoxiao opened her phone, found the Suzhou CP super topic, and handed it over. Mu Chen flipped through it casually. Even though he tried to control himself, he still felt jealous. He said in a deep voice, What do you mean by showing me these? What do you think? Luo Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and said deliberately, Before I said that Su Ran and Hyujo had a special relationship, didn't you refuse to believe it? Now their whole network knows about it. Look for yourself. Netizens have sharp eyes. They have found all these things that are wrong. So stop deceiving yourself. Listen to my sister. I've seen so many men and women in the entertainment industry, and I know them very well. Such women are not worthy of your true love. Luo Xiaoxiao patted Mu Chen's shoulder and seduced him step by step. Mu Chen's Adam's apple moved, his whole body tensed up, his heart was filled with mixed emotions, but he still said, I can tell what kind of person Suran is. Sister, before there is solid evidence, I hope you won't jump to conclusions based on these rumors on the internet. If you have nothing else, please leave first. I have a meeting next and will not be able to chat with you. After saying that, Mu Chen returned the phone to Luo Xiaoxiao, lowered his head, and started looking at the documents as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Mu Chen was so stubborn, Luo Xiaoxiao stared in anger and said unwillingly, You can check it out online yourself. The evidence is right in front of you. Don't be stubborn. The blind dates my sister arranged for you are all with ladies from famous families. They will definitely not be like Suran. You should think about it carefully. After the words fell, there was silence. Muchen didn't even raise his head. Apart from the rustling sound of flipping through documents, there was no other sound. Luo Xiaoxiao stamped her feet in anger, snorted coldly, and left angrily. After Luo Xiaoxiao left, Mu Chen no longer had the heart to work. Even if he tried to concentrate and continue reading the documents, he was always distracted. I couldn't help but want to open my phone and look through the updates about Suran and Hyujo like a madman. The words and videos in the Sujo CP Super topic were like awls piercing his heart, causing him pain. It made him doubt himself again and again. Could it be that Suran really fell in love with Hyujo? Why is the look in Suran's eyes so gentle when she looks at this pretty boy? Muchen was always confident in himself in everything, but this time, he panicked. When it was time to get off work, the employees of the Mu Group saw their workaholic president walking out of the office with a wandering look in his eyes, as if he had been deprived of his body. Even the tie was a little crooked. Mr. Mu has always been meticulous. Several employees couldn't help but follow Muchen's gaze, but Muchen didn't notice at all. After Mu Chen left, they quickly gathered together and started discussing in low voices. What happened to President Mu today? What kind of blow could make President Mu become like this? I'm afraid it's not a broken heart. Someone actually rejected President Mu. Muchen was completely unaware of these discussions. After leaving the company building and getting in the car, he didn't know where to go. Finally, without realizing it, I arrived at M Bar. Seeing the familiar sign, Mu Chen smiled bitterly. This was the place where he and Suran first met. Going there now was just a reminder of his past. But, so what? Mu Chen took a long step and walked into the bar. Walking along a long corridor, before reaching the bar, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation on his chest, and a soft body fell into his arms, and he smelled a familiar fragrance at the tip of his nose. Chapter 16, Meet Again at the Bar. Suran. Mu Chen widened his eyes in disbelief, almost thinking he was dreaming. The woman in his arms opened her eyes dazedly, her cheeks flushed and her eyes blurred. After a long while of recognition, she was like a child who had been given candy, and was complacent about her own intelligence. You are President Mu. Mu Chen felt uncomfortable when he saw that she couldn't recognize him for a moment and called him in such a strange way. But seeing her so drunk, he couldn't get angry. She always presents herself as an omnipotent strong woman, but when she is drunk, she lets down her guard, becomes coquettish and angry, and looks quite charming in a different way. Why are you here? And you drank so much. Mu Chen suppressed his surging jealousy, but his tone remained stiff. The accusatory tone made Suran feel even more aggrieved. It's not what I want to drink. As he spoke, tears as big as beans rolled down the corners of his red eyes. It fell into Muchen's palm that was supporting her cheek, with warmth that made Muchen's heart ache. What a crap director. Suran muttered and cursed. Clearly, those were insults, but as she was drunk, her tone was coquettish, and although she was extremely angry, she looked like a mad kitten, cuter than fierce. It's amazing to have a variety show. I've even drunk 3 bottles, but they still won't let go. What's wrong with being a newcomer? Everyone has been a newcomer before, so how do you know that Hyujo won't be popular? When I have money in the future, I will hire 8 or 10 directors to write scripts according to my ideas and make me happy. After Suran finished speaking, she paused, looked up at Mu Chen in front of her, held his handsome face with her hands, and said with a silly smile. He, little brother, you are so handsome. I will let you be the male lead in my drama. You will definitely become famous. Then Suran quickly shook her head and denied it. No. Hyujo is not famous yet. I can't support you. Under the influence of alcohol, Suran was no longer in a clear state of mind. Just now, she could vaguely remember Mu Chen, but now she called him little brother. When Mu Chen heard He Yuzhou's name, his face darkened reflexively, and he felt jealous. But when he saw Suran in his arms, he couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll invest in you. Mu Chen held Suran's forehead and said lovingly. He didn't care at all about the cost behind this joke. The promise made by the president of Mu Group is worth 1,000 gold and he will not break his promise. Suran didn't listen to what he said at all. Her face suddenly twisted, she covered her mouth and pushed Mu Chen away. I can't help it. This incoherent sentence made Mu Chen's anger confused. He held her nervously and asked, What? Do you want to vomit or something? I drank too much. I want to go to the bathroom. Suran had a sad face and ran to the bathroom quickly. Mu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly followed her, fearing that something might happen to her alone. I'll take you there. When they reached the door of the women's restroom, Mu Chen slowly let go of Suran's hand. After making sure that Suran would not fall, he asked worriedly, Can you do it by yourself? No problem. Suran waved his hand arrogantly and staggered in. Mu Chen leaned against the toilet door, recalling what Suran had just said in his mind. Basically figured out the whole story. Yes, it's for He Yuzhou again. Suran came here today to discuss variety shows with He Yuzhou, but the variety show director didn't give her face. Even after drinking so much, he still rejected Suran. Although he knew that this was Suran's duty as an agent, Mu Chen still bit his back teeth in jealousy. A person with such temperament is out of place in this toilet, but he stood at the door of the toilet without caring, and people passing by couldn't help but look at him. Several women's eyes lit up and they were eager to give it a try, but when they saw that the handsome guy had a sullen face and didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with, they lost their courage. Mu Chen stood at the door like a puppet for a few minutes, staring blankly, but no one came out, and he frowned anxiously. Just when he was about to break into the ladies' room, Suran stumbled out. One of them didn't stand firmly and was about to lunge forward, about to have an intimate kiss with the ground. At the critical moment, Mu Chen took a step forward, grasped her slender waist with his big hand, turned his posture, and held her tightly in his arms. Why did you take so long? Mu Chen's tone was slightly reproachful. When he saw the unknown object at the corner of her mouth, Mu Chen's eyebrows twitched violently. I vomited, it feels so uncomfortable. Suran frowned, feeling aggrieved. Mu Chen supported Suran, asked for a towel from the bar, rinsed it with hot water, and pressed it on Suran's forehead, wanting to wipe the face of this sloppy guy. But her wrist was grabbed by Suran's soft and boneless hand. Don't move, your makeup will be ruined. Because they were here to discuss resource cooperation today, Suran had put on some professional makeup, but after all the work she put on, her face was now completely unrecognizable. Looking at the miserable appearance of the little cat, Mu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl, you said she was drunk, and she was really drunk, but she could still grasp these details. Not wanting to argue with the drunkard, Mu Chen just wiped the corners of her mouth to get rid of the damn unknown object, then took a bottle of water and asked her to rinse her mouth. After finally taking care of the drunkard, Mu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This is more tiring than a day's work for him. I'll take you back. No. I'm not going back. Suran pouted. Then what do you want to do? Mu Chen asked weakly. You're quite good looking, do you want to help warm the bed for me? Suran was like an old pervert. He looked Mu Chen up and down with lustful eyes, lifted his chin with his finger, and said something shocking. Mu Chen's throat moved, his eyes darkened. Are you sure? Yeah. I like thinking about little white paper like you the most. Suran nodded repeatedly. When Mu Chen heard this, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Is this woman always like this when she's drunk? If it's not him today, who else will Suran look for? What if she runs into a bad guy? Mu Chen didn't dare to think about it, he could only straighten Suran in his arms and said softly, Sister, be obedient and I will take you back. Mu Chen felt like the big bad wolf who had kidnapped Little Red Riding Hood, and watched her let the wolf into their house. He always felt that people in the business world had no moral standards, but at this moment he still despised himself severely. Especially after Suran nodded in cooperation and followed him obediently, Mu Chen felt even more ashamed. After finally throwing the drunk who was talking nonsense into the passenger seat, he was about to fasten her seat belt. As he bent down, he heard the woman mumbling, "Director, please give us a chance. We won't let you down. With Hyujo joining us, your variety show will surely become a huge hit." The woman who had been talking nonsense and teasing him just now suddenly closed her eyes, her face flushed, and her eyebrows knitted together. Muchen felt distressed when he saw this. This silly woman, why is she working so hard? She's so drunk, and she still doesn't forget to talk about work. After fastening his seat belt, Muchen turned around and leaned back on the seat. After thinking for a moment, he still couldn't just stand by and watch. Having made up his mind, Muchen touched the woman's head and said softly, "Sister, wait for me here." After getting off the car, he gave a lot of tips, asked the receptionist next to the car to help look after the drunk in the car, and then strode towards the bar. Inside the deck, Shushinjue, the variety show director who had just rejected Suran, was drinking and swaying to the music. Suddenly, a person broke into the booth. Just as he was about to explode, when he saw the face of the person who came, Shushinjue immediately stood up in fear and said hesitantly, "Mr. Mu." Although Shushinjue had never seen Muchen in person, he had seen Muchen's face in various news reports. This face, which was comparable to those of male stars in the entertainment industry, was unforgettable. But suddenly appearing in front of him, and in a booth in the bar, made him a little uncertain. "Hello." Muchen nodded. "What's wrong with you?" Shushinjue wanted to ask subconsciously, but when he looked at Muchen's face, he immediately fell silent. He respectfully stepped aside, leaving the seat in the middle of the booth vacant. "Mr. Mu, please take a seat." "Director Shu." Muchen raised his eyebrows and confirmed. Yes, my last name is Shu, and my name is Shinjue." Shushinjue didn't expect Muchen to call out his last name, and he was flattered. "Director Shu, please take a seat too." Muchen politely sat to the side and did not really take the main seat. "Sorry to bother you." Muchen got straight to the point. "I heard that Director Shu is planning a new variety show." When Shushinjue heard that they were here for his variety show, his eyes lit up and he quickly responded, yes, this is a competitive show. We will invite 8 guests to participate in interesting challenges in the show." Muchen listened patiently and asked casually, "Just now, was there an agent named Suran who wanted to negotiate with you about having his artists join your variety show recording?" Shushinjue felt a little nervous and stumbled over his words, yes. "But I heard that you refused. Can I know the reason?" Muchen's tone was flat, as if it was just an ordinary question. But Shushin felt like a thorn in his side. He racked his brains and stammered, "The artist under her is a new actor, and his status is..." Muchen chuckled, picked up a glass of beer on the table and took a sip. "The star status is not a problem. I believe that with Director Shu directing, this variety show will be extraordinary. Then, as a guest, he will naturally be popular. Of course, I will also provide some guarantees for Director Shu. If your variety show has any financial difficulties, you can ask the Mu Group for help." Hearing the conditions offered by Muchen, Shushinjue was deeply moved. After hesitating for a long time, Shushinjue gritted his teeth and told the real reason with a bitter face. "Boss Mu, it's not that I'm snobbish and don't want to give Agent Su a chance. It's because Manager Su offended the Luoying Group. The Luoying Group has privately told all of us directors that no one is allowed to give Manager Su any resources. We are just some low-level directors. In the end, we still have to act according to the wishes of the capitalists. Now that the Luoying Group has spoken, which director dares to give resources to Suran?" Shushinjue spoke with tears in his eyes, sounding extremely miserable. Muchen's face suddenly darkened. "Luoying Group, this is the company of Luo Xiaoxiao's father, Luo Qingsu. The reason why Luoying Group made the threat must be Luo Xiaoxiao's doing. He really didn't expect that his good cousin would use such means to deal with his beloved." Muchen's eyes were cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You are so bold as to give the resources to Suran. Whatever the consequences, the Mu family will cover you." Chapter 17, Sister, can you always ask me to warm your bed from now on? After getting the director's approval, Muchen returned to the car. The drunkard who was making a lot of noise just now had his head against the window, sleeping soundly without any image, with a hint of crystal hanging on the corner of his mouth, about to fall. Seeing how cute she was, Muchen curled his thin lips slightly and smiled unconsciously. The doting in his eyes could almost drown people. He pulled out a tissue from the center console and carefully wiped the corners of her mouth, then reclined her seat and straightened her head so that she could sleep more comfortably. After taking good care of the drunk little cat, Mu Chen touched her forehead and whispered softly in her ear, "Sister, can you come to my house?" Hum. Su Ran hummed in a daze, turned around, changed to a comfortable position and continued to sleep. Looking at her like this, Mu Chen couldn't help but gently kiss her on the forehead. Then he started the car reluctantly and drove straight to their familiar apartment. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky outside, but inside the apartment, the blackout curtains were tightly closed, not letting in a single ray of light, so that the people in the room could sleep soundly. Su Ran rubbed his aching head, frowned, opened his eyes dazedly, and waved his hand casually, trying to find a fulcrum to support himself, but touched a warm body. Su Ran woke up instantly, no longer needing any support. He half straightened up and stared at the source of the heat with wide eyes. Mu Chen. Su Ran turned her head back in panic, but afraid of waking up the man beside her, she carefully lifted the quilt and looked down. Not naked at all. At least I was wearing a set of extremely comfortable silk pajamas. Wait. Sleep, pajamas. But where did this pajamas come from? How did she put it on? And where is this? Su Ran was in a state of great confusion. Su Ran racked her brains to recall what happened last night, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only remember that she drank too much with Director Shu and went out to the bathroom. After that, she couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, a fragment flashed through my mind. She lay in Mu Chen's arms, tilted her chin, and said to him with a lecherous look, "Would you like to warm the bed for me?" Oh my God! A feeling of shame instantly swept over Su Ran's body. She felt like a cooked shrimp and her whole body was hot. She and Mu Chen. Again. She actually got drunk twice in a row and did such a heartless thing as raping a decent woman. And they are all the same person. Su Ran turned her head and glanced at the man with his eyes closed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't seem to wake up yet. If Mu Chen woke up and they were face to face, how embarrassing it would be. When Su Ranguan thought of that scene, his scalp went numb and his toes dug into the ground. No. She must get away before Mu Chen wakes up. Su Ran hurriedly and carefully lifted the quilt little by little, and slowly and calmly pulled her legs out. After finally landing on the ground, Su Ran let out a long sigh. She looked up and around, and the clothes she wore last night were nowhere to be seen. But she saw a large shopping bag on the sofa not far away, with a familiar logo printed on it. It was a luxury brand that specializes in women's clothing. I guess Mu Chen prepared it for her. Su Ran felt even more guilty. It's bad enough that she gets it for free, but she also asks others to buy her clothes. She will definitely find a way to return it later. Su Ran secretly brainwashed himself to reduce his guilt. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and was about to stand up, but a pair of strong arms pulled him back down and he sat back on the bed. Su Ran's body stiffened and she slowly turned her head. The man who had woken up at some point now had a pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes open, his hands around her waist, the quilt sliding down under her armpits, his upper body naked, and his muscular chest, which made people blush unconsciously. Seeing Su Ran's red ears, Mu Chen was so shy that she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He teased her in a hoarse voice with a hint of magnetism, "Miss Su, do you want to run away again when you sleep?" "Mu, President Mu. You're awake." Su Ran gave two awkward dry laughs. Just a little bit. Sister, how much labor income do you plan to give me this time?" Mu Chen said in a frivolous tone, and deliberately emphasized the 4 words, labor income, as if to highlight the point. Su Ran turned her head slightly, not daring to look at him again. Her face felt hot as if it was about to burn. She forced herself to remain calm. "Mr. Mu, please don't make such jokes. You don't care about my little money. What happened last night was just an accident. We are all adults, and I don't think you, Mr. Mu, will mind it." When Su Ran said this, a strange sense of guilt arose in his heart. "If I say I care." Mu Chen straightened up and gently placed his head on Su Ran's shoulder. "Sister, are you willing to be responsible for me?" After saying that, the hand on Su Ran's waist restlessly slipped under the hem of her pajamas and hovered over her belly. Su Ran's whole body was stiff. The heat coming from his stomach could not be ignored, like a burning fire. The warm breath from the man's voice made the tips of his ears burn. Fortunately, the man's hand did not move up. Sister, can you always ask me to warm your bed from now on? Hearing this, Suran's body froze, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Moo, President Moo. You, please stop joking with me. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly, interrupting the beauty in the room. Suran seemed to have just woken up from a dream and stood up in a panic. Moo, President Moo, I have to take a call. This call was so timely. Whoever it is, I thank him. After saying that, Suran hurried to answer the phone. The fragrant and soft touch was fleeting, and Muchan's eyes revealed a hint of loss. I was secretly annoyed. This call came at a really bad time. Suran answered the phone and was ecstatic the next second. Really? That's great, thank you Director Shu, I'll be at the company right away. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Suran looked at Mu Chen, who looked like an abandoned woman lying on the bed. The smile on her face froze and she looked embarrassed. Mr. Mu, I know what you said just now was just a joke. Don't worry, I won't take it to heart, and I will never force you to take responsibility. Suran promised solemnly. In her opinion, how could the dignified president of Mu Group be interested in a small agent like her? The question of whether she was willing to take responsibility must have been a deliberate joke. I still have work to do and have to rush to the company. I apologize to you again for what happened last night. Suran bowed to Muchan. Then he consciously picked up the big bag with the luxury brand logo he had just seen, and there was indeed a set of clothes inside. Suran pointed to the clothes in her hand with gratitude towards Mu Chen. Mr. Mu, thank you for the clothes. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely return them to you. Suran finished her words in one breath, and before Mu Chen had any chance to speak, he could only watch the little woman, who had just blushed, rush to the bathroom. When he appeared again, he was neatly dressed and looked as omnipotent as usual. Boss Mu, I'm leaving first. When Suran arrived at the company, Xu Xinjue was already waiting in the reception room. Suran apologized. I'm sorry, Director Xu, I'm late. It's okay, it's okay. You drank so much last night, you probably don't feel well today. I still have to say sorry for what happened last night. Xu Xinjue waved his hands quickly. With the support of the Mu family, he naturally had to treat them politely. It's our duty to let Director Xu see our sincerity in cooperation. Suran curved her eyebrows and said politely. Agent Su, take a look. This is the contract we drafted. If you have any questions, you can raise them directly. Xu Xinjue handed over the contract. Suran took it, scanned it at a glance, raised the corner of his mouth unconsciously, and quickly signed his name. Very reasonable, thank you for making such a trip. After the negotiation, Suran saw Xu Xinjue off, but unexpectedly, she ran into an uninvited guest in the corridor. When Suran saw Fu Junyi, she didn't even want to say hello. Unexpectedly, someone was so tactless that he stopped her and said, Manager Su, are you here to discuss new cooperation? Xu Xinjue heard the sound and looked over. Suran could only stop and glanced at him coldly. What's the matter? Nothing, just saying hello to Agent Su. I'm back at Blue Sky Entertainment. A hint of pride flashed in Fu Junyi's eyes. Oh. Suran said lightly. This is not some big secret. Suran thought to herself. Fu Junyi was asking for trouble, so he simply changed his target, and extended his hand to Xu Xinjue, saying respectfully, Are you Director Xu? I've heard of your name a long time ago. Hello, I'm Fu Junyi, an artist from Blue Sky Entertainment. Xu Xinjue naturally recognized Fu Junyi at a glance. He didn't want to offend him, so he glanced at the two people whose auras were particularly incompatible, and shook hands politely. Hello, Mr. Fu, you are as handsome in person as in the photo. Thank you for the compliment. Fu Junyi smiled insincerely and asked casually, Director Xu came to our company today. Are you looking for artists for a new variety show? Yes, there is one, but it has not been made public yet, so it's hard to disclose. Xu Xinjue smiled awkwardly. I understand. Fu Junyi said quickly. The next second, he added meaningfully, I guess it was Agent Su who asked you to come. Agent Su recently signed a new person and has been taking good care of him. He does everything for him personally and follows him around every day. Just a few days ago, the two of them were on the hot search list. Suran knew what this guy wanted to do, and she would not let Fu Junyi succeed. Mr. Fu, as an agent, being serious and responsible is my work attitude. As someone in the entertainment industry, you believe everything you hear and say something that is not true. Isn't that not good? Suran interrupted coldly. That was my misunderstanding. I saw the pictures on the trending searches and you two seem to have a pretty good relationship. Fu Junyi said it was a misunderstanding, but his expression was hinting something to Xu Xinjue. Xu Xinjue felt sweat on his forehead unconsciously and his legs moved uncomfortably. Being inexplicably involved in the dispute between this former couple who had previously torn apart each other online, and having to listen to them discuss these secrets, Xu Xinjue felt extremely stressed. Suran curled her red lips slightly, shook the contract in her hand, let Fu Junyi see it clearly, and replied with a simple move, Teacher Fu, you should read less gossip when you have time, and look for more resources. After all, Luo's agent is very busy, unlike me who follows the artists every day. I'm afraid that sometimes he can't take care of you. You still have to learn how to fight for yourself. Seeing Fu Junyi's face immediately turn ugly, Suran raised her eyebrows and said casually, Oh, by the way, I think Teacher Fu and Sumuqing, the eldest daughter of the Su family, seem to be a good match. Why don't they help you? Suran gave a meaningful look and said, Or, do you think I don't even take you seriously? That's right. After all, she is a rich lady. She will definitely find a boyfriend who is of equal status to her. Suran said casually. When Fu Junyi heard this, his face turned as red as a pig's liver. Seeing this scene, Suran felt happy and didn't bother to argue with him anymore. He smiled at Xu Xinjue, extended his hand, and said politely, Director Xu, this way please. After hearing this, Xu Xinjue finally breathed a sigh of relief and slipped away. Chapter 18, Sumuqing lost contact. After Suran left, Fu Junyi's face turned pale and he looked surprised. He was horrified to find that what Suran said made sense. Although he was with Sumuqing, this woman's attitude was always indifferent. He was the one who took the initiative to contact her. Sumuqing rarely cared about his career progress in the entertainment industry. When he was entangled in scandals before, Sumuqing didn't care about him. Not to mention investing. Could it be that Sumuqing was tired of him? Was she in love with someone else? No, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The reason why Sumuqing didn't have deep feelings for him must be because there was no physical intimacy between them. Women will become attached to the men they have an intimate relationship with. He didn't take the initiative to be intimate with Sumuqing before, he just wanted to keep her hanging. But things are different now, he must take further action. Mu Qing, let's have dinner together tonight. Fu Junyi immediately called Sumuqing with a gentle tone. I'm not free tonight. Sumuqing's indifferent voice on the other end of the phone revealed a hint of alienation. Please take some time, just a meal time, I have something to say to you. Fu Junyi's heart sank when he saw her attitude, but he did not look angry. Okay. Sumuqing responded reluctantly. Okay, see you at CR Hotel tonight. Fu Junyi said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, his eyes were gloomy. Sure enough, Sumuqing's attitude towards him became much colder. If he hadn't left a blank and deliberately said he had something to say to her, she probably wouldn't have come out. It seems that he must win in one fell swoop tonight. In the evening, CR Hotel. Fu Junyi specially booked a private room and ordered someone to decorate it carefully. There were candlesticks on the dining table and romantic and warm bouquets of flowers around it. Sumuqing pushed the door open in a simple and capable black dress. Her delicate and small face was only slightly pale and her expression was cold, without any signs of being carefully dressed up. She did not look like she was here for a date, but rather to discuss business. Seeing the layout of the box, Sumuqing frowned. Is Fu Junyi going to do the proposal again like he did last time? What an idiot. Seeing Sumuqing like this, a trace of barely perceptible displeasure flashed across Fu Junyi's eyes. He took the bag from her hand attentively, opened the chair for her to sit down, and then moved his own chair close to Sumuqing's side. Sumuqing frowned slightly and said calmly, What do you want to see me about? I asked you to come here because I missed you. Fu Junyi deliberately moved closer while speaking, breathing softly into Sumuqing's ears. We haven't seen each other for so long, don't you miss me? Sumuqing pulled her head back and said with disgust, We are outside, you should pay attention to your image. Fu Junyi saw her retreating, his eyes flashed, It's okay, CR Hotel is famous for its privacy, and I specially chose a private room. Besides, it doesn't matter even if we are photographed by paparazzi. We are still unmarried, and my fans will bless us. Fu Junyi stretched out his hand and wanted to pull Sumuching. Sumuching's hands folded on her legs reflexively shrank, avoiding Fu Junyi's touch, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. You asked me to turn down work and come here just to tell me this. I know, you must be angry because I have been too busy recently and neglected you. I deliberately turned down a schedule today because I thought that we haven't seen each other for a long time. I missed you, and wanted to spend more time with you. Now it's time to get off work, my Miss Su, please don't think about work anymore, let's make a date, okay? Fu Junyi pretended to be affectionate. Sumuching just felt sick in her heart. What kind of person did he think she was? You think too much. We are all adults and it's normal for us to be busy with work. I won't be angry. Fu Junyi saw that Sumuching looked unhappy, so he coaxed her softly, okay, let's put aside our work tonight and have a good date. After dinner, I'll take you to the movies. After that, he picked up another piece of spare ribs and pretended to feed it to Sumuching. I will definitely try to make more time to be with you in the future. Come, try it quickly, this spare rib is very famous. Sumuching subconsciously dodged and stood up in a panic. She finally understood what Fu Junyi was up to. This guy is so shameless, he thinks he is smart and that all women in the world will fight to the death with him if he coaxes them a few words. Has he lost his self? I do have some unfinished work today. If you're here to date me, let's do it next time. Sumuching was impatient to continue entangled with him. When Fu Junyi saw Sumuching was about to leave, he panicked, his eyes were sinister, and he said, wait. Fu Junyi raised the corners of his mouth, as if he was smiling, but for no reason Sumuching felt cold. Sumuching said in a deep voice, anything else? As a man, I don't want to tell you this, but I'm really sad. You also know that some negative information about me was exposed before. Although the storm has passed and I have signed a contract with Blue Sky Entertainment again, my fame is not as high as before, and even my resources have become much worse. Fu Junyi's expression became melancholy in a second, and he said with a frown. I just want to see you. With your company, I will feel better. I didn't expect you to have something to do tonight and have to finish it tonight, but I've already ordered all the dishes, and you haven't eaten yet, so why don't you accompany me to eat this meal, drink some wine, and adjust your mood, okay? After this meal, I will take you back to the company and will never delay your work. Fu Junyi sounded miserable and aggrieved, which was equivalent to putting himself in a weak position. If Sumuching still refuses to agree, it would seem inhumane. Sumuching looked a little conflicted. Although it was only the time for a meal, a woman's sixth sense made her feel that Fu Junyi's purpose might be more than that simple. But what this man said was much more sincere than his previous flowery words. Seeing that Sumuching's expression seemed to relax, Fu Junyi calmly poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of Sumuching's original seat. Please sit down. You can't possibly not even have time to eat with me, right? Sumuching hesitated for a few seconds, but finally sat down. Pick up the wine glass and take a sip. My consciousness slowly began to fade away. Sumuching held her forehead with her hot fingertips, shook her head, looked at Fu Junyi in disbelief, and finally fell on the table with a thump. Mu Qing, Mu Qing. Fu Junyi shook Sumuching, and seeing that she had no reaction, he smiled smugly and said to himself, Sumuching, you really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I abandoned Suran and licked you, but you treat me like this. Then don't blame me. I forced myself on you. When you wake up, the rice will be done and you will be devoted to me. Fu Junyi's eyes were full of pride and a creepy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It would be best if I could get you pregnant with my child. By then, not to mention asking you to help me arrange some resources, even the Su group will be mine. Fu Junyi's eyes were full of greed. The Su family was a wealthy family with only one daughter, Sumuching. As long as he got Sumuching, wouldn't all the Su family's property be in his pocket? Fu Junyi picked up Sumuching and walked out. Inside Blue Sky Entertainment, Xu Qingyuan had already paced back and forth in the office 2 or 3 times. Walking to his desk again, he took a deep breath. There was a rare look of nervousness on his handsome and gentle face. He wanted to invite Sumuching to be his female companion and accompany him to the cocktail party the day after tomorrow, but would it be rude of him to interrupt her so rashly? After some hesitation, he finally pressed the dial button. After the phone was dialed 3 times, a cold female voice came, sorry, "The number you dialed is busy, please call again later." That voice, like a basin of cold water, extinguished the throbbing in his heart. Xu Qingyuan slumped down in his office chair in frustration. After a few seconds, his senses gradually returned and he began to realize that something was wrong. Su Muqing would never hang up his phone, especially since he hadn't told her his purpose yet. Xu Qingyuan's heart sank and he anxiously called again. "I called 3 times in a row, and all of them hung up. I had an ominous feeling in my heart. This is not Su Muqing's style." If it was Su Muqing holding the phone, what could have happened that made her hang up over and over again? Unless something happened to Su Muqing. Xu Qingyuan didn't dare to think too much. He was always calm and composed, but at this moment his hands were shaking unconsciously. He secretly prayed in his heart that nothing would happen to Su Muqing. Xu Qingyuan forced himself to calm down and used all his connections to search for Su Muqing's whereabouts. It's a pity that his network of contacts in S City is not very wide, so he cannot find Su Muqing's location immediately. Just then, he suddenly thought of someone. Muchen. The Mu family's position in S City is unshakable. It would only take a few minutes for the Mu family to find someone. "Mr. Xu, it's been a long time. Mu Chen, I can't contact Su Muqing. Could you please help me find her? I'm afraid something might have happened to her." Xu Qingyuan didn't have time to be polite and directly stated his purpose. The anxiety in Xu Qingyuan's words didn't seem fake. Besides, he was his friend for many years, so why would he help him? Muchen quickly notified someone to locate Su Muqing's phone. Not long after, Yi Yuan came to report, "Boss Mu, Miss Su Muqing's mobile phone location shows that she is at your CR hotel." Hotel. Mu Chen frowned, thinking that something had really happened, and quickly ordered, "Check the hotel surveillance to see how the person got to the hotel and whether she followed anyone else. Then arrange for hotel staff to find her room and find out what happened. Don't alert the enemy." "Yes." Yi Yuan responded and left. 5 minutes later, everything was investigated clearly. "We have checked." Miss Su took the initiative to go to the private room on the first floor of the CR hotel to eat. She seemed to have drunk too much and was unconscious. She was carried to the hotel by a man to rest. The man is suspected to be Fu Junyi. Fu Junyi. Hearing this name, Mu Chen's face turned cold. "We have sent staff to knock on the door, but the man inside refused to open the door." As soon as Yi Yuan finished speaking, Mu Chen ordered in a cold voice, "Go to CR quickly." At the same time, he also sent the location to Xu Qingyuan. "Su Muqing is in this hotel, room 8002. Fu Junyi got her drunk and she's unconscious now. I don't know what Fu Junyi will do. You should hurry over." After Xu Qingyuan received the location, he stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out like an arrow. The big, bony hands on the steering wheel trembled unconsciously. His red eyes were burning, his lips were pale, and even his forehead seemed to be covered with cold sweat. Xu Qingyuan felt numb all over, like an unconscious puppet, with only one thought in his mind. Find Su Muqing. If he delays for even a second, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Chapter 19: Rescuing Su Muqing. CR Hotel. Fu Junyi opened Su Muqing's phone and tried entering several passwords to unlock it. But no matter whether he asked Su Muqing's birthday or his own birthday, it was to no avail. "Depend on." Fu Junyi cursed loudly, turned off his phone in annoyance, and his eyes were bloodshot. When Su Muqing's cell phone rang for the first time, Fu Junyi had just put Su Muqing on the bed. He was startled and hung up the phone with a guilty conscience. But after that, the phone kept ringing one after another, and several calls were from the same person. His boss Xu Qingyuan. "A young man called me persistently in the middle of the night." Fu Junyi's face was gloomy. He grinned and pinched Su Muqing's chin. "Su Muqing, I've been so good to you, and you dared to cheat on me." Su Muqing was like a lifeless doll at this moment, her porcelain white jaw turned red from being pinched by the man's fingertips. "I was wondering why you have been so cold lately." So that's it. Fu Junyi's face was gloomy, with a cruel look in his eyes. "You knew I was working at Blue Sky Entertainment, but you hooked up with Xu Qingyuan without saying a word. You refused to help me get any resources, and in the end, you kept me in the dark." Fu Junyi's eyes widened with anger, and he looked at Su Muqing lying on the bed and said fiercely, "Since you were unkind first, don't blame me for being unjust. Wait until I conquer you in bed, and see if you dare to flirt with other people again in the future. Fu Junyi lay on Su Muqing's body, put his nose close to Su Muqing's neck, sniffed it greedily, then lowered his head fiercely and bit it. Seeing the bright red mark on the slender white neck, Fu Junyi raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction as if he had seen his most satisfying masterpiece. His dirty hands moved down to Su Muqing's suit jacket, and with a flick of his fingers, he easily unbuttoned it. Fu Junyi threw her suit jacket aside and pulled out the white shirt underneath. Looking at the row of small buttons on the shirt, Fu Junyi pulled them impatiently, trying to tear all the buttons off. It was not known whether the clothes were too good or he was not strong enough, but Fu Junyi's fingers turned white and veins bulged, but he still could not tear them apart. Fu Junyi was so angry that his face turned blue as he untied them one by one. The white lace bra is faintly visible. Fu Junyi's breathing became rapid, and his eyes were tainted with animal desire. He deliberately did not destroy this beauty, waiting for the moment to unwrap the cake. My fingers touched the last button above the collar. Bump! The door of the hotel room was suddenly pushed open. The loud noise startled Fu Junyi and he stopped what he was doing. Xu Qingyuan looked at the scene in front of him with bloodshot eyes, his eyes almost tearing up. Behind him, Yi Yuan was very careful to stand farther away, not even looking inside. Mad! Bastard! Xu Qingyuan rushed into the room and punched Fu Junyi, who was half kneeling on Su Muqing. The incident happened too suddenly. Before Fu Junyi could react and was not prepared at all, he was knocked to one side by Xu Qingyuan's punch and fell to the side of the bed. Xu Qingyuan only glanced at Su Muqing quickly, then immediately moved away like a gentleman. He quickly buttoned up Su Muqing's clothes with his big hands one by one, accidentally touching her slightly cool skin, which made his fingertips tremble with electricity. After he had packed Su Muqing's clothes neatly, he took off his coat and put it on her. Boss Xu, what are you doing here? Fu Junyi touched the stinging corner of his lips, grinned, and did not forget to call Xu Qingyuan boss. You bastard! Xu Qingyuan's eyes were red, and he punched Fu Junyi again out of anger. Fu Junyi subconsciously stretched out his hand to block, but although Xu Qingyuan appeared to be a gentleman, he actually practiced regularly and had even practiced a few moves specifically. Although Fu Junyi's hand barely blocked the attack, Xu Qingyuan swung his fist and hit again quickly, this time knocking Fu Junyi to the ground. Fu Junyi supported himself on the ground in a panic and managed to stand up. You dare to hit me? I'm going to hit you, a scumbag. Xu Qingyuan gritted his teeth. Scumbag. Fu Junyi repeated with a sneer, Su Muqing and I are a couple, doing things that couples should do. How can I be considered a scumbag? But Mr. Xu. Fu Junyi's sinister eyes made people feel creepy. Mr. Xu kept calling and harassing my girlfriend in the middle of the night. I'm curious, what is the relationship between Mr. Xu and my girlfriend? Why is he stopping us from being intimate? What's the relationship between me and Muqing? What's it got to do with you? You're just a plaything, not a couple. You're not qualified to touch her. Xu Qingyuan got even more angry after hearing what he said, and he made a rare rude poo sound. Then he pushed Fu Junyi down and punched him with all his might. Fu Junyi was beaten so badly that he had no chance to fight back and could only block and protect his face. Seeing that Xu Qingyuan's attack was getting heavier, Yi Yuan held him back and spoke rationally. Boss Xu, please take Miss Su away first. Let me handle the matter here. After understanding this, Xu Qingyuan calmed down and nodded. He picked up Su Muqing and covered her tightly with his large coat, leaving a shocking red mark on her neck. Xu Qingyuan's eyes darkened, and he felt even more heartbroken. He unconsciously tightened his arms around her. Before leaving, he told Yi Yuan in a hoarse voice, please let me know when you understand clearly. Yi Yuan responded, looking at Fu Junyi, who was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body and teeth bared, and said in a businesslike tone, any behavior against a woman's will is considered rape. How do you know that I violated a woman's will? We are a couple. Su Muqing and I were dating and doing some things between couples. Is it your turn to interfere? Fu Junyi argued speciously. Ms. Su is unconscious now. Please explain clearly, Mr. Fu. If we wait until we call the police to investigate, things will not be so simple. Yi Yuan calmly pulled his sleeves and said, Mr. Fu, I am giving you a chance now. You are a public figure. If your fans knew what you are like, what do you think will happen to you? He is Mu Chen's subordinate and would not act rashly without Mu Chen's order. Moreover, this guy couldn't even withstand Xu Qingyuan's attacks, so there was no need for him to take action. So he just told Fu Junyi the pros and cons as a warning. Xu Qingyuan stood in the corridor, heard the questions from inside, took a deep breath, looked at the woman in his arms, after all, she was more important, closed his eyes, and strode away. Not long after, Yi Yuan called to inform him of the situation. Fu Junyi has already admitted that he first tricked Miss Su into having dinner at the CR Hotel, and took advantage of the meal to put drugs in her wine, which caused Miss Su to become confused and unconscious. Mr. Xu, what do you think should be done next? After all, this was Su Muqing's business. Mu Chen felt that he had no close relationship with her and was just helping Xu Qingyuan. Therefore, the decision-making power was also given to Xu Qingyuan, and it all depended on him to communicate with Su Muqing and make the decision. I have plenty of ways to torture him. This matter concerns Mu Qing's reputation, so there is no need to make it public. After listening to what Yi Yuan said, Xu Qingyuan clenched his fists unconsciously and said through gritted teeth, "This beast! How dare you use such means? How dare he?" The next day, after receiving the news of his dismissal, Fu Junyi rushed to Xu Qingyuan's office in dissatisfaction. Xu Qingyuan's assistant stopped him at the door, looking nervous. "Teacher Fu, you can't go in. Get out of the way." Fu Junyi pushed him away angrily. After a commotion at the door, Fu Junyi pushed his assistant aside and walked straight in. "Mr. Xu, Agent Luo told me that you personally gave the order to fire me." Fu Junyi raised his eyebrows and asked. Xu Qingyuan waved his hand to comfort the apologetic assistant. When his usually gentle and polite face turns cold, it makes people feel even more frightened. "I haven't done anything to damage the company's image, so the company has no right to fire me. Of course, if Mr. Xu wants to unilaterally terminate the contract, he only needs to pay the liquidated damages agreed in the contract." Fu Junyi smiled complacently. Liquidated damages? Wishful thinking. Xu Qingyuan sneered, rarely without his elegant gold-rimmed glasses, and a savage look flashed across his face. "What you've done is probably enough to get you a few years of free jail time, and you still dare to talk to me about liquidated damages? If Mr. Xu is willing to make this matter public and let everyone know that the eldest daughter of the Su family has long been a fallen woman, then that's fine." Fu Junyi said arrogantly, "Anyway, I also know that if yesterday's matter was not accomplished, you and Su Muqing, you two dogs and bitches, will not let me go. You will definitely suppress me so that I will never be able to turn over. I am already barefoot, so why should I be afraid of a fight to the death?" Xu Qingyuan's face turned pale, but he couldn't let this bastard have anything to do with Su Muqing. "Mr. Xu, spending money can avoid disaster. As long as you give me the termination fee and promise that you will never suppress me, I also promise that I will never appear in front of you and Su Muqing and disturb your beautiful life." Fu Junyi stopped pretending, with an undisguised calculation on his face. He waited for news in fear all night last night. Seeing that no police came to his door and there was no news on the internet, he knew the attitude of Su Muqing and Xu Qingyuan. Not only was he afraid of the matter being made public, but this couple was afraid too. In this case, he naturally has to seize the opportunity, even if he has to terminate the contract, to get a large sum of money. "Want money? I'm afraid you have forgotten the ugly things you have done over the years." Su Ran's voice came from far away outside the door. The pile of information in his hand was thrown onto the table in front of Fu Junyi with a bang. Fu Junyi took a closer look and his face turned pale. "You dragged down other artists, hired internet trolls to insinuate that the company's resources were not favorable to you, made fans feel sorry for you, insulted the company, insulted me as your agent, bullied newcomers, frequently went to nightclubs." Su Ran's bright and beautiful face was full of coldness, and her aura was fully open. "All these things, not to mention damaging the company's image, will easily make it impossible for you to make a comeback in the entertainment industry." These pieces of evidence were all privately investigated by Su Ran after he saw Fu Junyi's true face. Before, she was blinded by Fu Junyi. There were many doubts, but she did not delve into them and kept deceiving herself. When she finally came to her senses, she collected all the evidence of Fu Junyi's crimes, and was ready to hammer Fu Junyi into the ground in one breath once everything was clear. Let his fans who don't know right from wrong see clearly that the idol they hold in high esteem is actually the filthiest person in the quagmire. "Su Ran, how could you treat me like this?" Fu Junyi couldn't believe that Su Ran, who had always been affectionate to him and devoted to him, would actually give him a fatal blow. Fu Junyi, do you have anything else to say? Suran curled her red lips and handed over the termination letter in her hand. Chapter 20, Turbulence resurfaces. Fu Junyi's face turned the color of pig liver, and he signed his name in a rage. Suran, you are awesome. Seeing him sign, Suran sneered on her cold face. She was too lazy to pay attention to this clown anymore and turned away. But in the corridor, he was stopped by Fu Junyi. Ran. Don't call me that, you don't deserve it. Suran looked impatiently at the roadblock in front of her. Fu Junyi was embarrassed for a moment, but he quickly hid it and showed the doting smile he used to coax Suran when he was dating her in the past. Ran, I know it's me who pissed you off. I was bewitched before and fell into Sumuqing's trap. This woman is not a good person. She even hooked up with Xu Qingyuan. Ran, you and I have to be extremely careful. Sumuqing and Xu Qingyuan are not on good terms, and you are working under Xu Qingyuan. You will definitely be bullied by them in the future. Why don't you just quit your job and we can find a new company together and start over? We can also start our relationship over again. I promise you that I will treat you wholeheartedly from now on, and I will definitely treat you well. Please give me another chance. Fu Junyi spoke with sincerity and looked like a prodigal son who had returned and begged for forgiveness. But Suran was so shocked that she almost vomited her dinner from the previous night. There are only 0 and countless cheating times. Fu Junyi, you really take yourself too seriously. Suran sneered, why do you think I will forgive you, pretend nothing happened, and start over with you? I'm a top agent in Blue Sky Entertainment, so who are you? Do you think you're worthy? Suran's cold eyes showed undisguised contempt. I have to thank Sumuqing for making me sober again. Now when I look at you, I feel only disgust. Suran's look of looking at him like trash became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Fu Junyi. Okay, Suran, don't regret it. Fu Junyi said this angrily and left in embarrassment. That afternoon, Suran knew what Fu Junyi meant by this sentence. Fu Junyi used his own account to announce the termination of the contract on Weibo. I have officially terminated my contract with Blue Sky Entertainment today. I feel sorry for my fans' support and encouragement. When I was being smeared, Blue Sky Entertainment was willing to accept me again because of their past friendship. I thought rejoining Blue Sky Entertainment was a new beginning, so I have been working hard to live up to the fans who have always supported me. However, the facts have proved that I am still too insignificant. I am sorry, I may not be able to hold on any longer. Fu Junyi posted such a confusing Weibo post that fans left anxious messages in the comment section. Junyi, what happened to my brother? Junyi's beloved daughter, Blue Sky Entertainment, give us an explanation as to why you terminated the contract with our brother. Yishin, brother, don't scare me. We can't live without you. What happened to you? Tell us and we will seek justice for you. 10 minutes after Fu Junyi's Weibo post, some marketing accounts began to reveal the truth. Many marketing accounts have revealed that Blue Sky Entertainment signed unequal management contracts with artists, and the share of the commissions given to its artists was extremely low. Not only that, they also exploit the artists, arranging full schedules for them and not giving them any rest time. The reason why Fu Junyi terminated his contract with Blue Sky Entertainment was because his health could no longer support him, but Blue Sky Entertainment still refused to arrange a rest for him and wanted to terminate his contract on the grounds that he did not cooperate with the company's schedule. At the same time, it was revealed that Blue Sky Entertainment president Xu Qingyuan unilaterally fired Fu Junyi without negotiating with him and refused to pay the termination fee. In order to increase the authenticity of the incident, a photo of Fu Junyi in the hospital, looking haggard and suspected to be ill, was posted. Several artistes of Blue Sky Entertainment were dragged into the water, and several leading actresses and actors were revealed to have had busy schedules in the past, confirming the revelation that Blue Sky Entertainment exploited its artists. Even the newly signed artist He Yujo was not immune. The marketing account specifically used him as an example, saying that Blue Sky Entertainment made new artists practice from morning to night, and they were running around for resources and schedules after only a few days of practice. This not only angered Fu Junyi's fans, but also the fans of several other groups could not sit still. Our brother was also so busy that his immunity dropped and he had a fever. What kind of rubbish company is Blue Sky Entertainment? It died early in the morning. Unequal treaties are not allowed to be signed now. I can't imagine how our princess would stay in such a rubbish company. Even if an employee is fired, compensation must be paid. Why does Blue Sky Entertainment fire artists at will and not pay the penalty? Blue Sky Entertainment is a rubbish company that doesn't even consider artists as human beings. How can such a company train good artists? What kind of development can we fans have in such a company? Hyujo has also been running for several resources recently, and many fans have noticed this hard-working and excellent young man. They are also anxious to speak out when the brother they just became fans of is being exploited by the company. Lovely Mizu, I feel sorry for Yuzu. When the company was recording a vlog, I saw Yuzu still practicing at 10 o'clock. I thought he was working hard, but I didn't expect that he was bullied by a rubbish company. The ignorant crowd, seeing that the marketing accounts and fans had cited so much evidence, all stood on Fu Junyi's side and boycotted Blue Sky Entertainment. This kind of rubbish company should be closed down. The weather is cold, Blue Sky Entertainment is broken. I really can't stand this kind of company's behavior of exploiting people. We are all office workers, so we naturally have to speak up for them. Blue Sky Entertainment is closed down. I didn't have a very good impression of Fu Junyi before, but I didn't expect this handsome brother to be so pitiful. I am so heartbroken. Me too, little brother, please don't do anything stupid. You are very good, I hope to see you continue to shine on the screen. You can't resist them alone, and we are there too. If we don't speak up for him today, who will speak up for us in the future? For a while, there was constant shouting and cursing under the official Weibo of Blue Sky Entertainment Company. Xu Qingyuan kept refreshing his phone as he read these shocking remarks. His fingertips gripping the phone turned white from the force he put on them. Mr. Xu, a lady named Sumuching wants to see you. The assistant knocked on the door. Xu Qingyuan suddenly came back to his senses, and the hand holding the phone lost strength for a moment, and the phone fell on the desk with a muffled sound. Come in. Xu Qingyuan hurriedly picked up the phone, adjusted his gloomy expression, and returned to his usual calm and gentle appearance. Su Muching rushed in and smiled gently. Muching, why are you here? I've seen the news online. Su Muching looked apologetic, her eyes slightly lowered, and she pursed her lips and said, I want to speak out and expose everything Fu Junyi has done to me. No. Xu Qingyuan was shocked and refused sternly. Senior, this matter was caused by me. Fu Junyi is so arrogant because we dare not expose his bad behavior. I have read the revelations of those marketing accounts. I know that what they said is all unfounded. It is just that Fu Junyi found a way to find a water army to guide public opinion. Su Muching was frightened after that incident. Her pretty face was pale, but her eyes were firm. As long as I expose his behavior and let everyone know his true face, the rumors will be broken by themselves. No. Xu Qingyuan was still emotional. I can't let you get hurt a second time. Su Muching was stunned. Surprisingly, someone would protect her like this. Seeing that Su Muching seemed to be frightened by him, Xu Qingyuan quickly suppressed his impatience and comforted her in a gentle voice. Muching, don't worry. I have plenty of ways to deal with Fu Junyi. You don't need to step in. This is none of your business. I will make sure he has no chance of turning things around. You rushed here in a hurry, you must be tired. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll ask my assistant to buy you something to eat. What do you want to eat? Xu Qingyuan gently and gentlemanly helped Su Muching sit down on the sofa beside him, with a doting look in his eyes. No need to bother. Su Muching waved her hand flattered. Xu Qingyuan did not allow her to refuse, so he opened the door of his office and whispered a few words to the assistant outside, who then left. Xu Qingyuan returned to the office and sat down on the sofa next to Su Muching, feeling a little awkward. In order to prove that what he said was true, he took out his cell phone and was about to call Suran to discuss public relations strategies. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the office door. Suran is here. Seeing Su Muching in the office, Suran was stunned for a second, but quickly came to his senses. His cold eyes showed the calmness of someone who was sure of victory. Mr. Xu, I'm here to discuss with you how to deal with the news on the internet. Suran sat down on the single sofa opposite the two of them and said seriously, the information I gave you before is basically mature and can be exposed. I have also found evidence that Fu Junyi bribed the internet trolls. We can also contact our artists to speak out and clear their names. Suran and Xu Qingyuan were discussing heatedly. Su Muching, who was standing aside, carefully focused her eyes on Suran, with barely perceptible envy and admiration in her eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. When she was a child, she also liked to look at Suran like this. Ding dong. A cell phone notification sounded suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. Suran clicked on it casually and found it was a push notification from Weibo. She was just taking a quick look at it, but after seeing the content, Suran frowned, looked up at Xu Qingyuan, and handed the phone over. Mr. Xu, look. Xu Qingyuan took the phone Suran handed over with doubt. After reading the news on it, his face darkened. Blue Sky Entertainment CEO Xu Qingyuan and the daughter of the Su family were in and out of the hotel, and their relationship was ambiguous. The accompanying picture is still him holding Su Muqing and leaving CR Hotel. He had clearly blocked all news about Su Muqing's stay at CR Hotel that night, so why were there still photos of them secretly taken and exposed online? This revelation has become a hot topic on Weibo. Because of Fu Junyi's disturbance, Blue Sky Entertainment is already at the center of the public opinion whirlpool, and netizens' words are full of hostility. Xu Qingyuan is such a scumbag that he uses the money earned from exploiting artists to spend his money on wine and women and pick up girls. As far as I know, these two have always been single to the public, right? Why are they suddenly in and out of the hotel? And Xu is holding the eldest daughter of the Su family. Do all rich people spend money like this? Do they do it all at once? Or are they just having sex? Your social circle is really messy. I saw a rumor before that the daughter of the Su family was dating our Jun Yi. Now it seems that it must be a rumor. It is so shameless to go to the hotel with someone so casually, and even be carried out. It is immoral. It's the 21st century now, it's okay to have a relationship and book a room, but the girl didn't know how to judge people and got involved with this scumbag. Chapter 21, Trouble Resolution. Seeing that Xu Qingyuan looked unhappy, Su Muqing also picked up her phone to take a look, and her pretty face quickly turned pale. Muqing, don't worry, I will suppress the news immediately. Xu Qingyuan was so distressed that he could not sit still. Mr. Xu, I think we should think about how to do better public relations. Although it concerned Su Muqing, Suran didn't want to say anything, but out of professional ethics, he still gave a kind reminder. Fu Junyi's matter is relatively easy to resolve. The more difficult thing now is the scandal between you and Su Muqing. You and Blue Sky Entertainment are already at the center of the storm, and netizens are paying close attention to it. If you suppress it, I'm afraid it will cause a backlash. Suran said in a deep voice. Often, the more capital tries to stop netizens from paying attention, the more netizens don't want to be suppressed by capital. I don't know how they will spread and view this matter at that time. What's more, if Blue Sky Entertainment wants to completely clear their suspicion of suppressing artists, then the president Xu Qingyuan must be close to the people and must not use the power of capital to suppress hot searches. An idea suddenly crossed Xu Qingyuan's mind, and he asked cautiously, Muqing, the best way now is to deal with Fu Junyi while spreading the news that we are in love. This will be better for your reputation, and netizens will stop asking about the CR hotel. Xu Qingyuan couldn't help but curse himself in his heart, dirty. He admitted that he had selfish motives, but the more important reason was that since they had acknowledged their relationship, netizens had consciously seen the truth and would not create any more trouble. He was afraid that the incident at the CR hotel that day had not been thoroughly investigated, and there were other Sherlock Holmes who wanted to find clues. After the public opinion has subsided for a while, he can take the opportunity to completely block all the bad news. Wouldn't I be tarnishing your reputation by doing this? Su Muqing hesitated and said half-jokingly. I'm a grown man, what reputation do I have? Xu Qingyuan's ears turned red under his golden eyes. Afraid that Su Muqing would be unhappy, he added, don't worry, this is just a temporary announcement. When the public opinion storm is over and netizens are no longer paying attention to this matter, we will find an opportunity to clarify it quietly. It will never affect you. Su Muqing thought for a moment and smiled, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll leave it to you, my temporary boyfriend. This title made Xu Qingyuan blush completely, and his deep eyes lit up with stars. Suran enjoyed watching the fun, her eyes moving between the two of them. He especially looked at Xu Qingyuan, who had always been motionless and gentlemanly, and gave him a meaningful look. With Su Muqing's consent, the subsequent public relations went particularly smoothly. First, the artists under Blue Sky Entertainment stood on the side of their own company and expressed their love for Blue Sky Entertainment, saying that it was the best and most humane company they had ever worked for. All the busy schedules are because they love their work and are willing to work overtime. It is normal to catch a cold or have a fever during the change of seasons, and fans don't need to blame the agency. Hyujo, in particular, felt uneasy after seeing the revelations about him online. He even went to Suran to apologize, saying that his fans had caused her a lot of trouble. This time, he specially posted a long article to express his love for Blue Sky Company and Suran's care for him. Subsequently, Blue Sky Entertainment's official Weibo account released a statement and termination explanation regarding the termination of the contract with artist Fu Junyi for posting false remarks online that defamed Blue Sky Entertainment. The official blog clarified that they terminated the contract with Fu Junyi because he used unfair competition methods, dragged down and smeared other artists, and hired internet trolls to spread rumors and insinuate the company. Fu Junyi violated the agency contract, so he proposed to terminate the contract. The rumors that he was terminated without reason and was not given a termination fee because he did not cooperate with overtime and refused to be exploited were all false statements spread maliciously. The official Weibo account took screenshots of the previous marketing account's rumor-mongering content and marked all of them with a big fake. It was also accompanied by multiple recordings of Fu Junyi's contacts with marketing accounts and screenshots of money transfers to confirm his actions. Including this time, they bribed marketing accounts, deliberately led the rhythm astray, and deliberately played the victim, luring many fans of the artists into the water. Brands that have contractual relationships with Fu Junyi have also issued termination statements. Many ongoing announcements also cut ties with Fu Junyi and terminated all contracts. Even if the TV series was half-filmed, they would immediately replace the actors and reshoot. Even the cooperating brand has terminated the contract. What does this indicate? What Blue Sky Entertainment said is true: Fu Junyi is just spreading rumors. The situation reversed and the whole network exploded again. The reputation has collapsed. What a disgusting scumbag, using the fans' trust to help him out, but it turned out to be all fake. What the hell have I been a fan of for so many years? I used to feel really bad for him. Blue Sky Entertainment, I apologize to your entire company. It's really disgusting. He first made green tea remarks, making himself look particularly pitiful and gaining sympathy, but in the end, he was the most shameless person behind the scenes. I suddenly began to doubt whether the ex-girlfriend was real or not. Was she also whitewashed by him using this method? As I said, neither of them is a good person, but this time, I feel that Fu Junyi makes me feel more disgusted. Fans of other groups were tricked and also caused trouble for their own hosts. At this time, they were busy apologizing to Blue Sky Entertainment and asked Blue Sky Entertainment not to implicate their own hosts, while cursing under Fu Junyi's Weibo. They actually spoke up for a scum who bullied their idol and were taken advantage of by him. Fu Junyi, get out of the entertainment industry. People like you are destroying the atmosphere of the entertainment industry. It's disgusting. Get lost. Xu Qingyuan and Su Muqing found the right time and updated their personal Weibo accounts. Thank you for your concern. Yes, we are in love. Thank you for your concern. Yes, we are in love. This time no one complained anymore, and the whole network sent their blessings. A strong combination, a perfect match. I love the looks of these two people, I hope you will be happy. Xu Qingyuan read each blessing carefully, still not feeling tired, and rarely showed a genuine smile. He even switched to his secondary Weibo account and liked each of the comments. Xu Qingyuan's life is happy, but Fu Junyi's life is not easy. The previous termination of his contract with Brilliant Entertainment had already dealt him a heavy blow. Now we have suffered this blow for the second time. The money we earned during this period is not enough to pay the termination fees of each company. The termination messages were sent to his mobile phone one by one. Fu Junyi, unable to suppress his anger, threw the phone away fiercely. The phone hit the wall and fell to the ground with a dull sound. After a while, Fu Junyi picked up the phone helplessly. Fortunately, the phone only had a cracked screen, but it could still be used normally. Fu Junyi carefully switched to his secondary account and opened Weibo. When I opened my homepage, I saw that the comments on my latest Weibo post had reached hundreds of thousands. When I opened it, all I saw was a barrage of insults, and I couldn't see a single comment from a fan. Fu Jun closed his eyes, not daring to read these heart-wrenching comments anymore. Sitting on the sofa, with his head in his hands, cigarette butts all over the floor. No, he couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He was able to turn the tide last time, so why not this time? An idea suddenly came to Fu Junyi's mind. He couldn't wait to get up, wrapped himself tightly and went out. Arriving at Blue Sky Entertainment, Fu Junyi looked around and carefully examined the surroundings. After making sure that the gate opened, Fu Junyi's eyes lit up, and he hurried in. I was secretly happy, thinking that it was a good thing that I didn't return the car to Blue Sky Entertainment yesterday. I took the elevator all the way to Luo Xiaoxiao's office. Luo Xiaoxiao is busy doing public relations for herself, trying to distance herself from Fu Junyi. After all, it was she who signed Fu Junyi back to Blue Sky Entertainment and helped him deal with the negative news. I didn't expect that this useless thing would cause even bigger trouble so soon. As soon as she saw Fu Junyi, Luo Xiaoxiao immediately felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. Her brows furrowed tightly. What are you doing here? Luo Xiaoxiao, you have to help me. Fu Junyi seemed to regard Luo Xiaoxiao as the last straw. You did such a stupid thing yourself, how can I help you? Luo Xiaoxiao said impatiently. You are gold medal agent, you must have a way. You were able to help me clear my name last time, so you can definitely help me solve it this time. Fu Junyi said excitedly. I just signed you to Blue Sky Entertainment, and you caused so much trouble for me. You still want me to help you? It's wishful thinking. Luo Xiaoxiao sneered and continued with the work in her hands. We are in the same boat. You were the one who did the public relations last time. If you hadn't bribed the Navy, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to clear my name. If something happens to me, I'm afraid you won't have a good life either. Fu Junyi threatened with a cold look in his eyes. Luo Xiaoxiao heard this and her eyebrows turned cold. What kind of Navy did you bribe? Do you have any evidence? You can't talk nonsense without evidence. You have already terminated your contract with Blue Sky Entertainment. I am not your agent and have no obligation to help you. Luo Xiaoxiao was impatient to deal with this idiot and called the security department. Fu Junyi wanted to argue again, but the security guard grabbed him, confiscated his access card, and kicked him out of the company. When Fu Junyi was carried out, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. He just stood in a strange posture, and a dazzling flash made him squint his eyes subconsciously. The paparazzi waiting at the company's door took pictures of his embarrassing scene and couldn't help but laugh. Who told you to take the photo? Delete it immediately. Fu Junyi rushed over angrily and tried to snatch the paparazzi's camera. The paparazzi was used to being agile. He just twisted his body and turned around and ran away. Fu Junyi chased for a few steps, but couldn't catch up and lost his idle demeanor. Finally, he could only stop and stood there helplessly and furious. Here, Su Muqing had just returned to the Su residence, and Mai Hua, with a happy face, came to greet her. Qingqing is back, come quickly, sit on the sofa. Su Zhenwu, acting like the head of the family, had already sat on the sofa, his brows full of joy. Su Muqing cooperated with her and sat down on the sofa. And Mai Hua couldn't wait to say, someone called me to tell me the good news. How come you didn't tell your parents about such a big thing as falling in love? They only found out from other people. You have a good vision this time. Xu Qingyuan is the only son of the Xu family and is a perfect match for us. Su Zhenwu praised with a smile. Chapter 22 Dinner Invitation. Xu Qingyuan and I are not in love. Su Muqing had an indifferent expression. She picked up the apple on the table and started eating it as if nothing had happened. Then you all admitted it online. Qingqing, there's nothing you can't say to mom and dad about this. It's just a relationship. Mom and dad support you. And Mai Hua didn't understand what was going on. She glanced at Su Zhenwu's gloomy face and hurried to smooth things over. We are just playing around, we are not really in love, you don't have to take it seriously. Su Muqing explained calmly, ignoring Mai Hua's look. Nonsense. Su Zhenwu's face darkened and he shouted, how can a girl like you say such nonsense as playing around? Even if it's fake, it has to be true. Zhenwu, don't be angry. If you have something to say, just speak slowly. And Mai Hua quickly patted his back and soothed him softly. Then he anxiously winked at Su Muqing. Qingqing, are you two having a quarrel? You and the child from the Xu family both have good family backgrounds, how could you be so foolish? For some reasons, we have no choice but to do this. Su Muqing paused, if I really fall in love, I will tell you. After saying that, he turned and went up the stairs. Qingqing? And Mai Hua called out urgently from behind. This is the good daughter you raised. She has grown up and become independent. How dare she talk to me like that? Su Zhenwu was so angry that he vented his anger on Mai Hua. Su Muqing paused, closed her eyes helplessly and sadly, continued walking, and entered her room without looking back. She thought that even if she told her parents what happened that night, they would only worry about whether she had lost her chastity, and would advise her not to make it public so as not to bring shame to the Su family. Thinking about it this way, Xu Qingyuan is really a good person. He is the rare person who cares about whether she is hurt. Su Muqing stayed in the room alone and didn't go downstairs until dinner time. When she looked downstairs, Su Zhenwu was no longer there. She thought he must have gone out to socialize with some friends again. When Mai Hua saw her, she happily handed the invitation card to her. "You girl, you told me that you have nothing to do with each other, but look, the invitation card has been delivered to you." Su Muqing took it and saw that it was an invitation from Xu Qingyuan inviting her to accompany him to a charity dinner as his female companion the next day. "I'll call and reject him," Su Muqing said subconsciously. The two of them are at the center of public attention right now, and it would be too high profile if they attended the dinner together. "Why are you refusing? I've already agreed on your behalf, you have to go whether you want to or not." And Mai Hua glared and did not allow for rejection. Hearing this, Su Muqing frowned and was speechless. The charity dinner was attended by high-profile people, and Xu Qingyuan and I attended it together. It would be difficult to get away when the limelight passed. "Who asked you to promise me?" The accusation in the words made Mai Hua stunned and angry. She shouted, "I am your mother, so what if I agree to it for you? You are grown up now and have become independent. You even have to avoid your parents when you are in a relationship. Will we harm you or what? I've said it before, we're not in love, we're just playing around." Su Muqing was too lazy to waste words and said impatiently, "What do you mean by just playing around? It's obvious that Xu Qingyuan is very interested in you." And Mai Hua said unhappily, "Well, even if you are just playing around, then you should take advantage of this time to firmly grasp him and make the fake play real." And Mai Hua was so disappointed that she said, "Look at me. If I hadn't seized the opportunity, how could I live my current life? How could you be so lucky to become the eldest daughter of the Su family? Even if they are wealthy families, there are still differences. Look at your father. How happy is he to know that you are with Xu Qingyuan? The Su family and the Xu family are worlds apart. If you successfully marry into the Xu family, how much help can you bring to the Su family? By then, not to mention you, even I don't know how much better my life will be in the Su family. And Mai Hua has already started to fantasize, your father will have to rely on us mother and daughter. Don't think too much, this is impossible." Su Muqing poured a basin of cold water on Mai Hua mercilessly. She already disliked their behavior, and now Mai Hua was talking about such things in front of her, which made Su Muqing even more annoyed. "What's impossible? Even the impossible can create possibilities for me." And Mai Hua fell back in anger. "Anyway, you have to accompany Xu Qingyuan to the dinner first and perform well at the dinner." In the morning, in Blue Sky Entertainment, Su Ran was sitting in the office, busy selecting scripts for He Yuzhou. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing a familiar string of strange numbers on it, Su Ran thought it must be an investor, so he picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Su Ran from Blue Sky Entertainment." "Sister." The familiar voice on the other end of the phone startled Su Ran. He took the phone and looked at the familiar number carefully again. "Muchen." Sure enough, the next second, the man's deep voice, accompanied by resentment, came out from the receiver without any sense of disobedience. "Sister, you just left my house a few days ago, have you forgotten so quickly?" "Moo, President Moo. What do you want to talk to me about?" Su Ran's voice became a little weaker unconsciously, and there was a hint of guilt in his voice. "Sister, there is a charity dinner tonight, can you go with me?" Su Ran strangely heard a hint of coquettishness in this lazy tone. "You shouldn't be short of a female companion, right?" "I have something else to do, so I can't." Su Ran refused awkwardly. She has accidentally slept with him twice, and it would be awkward if they meet again. Especially when she thought about the last time Mu Chen asked her to be responsible. Although it was a joke, she still didn't have the courage to meet him again. "I need it. How could I not?" Mu Chen deliberately lowered his voice and said aggrievedly, "Or do you mean that sister doesn't want to take responsibility? Sister, can you really bear it?" Su Ran got goosebumps after listening to this, and thought to herself, this man is such a criminal. If you say this to anyone with this voice, that person would feel guilty. Just when Su Ran was addicted to their voice control and couldn't help but respond, he suddenly woke up. Why would she be so unwilling to do that? What does it have to do with her? The words that almost came out of his mouth were quickly taken back. I have something else to do tonight. It's okay, I can wait. I'll be downstairs at Blue Sky Entertainment, waiting for my sister to finish her work. Mu Chen replied considerately, with a sinister smile on his lips. Suran choked and said, "That's not necessary." After she realized what he said, she widened her eyes and tried to confirm her guess in disbelief. "Where are you now?" "I'm downstairs at Blue Sky Entertainment," Mu Chen said as a matter of course. Hearing this, Suran rushed to the window and looked down through the window. Even though there were 8 floors between them, she could see clearly that the man leaning against the Lamborghini, surrounded by a group of women, was Mu Chen. As if they had telepathic connection, just after she saw much and clearly, the man happened to look up and made eye contact with her, and waved at her with the hand holding the phone. Suran fled from the window, sat back in his office chair in embarrassment, and stroked his heart which had quickened its beating speed without him noticing. The man's teasing voice came from the phone in his hand again. "Sister, work hard, I'll wait for you downstairs. How can you block people like this?" Suran couldn't help but curse in his heart. "My hand was shaking and I accidentally pressed the hang up button." Without the evil sound, I felt relieved. Suran wanted to calm down and ignore the guy downstairs, but she couldn't concentrate on the script in front of her. Rubbing her unpainted face, Suran stood up depressedly, and could not help but move to the window, grabbing the curtains beside the window, carefully poking her head out and looking down. He's still downstairs. There were a few young girls around him who looked lost, as if they had been rejected. Not far away, there were a few girls whispering, looking at the man next to the car from time to time, their eyes shining. This man is such a scourge. Suran curled her lips. She wanted to withdraw her head and ignore this man who attracted many men, but her feet felt like they were filled with lead and she couldn't move. I don't know what her mentality was, but she kept observing here for 2 full minutes. Seeing the girls coming up to him one after another, the man stood still and showed no intention of leaving. Dressed so flashily and driving such a luxury car, it would be strange if it didn't cause a commotion. Suran pouted and muttered to herself. But he resigned himself to his fate, packed up his things and went downstairs. Forget it. If I don't agree to him, tomorrow's headlines will be about a certain CEO named Mu hanging out at an entertainment company, suspected of being in love with a certain actress. In order to prevent Blue Sky Entertainment from getting into trouble again, I'll just have to go for it. Suran said secretly in his heart. When Mu Chen saw her coming downstairs, his gloomy face suddenly brightened up and he quickly opened the passenger door for her. "Ms. Su, please. Let's agree first that we will only go this once," Suran said suddenly as she got in the car. She doesn't want to have any more entanglement with Muchen. Seeing the man approaching, Suran quickly fastened his seat belt. Mu Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand that was about to help, and did not respond to her words. "There is a charity dinner tonight. If Miss Su likes anything, I will give it to you." "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Mu. I have money." Suran refused coldly and glanced at Mu Chen strangely. What does he want to do? Hearing this, Mu Chen smiled, nodded, and said nonchalantly, "I know that Miss Su is indeed rich. She gives me 200,000 yuan at a time." When Suran heard this, the temperature on her face instantly rose. What the hell is Mu Chen saying? She shouldn't have agreed to this hateful man today. Now Suran really wants to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Mu Chen glanced at Suran, who was looking angry at the side, put on a smile, and then spoke. "Just consider this as a reward for your willingness to be my companion. Please don't be polite to me, okay?" Muchen's voice was low, like a poor puppy begging for mercy from his master, who would rush to deliver something. Suran's eyebrows jumped, fearing that he would say something shocking again, and said vaguely, "Tell me later." Mu Chen sped all the way and brought Suran to the door of a store. Suran took a look through the glass door and was so impressed by the decoration style that she couldn't help but praise it for its unique vision. "Why did you bring me here?" Suran asked in confusion. "It's a secret." As he said that, Mu Chen grabbed Suran's wrist and dragged her in without any explanation. As soon as I entered the door, a woman dressed exquisitely and charmingly came forward with her red lips curled. "Boss Mu." "Her?" Mu Chen pushed Suran out. Before Suran knew what was going on, several women surrounded her and pushed her into the fitting room. When she arrived at the fitting room, Suran discovered that there was something very special inside. The fitting room was about 100 square meters in size, and there were hundreds of dresses hanging inside. The dazzling array of clothes, the colorful clothes and the small diamonds inlaid on the clothes were so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. "Miss, this is what President Mu prepared especially for you. It's a limited edition high-end product from brand C that hasn't been released yet." The charming proprietress just now produced a dress from somewhere, and together with another employee, she displayed it in front of Suran. Chapter 23 Dinner. Is Mu Chen crazy? There were so many dresses to choose from, but you bought her a limited edition dress that hasn't been released yet. No need. The boss lady didn't give Suran any chance to refuse. After showing off, she and several employees helped Suran change her clothes, put on makeup, and do her hair. After tossing and turning for more than an hour, Suran was like a Barbie doll, allowing others to manipulate her. She sat on the chair with her eyes closed, drowsy. All right. Suran finally felt relieved after hearing the cheers of accomplishment. When Suran opened his eyes and saw himself in the mirror, he was stunned. Is this still her? The willow leaf eyebrows make her look gentle as water, the long and curled eyelashes are clearly visible, the red lips are dotted, and the eyes are bright and the teeth are white. She was wearing a long dress with a V-neck that was not too deep, and a tight waistline that made her neck look long and her waist look slim. The hem of the dress was embellished with tiny diamonds, which sparkled under the unique lighting in the fitting room. Seeing the brand new Suran, the proprietress nodded with satisfaction and opened an exquisite wooden box as if presenting a treasure. This pair of earrings and necklace are matching, and were carefully selected by President Mu. They really go well with this dress. President Mu has great taste. After putting them on Suran, the proprietress couldn't stop praising her. No woman can refuse exquisite jewelry. Although Suran didn't want to owe Mu Chen anything, when she put on the earrings and necklace, there was still a hint of surprise in her eyes. It looks good indeed. Suran silently brainwashed herself again. When she accompanied him to a dinner party, he gave her jewelry to save his face. At worst, I can just give it back to him after the dinner. Thinking of this, Suran no longer had any psychological burden. Coincidentally, the boss lady said, "It's done. Let's go show it to President Mu." Suran carefully lifted the hem of her long skirt and walked out of the fitting room. She looked at Mu Chen, who had been waiting quietly on the sofa without a trace of impatience, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. As expected, Mu Chen's face showed undisguised amazement. Seeing that Mu Chen's eyes were fixed on her, the lady boss smiled and teased, "How is it, Mr. Mu? Doesn't it look good?" "Yeah, it looks good." Mu Chen's throat moved, and his voice was charmingly low and hoarse. Hearing this, Suran touched the tip of his ear uncomfortably, and the heat from his fingertips made him feel hot. "Let's go." Mu Chen stared at Suran for a long time before he slowly spoke, stretched out his hand, and took Suran into the car. When the car arrived at the entrance of the banquet, many paparazzi had already heard the news and were standing at the door with their cameras, flashing their lights at the approaching vehicles. As soon as the Lamborghini with a license plate number consisting of a series of 8s arrived, the paparazzi's cameras were immediately aimed at it. Mu Chen got out from the back seat. The royal blue suit he wore did not look tacky at all, but instead gave off a sense of abstinence. The man walked around to the other end, opened the car door himself, half bent over, with his palm facing up. "Miss Su, please." Suran's heartbeat quickened unconsciously for a moment, and her soft, boneless little hand was placed in the man's big, bony palm, using the force to rise up. Walking on the red carpet and entering the banquet hall, someone soon noticed the two of them. "Boss Mu is here too. Who is the girl next to him? She's pretty. Is she wearing brand C? Why haven't I seen this before? It's so pretty. Is this some new star in the entertainment industry? I've never seen him before." More and more eyes were cast on the two of them, and while they were looking at them, they were discussing in low voices with the people around them. Suran glanced at Mu Chen uncomfortably. He seemed to be accustomed to these looks and did not feel uncomfortable at all. "Mr. Mu, long time no see. Is this your female companion? She's so beautiful." An elegant middle-aged man walked over. Others were not to be outdone, and more people crowded over, wanting to chat with Mu Chen. "Mr. Mu." Being surrounded by so many people, Suran felt even more uncomfortable and instinctively wanted to run away, but her slender waist was firmly held by the man's big hands. She twisted her body, and the man's grip on her tightened. She was unable to move, and couldn't escape even if she wanted to. The man seemed to sense her uneasiness, and a soothing voice rang in her ears, "I'm here." These 3 words, accompanied by Muchin's magnetic and cold voice, suddenly relieved Suran's discomfort. While he was distracted, the man had already politely shaken hands with someone. "Hello Mr. N, long time no see." The man called Mr. N looked Suran up and down, winked at Muchin and teased, "Whose daughter is this?" "My female companion's surname is Su." Muchen spoke sparingly and seemed unwilling to say more. But this Mr. N seemed to have a good relationship with Muchen. He turned to Suran and smiled brightly, "Miss Su, nice to meet you. You are the first female companion that Mr. Mu brought." Suran was surprised when she heard that and glanced at Muchen unconsciously. How could a man like Muchen, who looked so charming, have only one female companion? Perhaps those CEOs were speaking in Muchen's favor to make him happy. The man seemed to notice that Suran was distracted, and he naturally lowered his head and looked at her. His deep black eyes seemed to be able to captivate people's souls. "Why, Miss Su is fascinated by me." "No, no, no. I've seen so many handsome guys." Suran turned her head away in embarrassment and stopped looking at him. After Mr. N chatted with Muchin for a few more words, more and more people gathered around and greeted Muchin. Muchin responded to them one by one in an orderly and calm manner. Suran just felt dizzy. It's amazing that he can remember so many people's names and their jobs clearly. Moreover, these people were beating around the bush and always had ulterior motives in their words, as if they were discussing some business. Only Muchin can handle it. When she had been negotiating resources with people before, Ju Susu had forced her to memorize the information of the director and the investor. Otherwise, Suran would be completely in the dark and would not know anything and would not recognize anyone. I don't know if it's true as Mr. N said, Muchen rarely brings a female companion, so 9 out of 10 people who come to say hello will mention her. Muchen only gave a simple introduction from beginning to end. "This is Miss Su, my female companion." Then the topic naturally changed. After the introduction, these people will just take a curious look and then won't pay any more attention to it. Suran, who was used to staying behind the scenes, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that no one was paying attention to her anymore, but the graceful smile on her face did not diminish in the slightest. As the drinks flowed, the dinner went on well. As the music started, Muchen bent down with his palms facing up. "Beautiful Miss Su, can I invite you to dance?" The man's magnetic voice was like a bewitching drug. Suran unconsciously put her hand into his palm, and her ears turned slightly red. The man exerted a little force, and the delicate thing in his big palm rose up with the force, and his hand naturally rested on his shoulder. Muchen also took the opportunity to hug her waist and whispered in her ear, "Hold tight." As the warmth came from the tip of her ear, Muchen led her in dancing steps and spun into the center of the dance floor. The drum beats grew louder, and the man's arms around her waist grew tighter and tighter. The heat from her waist was like a burning fire, making Suran's entire body burn. She uncomfortably took her hand off Muchen's shoulder and gently placed it on his chest, trying to distance herself from him. However, her hand felt something hard that was different from a woman's. Suran immediately thought of the chest with clear texture that she saw when she got up twice before. Normally this man looked skinny, but having seen him all the time, she knew very well that this man had a great body, with all the necessary abdominal and pectoral muscles. I think her skills should be pretty good, but unfortunately, she was drunk both times and has no impression at all. I just feel that my whole body aches every time I stand up. As if Muchen could see through her thoughts, a man's teasing voice sounded from above her head, "Sister, does it feel okay?" What's that feeling?" Suran's thoughts were pulled back by the man's voice. She retorted subconsciously, but her panicked expression completely betrayed her. Sure enough, the man snorted and laughed, holding Suran's waist with his big hand to grab the small hand that was about to escape, and firmly pressed it back to his chest. He continued to hug her waist. "If you like it, I allow you to touch it a few more times." Suran was like a cooked duck, her face flushed red, and she withdrew her hand as if she had received an electric shock. Who liked to touch me? I'm not a pervert." The man uttered, "Oh," meaningfully, his voice rising and prolonging the tail tone. His eyebrows and eyes, which had chilled people in the past, now contained a smile, like a melting glacier, which made Suran's heart skip a beat. The dance steps that were coordinated smoothly before were now in a panic. After accidentally stepping on Muchen's foot, Suran took a half step back in the confusion, pulled away, and glared at Muchen with an unnatural expression. "Oh what? Believe it or not, After all, I am a gold medal agent and I have met so many handsome guys. How could it be possible that I could only meet Mu Chen? Suran retorted in her heart. I'm tired. I'm going to rest. After saying this, Suran fled away. Suran absent-mindedly wandered to the buffet area, picked up a few desserts and snacks, casually placed them on a high stool, and rubbed his hot cheeks. Suran, what are you thinking about? When did you become so lustful? This man is just playing around with you, how could you expect that? After sleeping twice, do you want to sleep a third time? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Suran quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There is no way she will be entangled with Muchen anymore. On the side, Su Muqing, who was invited to the dinner by Xu Qingyuan today, sent Xu Qingyuan away early and asked him to talk about work. But she used the excuse of taking a rest to search around the dinner party with her eyes. After waiting for a long time, she finally saw a familiar figure. Su Muqing was also absent-mindedly picking up the dessert, but her eyes were all on Suran, and her brows were full of confusion. She wanted to go up and explain Fu Junyi's situation to Suran, but she was afraid that Suran would not listen to her explanation. Biting her lip, Su Muqing finally made up her mind and was about to step forward. Mu Chen came back without knowing when, and whispered to Suran, "Are you tired? Shall we go? You're going back so early." Suran raised his eyebrows in surprise, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. "That's enough, I just need to show my face. Come on, I'll take you for a ride." Mu Chen raised his eyebrows. The youthful spirit in Muchen's eyes made Suran stunned, and subconsciously asked, "What are you talking about? If you want to see the night view, just follow me." Mu Chen pulled Suran up without saying a word. Suran was controlled by this force and had to stagger a few steps and follow Mu Chen away. Only Su Muqing, who had not yet arrived, was left with a lost look on her face. Mu Chen drove Suran all the way at a high speed, and opened the convertible roof to let in gusts of cool night breeze. Suran couldn't help but raise her head and look at the lights of thousands of homes and tall buildings along the way. It was a rare moment of peace and quiet. What a beautiful world. Ever since my mother passed away, I have put all my attention on work, and I haven't gone out to relax for a long time. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen turned his head to glance at Suran, and the doting smile in his eyes seemed to drown her. Unfortunately, Suran raised her head and saw nothing. By the time she lowered her head, Muchen had already turned back and concentrated on driving. Mu Chen brought Suran all the way to a tall building. At this moment, a big hand grabbed her small hand, and a warmth instantly spread from the palm to Suran's heart. "Let's go upstairs." Suran didn't understand what was going on, so she followed him to the roof. Only then did I see the different scenery above. This building is not high, but it has a wide view and a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. Suran excitedly rushed to the fence, looked around, and couldn't help but turned her head and said to Muchen, "The scenery here is really beautiful." Chapter 24 Fireworks. Mu Chen's eyes were smiling, and the moment they looked at each other, Suran's heartbeat slowed down. At this moment, the clear and loud sound of fireworks rang out behind my head. Suran looked back in surprise. Brilliant fireworks soared into the sky, like gorgeous emerald tassels released on a black curtain. She was amazed and murmured, "So beautiful." Mu Chen only looked up once when the first firework bloomed, and then his eyes remained on the girl in front of him who was in high spirits. The star-like light from the fireworks shone on Suran's fair face, her bright eyes, white teeth, and her brilliant smile, which made him unconsciously frown. When the sound of fireworks stopped, the night scene that was brightly lit just now no longer seemed so dazzling. Suran rubbed his sore arms and unconsciously relaxed himself. "It's been a long time since I last relaxed like this. How is it? Was the tip you gave me worth it?" Muchen wanted to give her a massage, but was afraid of scaring her, so he continued the conversation and teased. Mu Chen's words instantly sobered Suran. Tip. The 200,000 yuan that he gave to Mu Chen when he first treated him as a male servant. Hearing this, Suran felt ashamed instantly and lowered his head unconsciously. "Did you arrange the fireworks on purpose?" "I promised to take you to see the night view." Mu Chen agreed and leaned against the wall side by side with Suran. "This is my secret base. I have never brought anyone here. I only come here to relax when I feel bored. Sister, you are the first person I brought here." After Mu Chen finished speaking, he looked at Suran steadily. Both their words just now and the look in his eyes now are extremely suggestive. Suran avoided the gaze with panicked eyes. Boss Mu is thoughtful. I also know that Boss Mu doesn't need the 200,000 yuan. Now that he has taken me to see the fireworks, let's consider it as we are even. After hesitating for a moment, Suran closed her eyes and said, Mr. Mu, you don't have to take those two incidents seriously. Just pretend they never happened. I will never use those 2 nights to entangle you, and you don't have to test me again. Although she didn't understand what Muchen meant, they were never the same kind of people. Even if Muchen wanted to play along, she couldn't afford it. Suran's words were so blunt that Mu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that she thought this way. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes, and after a long time, he slowly spoke, I know you won't pester me. I want to entangle you. Seeing Suran's face full of resistance, Mu Chen lowered his eyelids, clenched his fists, and ultimately did not say this out loud. So what if I say it out loud? She didn't believe it again. That's good. I'm happy to have a friend like Mr. Mu. Suran saw that Mu Chen finally understood that she would not pester him. She breathed a sigh of relief with a relaxed smile on her face. It's getting late. I should go back. Mu Chen suppressed his disappointment and said, I'll take you there. Seeing that Suran agreed very readily this time, Mu Chen felt a pang in his heart. When Suran arrived at the community, she politely thanked Mu Chen, Mr. Mu, thank you for today. Be careful on the road. Looking at her back as she left excitedly without looking back, Mu Chen tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Then he suddenly let go. Forget it, so what if she doesn't understand his heart? He won't give up just yet. One day, she will understand. On the evening of the dinner, many paparazzi and internet celebrity marketing accounts leaked photos and materials about the dinner online. There are many related hot searches on Weibo, many of which are related to Muchen. The 2 hottest ones are #novel overlord shines into reality #. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a strong combination of love #. Both trending searches come from well-known bloggers. The first one is a picture of Mu Chen at a dinner party from multiple angles. It looks like a candid shot with a blurred background. The only thing clearly visible about the man is his clear jawline and delicate facial features. The comment section is full of licking the screen. So handsome, wow, within 1 second, I want to know all the information about this man. Wake up upstairs, this is Mu Chen, the president of Mu Group. Mortals like us cannot reach him. I thought that bosses were all bald, beer-bellied, middle-aged, greasy men, but there are actually some that are so handsome. The bosses in real novels are reflected in reality. The second one is a photo of Muchen and Suran. The woman is talking and laughing, and the man has a doting look in his eyes. The royal blue suit and the long dress with vast stars are intertwined. The real her is making trouble and he is laughing. Oh, it turns out that handsome guys all belong to beautiful women. Compared to them, I am just the mud thrown down by newer. It's so beautiful, Shasharsha, I'm licking the screen like crazy. I've even thought of the name of their child. I used to think that no one could be worthy of my male god, Mr. Mu, until this photo appeared today. Who is this woman? Lock her up for me. This seems to be the agent Suran who had a fight with Fu Junyi before. The topic of Muchen and Suran was a hot topic on the internet. Luo Xiaoxiao was scrolling through Weibo with a frown on her face. Then he contacted his assistant to suppress the trending search on Weibo about Muchen and Suran appearing in the same frame. The fingers that were holding the phone were so tight that their fingertips turned white. She couldn't bear it any longer and called Mu Chen. Mu Chen! Didn't you listen to anything I said to you last time? Luo Xiaoxiao raised her voice, her shrill voice almost piercing. Mu Chen remained silent, and Luo Xiaoxiao could not help but question him again. Mu Chen, today I only have one question for you, are you determined to get entangled with this Suran? It's not entanglement. I said it a long time ago that I like her. Mu Chen frowned and corrected in a cold voice. He was so straightforward that Luo Xiaoxiao laughed angrily. Okay, don't regret it. What do you want to do? Mu Chen had a bad feeling in his heart, and his handsome eyebrows frowned. Luo Xiaoxiao, I don't care if you and Suran fight openly or secretly, but if you dare to hurt her, I will do my best to protect her. There was a reassuring firmness in Muchen's deep voice. Not hurting her. Luo Xiaoxiao was furious again. Okay, I won't bully her. Since you are sure it is her, I can only tell my aunt and see how she reacts. Luo Xiaoxiao exhaled, her eyebrows furrowed. My aunt is now accompanying Mu Feifei to study abroad. I didn't want to disturb her, but you are so obsessed that I am unrepentant. If I don't tell her, I am an incompetent sister. I can't stop you. If you want to protect Suran, I can't deal with her. But if my aunt takes action, will Suran's life still be so easy? Can you still protect her? Luo Xiaoxiao continued to threaten. When Mu Chen heard Luo Xiaoxiao mention her mother who was studying abroad with her 17-year-old sister, he immediately felt overwhelmed. His brows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. Luo Xiaoxiao, although you are my cousin, I am an adult and have my own judgment. You don't need to interfere in my affairs. If there is anything in the future, I will talk to mother in person. You don't need to worry. Mu Chen said in a cold tone. Luo Xiaoxiao was devastated by these words, and sadness surged like a tide. Over the years, the two siblings have gotten along well, and Mu Chen has never disobeyed her. Just because of Suran, Mu Chen actually said such words to her. Is he going to sever ties with her for Suran? Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes, which were always strong and cold, were misty, and she said angrily, "Okay, if you don't need me to interfere in your affairs, then I guess you won't interfere in my decision either." Suran had previously recommended a variety show to her young artist Hiyujo, and I thought it was pretty good. I was planning to send one of my artists, Jiang Wen, to be his companion. Mu Chen knows his cousin very well. What do you mean by company? It's clearly sending someone in to cause trouble. He also knows a thing or two about the tricks of the entertainment industry, stealing the spotlight, tripping people up. Thinking of how Suran had tried so hard to negotiate this variety show, Mu Chen's voice gradually turned cold. Sister, what do you mean? Don't you already know exactly what I mean? Luo Xiaoxiao sneered. The call was silent for a few seconds, and Mu Chen said helplessly, Sister, can't you please stop being like this? Seeing that Mu Chen had softened his temper, Luo Xiaoxiao's heart softened, but she was still reluctant to argue with her brother. If anyone is to blame, it should be Suran, who is so coquettish and seduces others. Everything still needs to be considered in the long run. Sooner or later, she will let Mu Chen see Suran's true face. 2 days ago, I found a girl for you. She's the eldest daughter of the Wu family, Wu Yuyu. She's still studying at S University. I've met her. The girl is very cute, innocent and lively. She's a good match for you. Luo Xiaoxiao softened her voice. Seeing Luo Xiaoxiao mention blind dates again, Mu Chen's forehead was throbbing with veins. Sister, I said, I don't want blind dates. This isn't a blind date. I just want you to meet her. Luo Xiaoxiao had just thought it through and was going to slowly change her brother's mind. As long as you agree to meet Wu Yuyu, I won't arrange for her to appear on variety shows anymore, and I won't bother my aunt. Luo Xiaoxiao continued to tempt her, just go and meet Wu Yuyu. If you don't like her, I won't force you. How about that? Mu Chen rubbed his brows, thought for a moment, and finally responded in a deep voice, I know. Never mind, it's just a meeting. After they met and explained everything to Wu Yuyu, they went their separate ways. By wasting a few minutes, he could solve the problem once and for all and make his sister behave herself and stop being obsessed with dealing with Suran. On the day of the official recording of the variety show, Suran specially accompanied Hiyujo to the scene. The scene had been basically arranged. Suran was frightened when she saw the appalling arrangements. Can the guests pass these games? She couldn't help but look at the director who was passionately planning on the side. Don't worry, Manager Su. Our game settings have been researched by professionals. Although it is very challenging, it is possible to pass it. You know, if there is nothing interesting now, how can the audience watch it? The director assured confidently, and also boasted to Suran happily, for this episode, we have also invited many professionals. Look at this rock climbing, and this high platform throwing sandbags. We have invited professionals in this field, and they will compete with our guests to increase the gimmick. Chapter 25 Hiyujo is injured. Hearing this, Suran looked even more worried. But the director didn't care at all. He happily continued to introduce the processes of various projects to Suran, immersed in the joy of sharing. As I was introducing myself, I felt that the program segments I had set up were more colorful. All this is thanks to Mu's investment. If it weren't for President Mu's words that he would cover all the investment for the program, how would the director have room to play? The director looked at Suran as if he was a popular commodity. Suran was skeptical, but Hyujo beside him said softly, "It's okay, Manager Su, I can do it." When Suran heard this, her brows relaxed slightly, and the worry in her eyes lessened a little. She reached out and patted his shoulder, not knowing whether she was comforting him or herself. "In that case, then you should take a rest and prepare to start recording. But remember, don't try to force yourself. If you really can't accomplish it, then give up and don't hurt yourself for the camera." Suran reminded softly. Hyujo smiled brightly, and his well-behaved and sunny face became even warmer. "I know, Manager Su, don't worry. But I will definitely do my best to make you proud." This opportunity was hard-won, and he knew that it was fought for by Agent Su, so he naturally had to perform well. Suran took another look at those extremely stimulating sports equipment and felt uneasy. She was so worried that she simply stayed at the recording site and watched the recording of the first episode. In the previous few projects, Hyujo did very well, far ahead of other guests and won many outstanding shots. When it came to the rock climbing session, his speed was almost the same as that of another professional athlete. Suran looked up into the distance and saw Hyujo, who had no place to stay. She was worried for him. Just as Hyujo groped back and forth and finally found a small fulcrum, his foot slipped. The guests and staff who had already been eliminated couldn't help but scream. Fortunately, Hyujo held on tightly with both hands, and quickly stabilized his body, found his footing again, and moved upwards again. However, his speed seemed to have slowed down a lot, and when he reached the top, he was already far behind the professional athletes. As he slid down from the top, the other guests couldn't help but comfort him. "Xiaohe, you are amazing. You can actually climb the entire route. When I got up there, I couldn't even find a place to stay. You're so strong. I admire you." Suran felt something was wrong and took a step forward and asked worriedly, "You weren't hurt just now, were you?" Hyujo twisted his ankle calmly, and the tiny movement did not attract anyone's attention. "It's okay. That's good." Suran breathed a sigh of relief and reminded again, "You don't have to fight so hard. In a situation like just now, if it doesn't work, just let go. What if your arm is dislocated?" Hyujo pursed his lips, lowered his eyelids slightly, and responded obediently, "I know." The other guests had already rested for a long time, and Hyujo just took a short break to replenish his energy. The director quickly announced the start of the next segment, the sandbag throwing challenge. Compared with the rock climbing just now, this part does not require such high professional requirements. All the guests and professional contestants need to do is stand on a high platform and throw sandbags at each other. Anyone who is hit will be eliminated. Hyujo was agile and dodged many flying sandbags, and also eliminated many people. In the end, he and another professional player were the only ones left. Hyujo gradually became exhausted, but the other professional player threw the sandbags at a speed that was dazzling. Later on, Hyujo was basically dodging, throwing 1 or 2 sandbags while dodging. On average, he only threw 1 for every 3 thrown by the opponent. Just as he turned sideways to avoid a sandbag that had just flown over, he felt a sharp pain under his feet, and his body tilted. He accidentally fell from the platform. There was a cushion underneath, but he rolled straight down, even falling off the cushion and onto the concrete floor. For a moment, everyone panicked and rushed forward. "Hyujo, how are you?" Suran rushed to the front and gently lifted Hyujo's head. There were abrasions of varying degrees on his face and arms, and blood was oozing out. But at this moment, he was covering his legs with his hands, his face showing pain. Healthcare team. Come quickly." The director panicked when he saw this and shouted, "Call an ambulance." Suran got on the ambulance and accompanied him all the way to the hospital. The patient's other abrasions are just superficial injuries and are fine. But his leg is fractured. He needs to rest well, otherwise he will suffer from sequelae. Hyujo was lying in the ward with Suran, listening to the doctor's instructions. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. A fracture must be healed well. I'll think of a way to postpone your other schedules, Suran said with a headache. I'm sorry, Sister Suran. Hyujo, lying on the bed, looked pale and blamed himself. It's all because I wanted to show off. Actually, although I didn't get hurt when I was climbing earlier, my foot was slightly sprained. I didn't want to delay the rest of the process, so I didn't say anything. I didn't expect that I twisted my ankle again during the game just now, and actually fell down from above. The corners of Hyujo's eyes turned red and misty. I was too impatient, and now I've delayed other schedules. I'm really. Seeing that Hyujo was about to cry due to self-blame, Suran quickly comforted him. I also know that you want to stand out earlier, but the entertainment industry still requires gradual advancement. Being too aggressive may not be a good thing. It's not your fault. Your current task is to recover from your injuries. Don't worry about other things. When you recover from your injuries, your schedule will still be arranged. After Suran comforted Hyujo, she hurried back to the company. As for Hyujo's subsequent itinerary arrangements, she still needs to contact all parties and discuss them one by one, and try to keep them as much as possible. Find a nurse to take care of Hyujo. Let him have a good rest recently. He can return to work only after the hospital notifies him that he can be discharged. Suran instructed his assistant Ju Susu. The assistant had just answered when Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly barged in without even knocking on the door. Oh, I didn't expect that Hyujo got injured while just recording the variety show. I thought the news on the internet was fake. Luo Xiaoxiao curled her red lips, revealing a sarcastic look. What revelations? Suran frowned. Didn't you check Weibo? On the first day of Director Shu's variety show recording, an accident happened. The guest was injured and an ambulance was called to take him away. Now people are speculating on the internet about who it was. Someone revealed that it was Hyujo. I thought it was fake, but now I know it's really him. Luo Xiaoxiao shook her phone and teased, Suran, you too, as an agent, you don't pay attention to the entertainment industry. Suran ignored it, took out his mobile phone, looked closely, and really saw the hot search keywords. It seems that the bet made by some people cannot be fulfilled. He hasn't even become famous yet, but is already injured and has to close down. At this rate, do you still expect him to win the Best Actor award within a year? It's wishful thinking. Luo Xiaoxiao smiled complacently. Whether the gambling agreement can be completed will be revealed when the time comes, so you don't have to worry about it. If there is nothing else, please leave my office, Agent Luo. Suran bit the last 5 words very heavily. Luo Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and turned away. After Luo Xiaoxiao left, Ju Susu said worriedly, Sister Suran, what Luo Xiaoxiao said makes some sense. Should we consider finding a few new people and training them separately? We can cast a wide net and maybe one of them will yield something. This way, you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket on Hyujo. If he doesn't make it, you'll have to leave Blue Sky Entertainment. No need, I have confidence in Hyujo. Suran said in a deep voice. Standing in the corridor, Luo Xiaoxiao listened to the conversation between the two and clenched her back teeth. Suran. She must have fallen for Hyujo. That's why, just like when I was training Fu Junyi, I only focused on one person and did my best in everything. What an idiot, betting his future on a newcomer who has absolutely no future. She is always eating grass at home. The purpose of her being an agent is probably to find a man. Only her silly brother would like a fickle and unfaithful woman like Suran. Luo Xiaoxiao thought about it and made a phone call. Soon, a new piece of news on the internet attracted everyone's attention. Artist Hyujo was injured and fractured while participating in the Crazy Challenge variety show, and his agent Suran took care of him personally. The accompanying picture was just of Suran carrying a lunchbox and entering and leaving the hospital. The carnival of Sujo CP fans is here. They immediately started promoting the product in the comment section. Oh, is the couple I'm rooting for coming true? I haven't received any response, and there are no more details. I can only find sugar from Hyujo's Reuters materials every day. Suran is such a nice person, is this the meal she made herself? I really envy Hyujo. Big sister also has a gentle and homely side. After eating the food she cooked, Hyujo must be eager to marry her. Other passers-by didn't know the truth and actually thought they were together. Many people were attracted to it and followed the Sujo CPS super topic. They were surprised by the combination video of the two and shouted, so sweet. Mu's group. Mu Chen, who kept scrolling through the comments on Weibo, had a gloomy face, as if he was owed 8 million yuan. Assistant Yi Yuan glanced at him and reminded him carefully, Mr. Mu, you have a lunch appointment with Miss Wu. The time is almost up. You should get ready. Miss Luo said that it is not good to be late when meeting a girl for the first time. Mu Chen was in a very bad mood after seeing the news. He said impatiently, "Tell her I have something to do today. Please help me turn it down." Seeing another comment saying that he Yujo and Suran were a good match, Mu Chen gritted his teeth and angrily quit Weibo. After thinking for a few seconds, he made a hush gesture to Yi Yuan and made a phone call. Yi Yuan thought that the wise and powerful president was going to contact some big client, so he didn't dare to say a word. Who knew that when the call was connected, Muchen pursed her lips in grievance and acted like a whimpering monster. "Sister, I'm sick." "What?" Suran glanced at her phone blankly. She finally remembered the number. It was Muchen. "I'm in the hospital now, there's no one to take care of me, and I'm hungry." Mu Chen pinched his throat, sounding pitiful. Yi Yuan standing aside was shocked. Is this still his President Mu? And why is Mr. Mu in the hospital? Isn't he sitting in the company now? Then why don't you call your assistant? Suran was speechless and said embarrassedly. The company still has a lot of things to do that need the assistant to take care of them. He doesn't have time. Mu Chen glanced at Yi Yuan beside him and said without blushing. Yi Yuan, I don't seem to be fine. Chapter 26, Is there any kind sister who can bring me food? I wonder if there is any kind sister who can bring me a meal, otherwise I might starve to death in the hospital alone. Mu Chen said in a very miserable tone. Suran paused after hearing this, feeling somewhat helpless, and sighed, but finally asked, "Which hospital are you in?" Wenkang Hospital. Mu Chen had already found out everything. Suran was slightly surprised to hear that it was the same hospital as Hyujo's. On second thought, Wenkang Hospital is a better private hospital in S City, so it is not surprising that Mu Chen would go there. Maybe it's all just a coincidence. Thinking that I would go to see Hyujo later, since we were in the same hospital, it would be unreasonable if I didn't go to see Mu Chen. After all, he was a patient now. Suran cleared her throat and asked, "Okay, what do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you." All is fine. Mu Chen couldn't hide his joy. It may take me a while to get here. Can you wait? Suran looked at the time on his phone and said hesitantly. Then I'll wait for you here, sister. Please be safe on the road. Hearing this, Suran couldn't help but look weird. She actually heard a sense of obedience from Muchen's words just now. After hanging up the phone, Mu Chen looked at Yi Yuan beside him, and his expression immediately returned to his previous cold expression. Did you hear the call just now? After hearing this, Yi Yuan finally recovered from his shock and said, I heard. I heard. Now that you've heard it, why don't you go and make arrangements? Yes. Yi Yuan responded stupidly. He actually saw a perverted smile on the face of the domineering boss who was always ruthless and ruthless. So magical. Suran carried the packed lunchbox that she had bought on the road in advance, and found the ward according to the ward number on the text message. I knocked a few times and only entered after hearing the invitation. Mu Chen was lying on the hospital bed, his lips were pale, he was wearing the hospital gown, and was covered tightly with a quilt. Suran had never seen him like this before. After putting the lunchbox aside, she couldn't help but ask with concern, what did the doctor say? What's the problem? Muchen was stunned. Oh no, time was too tight. I only had time to put on some makeup and move in, but I didn't have time to ask him what was wrong with him. He said with an unnatural expression, it's just a minor problem caused by overwork. The doctor just told me to rest. I'm fine. As he spoke, he pretended to cough, and he coughed as if he was going to die, and his face turned red. Suran was startled by what she saw, and hurriedly poured a glass of water and handed it to him, asking with concern, Are you okay? Your condition is too serious. You have to be hospitalized. There is always work to be done. You should have a good rest. Although she didn't know what the illness was, seeing that Mu Chen didn't want to say anything, Suran thought he was being stubborn and couldn't help but scold him. It's okay. Mu Chen took a sip of the water handed to him by Suran, lay back on the hospital bed, grabbed the corner of the quilt with his fingers, and tightened the quilt for himself. Mu Chen, curled up on the hospital bed, looked so pitiful. Suran felt a little sorry for him because of his frailty. I brought you some food. Didn't you say you were hungry? Do you want to get up and eat something? Suran picked up the food box beside him. Okay, thank you for your help, sister. Mu Chen responded obediently. Suran wanted to help him sit up, but when her hand touched the man's not-so-broad back, she realized something was wrong and withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. In an attempt to cover up his mistake, he adjusted his bed and straightened his pillow. Then he put down the table from the bed, placed the dishes in the lunchbox on it one by one, and then handed Mu Chen a pair of chopsticks. "Here, eat." Mu Chen looked at the obviously packed food in front of him, a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. After taking a bite, he asked casually, "Where did you buy this, sister?" "I passed by Fuli restaurant on their way and packed it up." Suran didn't know why she felt a little embarrassed, as if she was exposed when Mu Chen deliberately mentioned the word, buy. She coughed lightly and answered. As soon as she finished speaking, she reacted. She had come to see Mu Chen on the way, and packed some food for him because she felt so pitiful for him. Why was she feeling guilty? "It's quite delicious. It would be even better if I could eat the food cooked by my sister." Mu Chen's voice gradually weakened as he said the second half of the sentence, which made people feel pity for him. "I just feel that anyone who doesn't cook for him should feel guilty. Next time." Realizing what he wanted to say, Suran quickly kept silent. "But I can't cook." But these two words were heard clearly by Mu Chen, and a happy and satisfied smile appeared on Qing Jun's face. "Great. I'll wait for my sister to make it for me next time. Beauty can mislead people." "No." Suran answered truthfully. Seeing that the stars in Mu Chen's eyes were about to fall, the corners of his mouth turned down, and he looked sad and lost, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Suran couldn't say anything to refuse anymore, so she had to hold back the last word and said perfunctorily, "Let's talk about it next time." Mu Chen didn't push the man into a corner. A cunning look flashed in his eyes. Like a fox that had succeeded, he lowered his head and ate obediently. Suran, who was sitting aside, looked around. The quiet and solitary atmosphere made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Do you want me to help you contact your family to take care of you?" Suran suddenly thought of this. Even if the assistant is not available, at least the family members should be available. "No need." Mu Chen's expression suddenly became gloomy. "My family is all abroad and can't come back. Besides, my illness is not a serious one." Suran raised her eyebrows in surprise. "So you usually..." Before Suran finished speaking, Mu Chen smiled soothingly and continued, "I usually live alone. I have lived alone for a long time." He spoke lightly, but the smile on his face for no apparent reason made Suran feel a little sad and pitiful. The person who usually seems to be decisive and high-handed turns out to be so miserable in real life, with no one around him who cares about him. A long time ago. How long ago? Didn't his parents stay with him when he was a minor? Suran knew that Mu Chen was a few years younger than her, and this guy called her sister every day. Suran couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. "So no one takes care of you when you're sick?" "I don't have any broken arms or legs, so why would I need any care?" Mu Chen raised the corners of his lips and chuckled. "You are patient now, of course you need care. I am here now, you can tell me if you need anything." Suran blurted out. "It's nothing else, it's just that I'm lying in this hospital with no food to eat." Mu Chen said in embarrassment. "You want me to bring you food?" Suran blurted out his thoughts in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Mu Chen actually nodded and asked embarrassedly, "Is it okay, sister?" He asked so pitifully that Suran could hardly bear to refuse him. "But thinking about how much work I have to do, I may not have time to bring food to Mu Chen. What's more, given their previous relationship, is it really suitable?" Suran gritted her teeth and refused. "I'm too busy at work, I may not have time to bring you food, can I find a nurse for you?" "This is the utmost that we can do." Mu Chen slowly lay back on the bed, buried himself in the quilt, and said sullenly, "No need." "Is this, Sunder is angry?" For some reason, seeing how cute and pitiful he looked, Suran actually wanted to laugh. He was so different from the Mu Chen she knew before. "Why? Wouldn't it be better to have a nurse take care of you? You can also tell her if you need anything. I don't want strangers." Mu Chen was still buried in the quilt, with only a pair of eyes showing. His usually bottomless black eyes were now as pitiful as a little deer. He said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "I only want you." Suran didn't hear it very clearly, but vaguely caught for words, and the tips of her ears turned red unconsciously. But the disbelief in her mind made her think she was hallucinating. "What? Sister, you said yesterday that we are friends. Then can you bear to leave your good friend alone in the ward?" The hope that lit up in Mu Chen's clear black eyes made people unable to refuse. Su Ran was still hesitant. Seeing that she didn't agree, the light in Mu Chen's eyes dimmed. He curled his lips and said in a wronged manner, "If you don't want to, forget it." "Okay, but I can't guarantee that every meal will be on time." Seeing him like this, Su Ran could no longer say no and gritted her teeth and agreed. Anyway, it was just a meal delivery and she didn't need to take care of him personally. Besides, she often came to see Hyujo, so she could just do it as a favor. Su Ran silently comforted herself in her heart. "Then can I eat what you made yourself?" Unexpectedly, the next second, Mu Chen went even further and asked. "No." Su Ran raised her voice and blurted out. "What the hell? It's good enough that you can bring it with you, but you have to cook it yourself. I'm so busy every day, how can I have time to learn how to cook? My stomach is not in good condition. The doctor said that it is better to eat food cooked at home during my illness." Mu Chen looked like a child who had made a mistake, so pitiful. Su Ran turned away and muttered, "That's a lot to ask for. He is truly worthy of being the noble son of S City." Seeing that he had finished eating, Su Ran felt that it was time for him to leave, so he cleaned up the food box on the table and said,